A towering, dilapidated structure, seemingly made of concrete and rebar, pierced the desolate, cloudy sky. As Myrion stood alone in the vast, sandy expanse, a silent request echoing in his mind. He wasn't certain if anyone could understand him, but he had a plea. With a soft rustle of fabric, he adjusted his tie, his gaze fixed on the distant, imposing ruin. A sudden realization struck him, a question forming in his thoughts about the nature of the strange edifice. Meanwhile, two heavily muscled figures, clad in rugged attire and bandanas, stood observing the same desolate landscape, one of them voicing a surprised query. Myrion, now noticing their presence, wondered if the distant shape was human, a tentative thought he quickly confirmed to himself. One of the muscular men, his face scarred and eyes dark, curled his lips into a slow, unsettling smile as he muttered a single word. From above, a masked figure with glowing red eyes observes the young man below, a low chuckle escaping him. What a stroke of luck, he murmurs, as Myrion looks up, his expression unreadable. Another masked figure joins the first, both staring down at him with predatory intent. Little boy, where are you from? The second demands, his voice rough. The first figure leans in, a chilling question in his tone. Don't you know it's dangerous? Is the kid we captured your friend? The second figure adds, a cruel smile evident even through his mask. Did you come to save him? With bravos, I bet he's more dangerous. A triumphant cackle erupts from the first figure. Kaya! We're having a feast. The second figure echoes the sentiment, his voice filled with anticipation. 2 humans in a day. I'm sure Mr. Craven is going to be delighted. Myrion's gaze hardens, his expression shifting from neutral observation to a focused intensity. As he silently processes their words, his hand instinctively reaches out, a silent gesture of readiness. Meanwhile, one of the masked figures, its eyes glowing crimson, utters a guttural sound, a question hanging in the desolate air. High above, a stark sign marks the top floor, where a voice commands, raise your head. The ground below is a gruesome testament to their nature, littered with countless human skulls and bones, as one of them muses on how long has it been since we last ate a human. The red-eyed figure's voice drips with ravenous anticipation, declaring, after starving for so long, our food has finally arrived. Another masked brute, wielding a crude weapon, adds, also, he's captured 2 humans. A chilling, maniacal laughter erupts from the pair, echoing across the desolate wasteland as one clutches a human skull. Suddenly, a horde of masked figures charges forward, their collective screams of scream and WH, filling the air, a terrifying wave of hunger and violence. A soft thud echoes through the quiet space as a foot lands with precision, revealing a masked figure, bound and gagged, eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Meanwhile, a faint purple glow begins to emanate from Myrion, his presence now undeniable. 2 other masked figures react with confusion, one questioning what could possibly be wrong with this human. The bound figure's internal thoughts race, unable to comprehend how their sensors failed to detect any human at the entrance, yet he clearly saw him enter. A small group of the masked figures gathers, their expressions unreadable behind their coverings, one of them still processing the unexpected turn of events. The questioning masked figure from before lets out an angry sound, still baffled by the situation. The bound figure's eyes widen further, a silent exclamation of shock. Then, a new voice breaks through the tension, a masked figure politely asking, excuse me, He stands over the subdued masked figure, a small, glowing orb held casually in his hand, and asks if the person he seeks is here. A masked figure reacts with a frustrated growl, then a confused, huh? Myrion looks at the assembled masked figures, inquiring if the individual he was told would be present isn't among them. The bound masked figure, gagged and wide-eyed, struggles to comprehend the unfolding situation, wondering what the intruder is talking about. A masked figure with a distinctive red headband steps forward, demanding to know if the bound brat is Myrion's friend. Myrion, still composed, calmly denies any connection, stating he has never seen the figure before. The red headband figure's anger intensifies, his voice sharp with a questioning then, why? He then directly accuses Myrion of killing his guards, to which Myrion simply begins to explain, they were. The red headband figure cuts him off, his voice laced with annoyance, annoying. The masked leader, cloaked in red, issues a curt command to his bare-chested companion, who simply acknowledges the order. With a casual air, the leader muses about the task at hand, as if contemplating a meal. His glowing eye narrows, the target nothing more than hotel food, in his estimation. Then, with a sudden, explosive burst of speed, the red-cloaked figure launches himself forward, a powerful impact echoing through the narrow space. He arcs through the air, delivering a brutal kick to his unseen opponent. Meanwhile, the bare-chested guard, now observing the swift assault, finally confirms his understanding of the initial command. Myrion, now gagged and bound, struggles desperately, his eyes wide with terror as he tries to cry out. The red-cloaked figure continues his assault, enveloping Myrion in a swirling vortex of dark, ominous energy. The bare-chested guard watches the brutal display, a sinister, almost gleeful expression twisting his masked face. The masked leader, his large sword resting casually, declares his task complete. Then, a dark, shadowy energy begins to writhe from his outstretched hand, rapidly coalescing into sinister tendrils that lash out. The shadowy tendrils strike their unseen target with a rustling impact, continuing to envelop it in their dark embrace. Yet, a voice cuts through the oppressive darkness, defiant and clear. You can't kill me with that. The masked leader stands still, his gaze fixed on the point of impact, his eyes glowing crimson as a flicker of surprise crosses his face. The voice continues, unwavering. That's why. Myrion, still caught in the masked leader's dark tendrils, struggles violently, the oppressive magic attempting to crush him. Yet, with a defiant glare, he declares that no one will mess with him. With a surge of inner strength, he shatters the tendrils, sending fragments of dark energy scattering as he breaks free. The force of his escape, however, sends him plummeting through the air, a whirlwind of debris and crumbling structures marking his rapid descent. He falls, a blur against the ruined landscape, the ground rushing up to meet him with terrifying speed, his hand reaching out in a desperate, pained cry as he impacts. Meanwhile, in a different location, a hulking, green-skinned figure with tusks holds a human prisoner, who screams in terror as a massive impact shakes their surroundings. The gagged prisoner, eyes wide with fear, struggles to speak, muttering about the nature of the impact and questioning if rogue hunters have regrouped. A guttural growl escapes Craven as he looks up, his expression twisting in disbelief. His tusks bared in a furious snarl, he roars a challenge into the sky. His voice booming with authority, he commands his patrol to capture the intruder. As Craven points the way, his orc patrol charges forward, one of them shouting in excitement, while in the distance, Myrion continues his uncontrolled descent. The orc leader's thoughts race, convinced the falling figure is attempting a deception, a trick he refuses to fall for. He vows they won't be fooled again, issuing a grim order to hurl something, a damn foot, into human territory, a clear sign of their ongoing conflict. Craven points aggressively, his fury boiling over as he declares this an affront to his seasoned orc patrol, demanding vengeance for someone named Jeff. His patrol echoes his cries, their shouts of woo, filling the air as they continue their relentless pursuit, their eyes fixed on the falling target. Meanwhile, Myrion's face hardens with resolve, his dark eyes reflecting a fierce determination as he braces for the inevitable impact, a sharp, cracking sound echoing through the air. As he plummeted through the air, a moment of quiet hung before the inevitable impact. Below, a desolate landscape came into view, strewn with countless bones, as a figure on the ground looked up, startled by the sudden descent. The sight of the skeletal remains drew a guttural exclamation, a surprised cry echoing across the barren land. Craven's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice a rough, questioning sound as he stared at the scattered bones. He pointed a thick finger at the macabre scene, his surprise evident in another sharp exclamation. Meanwhile, Myrion extended a hand, preparing to brace himself for the landing. He hit the ground with a controlled impact, crouching low amidst the scattered bones, seemingly unharmed. Craven, still processing the bizarre turn of events, could only manage a confused murmur. As Myrion slowly rose to his feet, Craven's characteristic cry of alarm echoed once more across the bone-strewn field. As the impact reverberates through the bone-strewn landscape, Craven recoils, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and disbelief. Before anyone can fully process the sudden arrival, Myrion is already a blur of motion, his leg arcing through the air with devastating speed. The kick connects with brutal efficiency, sending multiple figures sprawling amidst the scattered bones. In mere moments, the area around him is cleared, leaving him standing alone over the unconscious forms of his attackers. Witnessing the swift, decisive action, Craven can only utter his characteristic cry of utter astonishment. With the immediate threat neutralized, Myrion takes a moment to survey his surroundings. Nearby, a man with a gag over his mouth watches the scene unfold, his eyes wide with a silent, shocked exclamation. Ignoring the onlookers, Myrion focuses on his own body, pulling a small, dark object from his left forearm, leaving a trail of blood. The foreign object is now fully extracted, leaving a fresh, bleeding wound on his skin. Myrion launches himself into a swift, powerful kick, sending an unseen opponent flying. He moves with incredible speed, a dark blur across the desolate landscape. Another impact echoes, a violent burst of dark energy. As he surveys the immediate aftermath, a sudden, sharp intake of breath escapes him, his attention drawn to something unseen. A wave of pain washes over him, forcing him to clutch his side. Despite the sudden agony, he pushes through, lunging forward with his weapon ready. His attack finds its mark, tearing through another foe. He presses onward, his gaze fixed ahead. With a powerful swing, he continues his relentless assault. Myrion, still engaged in combat, unleashes a volley of bone-like projectiles, sending them hurtling towards his opponents with a sharp, tearing sound. Suddenly, he pauses, his right hand instinctively reaching for his left bicep. And with a strained pull, he extracts a small, dark, spherical object from his arm. He stares at the foreign object now resting in his palm. His adversaries, witnessing this strange act, call out his name in confusion, "Woo!" Myri-on's gaze remains fixed on the object, his expression unreadable. Then, the dark sphere in his hand begins to glow with a vibrant, pinkish-red light, crystalline energy crackling around it. As the light fades, the object transforms, now appearing as a pulsating, organic mass, resembling a grotesque brain. His opponents recoil in shock, their voices rising in disbelief. Woo! Woo! With a grunt of effort, Myri-on prepares to launch the pulsating organic mass from his hand. The strange object wavers through the air, a blur of motion. It slices through the space with incredible speed. Myri-on, in a powerful throwing stance, channels his energy into the projectile. He unleashes the throw, the object leaving his hand with a violent thwack. The organic mass slams into its target with explosive force, sending Craven violently backward to crash against the distant wall. With a soft thud, the object returns to Myri-on's outstretched hand. He stands victorious, observing Craven's crumpled form, while the masked leader watches the aftermath. The organic projectile, having completed its devastating trajectory, swiftly returns to Myri-on's outstretched hand, a faint whooshing sound accompanying its retrieval. The force of the impact reverberates through the air, a deafening crash echoing through the space. A secondary, sharp crack follows, signifying the full extent of the damage. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, Myri-on stands perfectly still, his posture calm and collected, surveying the aftermath of his attack. Both Craven and the masked leader are caught off guard, their mouths agape in stunned disbelief at the sudden, overwhelming power displayed. Even a nearby student, his mouth taped shut, can only widen his eyes in silent, terrified awe. Craven, however, quickly recovers from his shock, his face contorting into a furious snarl as he bellows. "What are you doing? You bastard!" Yet, Myri-on simply stands there, utterly unperturbed by the enraged monster's outburst, a quiet confidence radiating from him. From a distance, the masked leader observes the scene, a single thought piercing through his mind. When did he appear in front of me? Stepping forward, Myri-on addresses the hulking figure before him, asking if he is Craven. A low growl escapes Craven as he looks down at the young man, who simply meets his gaze and asks why the question surprises him. Craven, still bewildered, demands to know why he is being sought. To which Myri-on calmly replies that someone told him to find Craven. He then muses that a mere zombie human like Craven would be capable of killing him. The words ignite a furious rage within Craven, his eyes flaring with a malevolent red glow. And he roars, charging forward with a crimson aura, declaring that Myri-on is making fun of him and will die instantly. Unfazed by the onslaught, Myri-on simply stands his ground, inviting Craven to be eager. He calmly asks if the enraged figure before him is truly Craven. As Craven's massive arm tenses, his eyes burning with fury, the brute's arm bulges, his gaze fixed on the boy. His limb transforms into a gnarled, root-like appendage, extending with a sickening crack as he snarls, warning him not to interfere. But before the attack can land, he moves. A single, devastating blow shatters Craven, his body exploding into a shower of dark particles. The fight is over in an instant. Another creature falls, collapsing to the ground with a dull thud. As the masked leader, observing from a distance, can only utter a stunned, "W what?" Disbelief washes over him. Is this? How can he kill the zombie humans? He watches as the boy stands amidst the fallen, a chilling thought forming in his mind. Humans in a flash? A blonde-haired man with glasses turns, his eyes widening slightly as he takes in the figure before him. A small sound of disbelief escapes him, his expression shifting to one of utter shock. He can barely process the words, questioning the very notion of being called a puppet, and vehemently denying the reality unfolding before him. His breath catches in his throat, a series of sharp gasps punctuating his profound disbelief. Stuttering, he tries to halt the conversation, a desperate plea to pause the overwhelming situation. But Myri-on cuts through his panic, his voice calm and direct as he interjects. He continues, his gaze unwavering, seeking specific information. Holding up a device, Myri-on completes his question, pointing to something on its screen. The blond man's eyes widen further, his face a mask of renewed, profound astonishment at whatever he sees. A grotesque, fish-like creature lies impaled, its life extinguished. Standing over the fallen form of Craven, he acknowledges the kill, confirming the identity of his defeated foe. A slight frown creases his brow as he considers the outcome. Internally, he laments his performance, believing he had failed once more. As he turns to leave, a blonde-haired man, now kneeling in gratitude, calls out to him, expressing overwhelming relief and friendship. His expression remains unreadable, a quiet resolve settling over his features. The blond man, still reeling from the recent events, gasps in disbelief. He dismisses the man's effusive thanks, but the blonde-haired man insists on his gratitude for being saved. With a simple affirmation, he continues on his way. He continues his journey, his footsteps echoing softly across the desolate, ruined landscape. Each step a quiet testament to his unwavering resolve, the wind whispering around him as he presses onward. His path leads him through the skeletal remains of a forgotten city, his gaze fixed on the horizon. With each deliberate stride, a small, almost imperceptible drawing of a crossed-out target appears in his mind, a silent reflection on his purpose. Many years ago, a younger Myrion sat sketching in a notebook, unaware that the world around him was about to be destroyed due to the zombie virus. The world was indeed destroyed, yet even amidst the devastation, there were humans who survived, and the young boy walked through the desolate landscape, a silent witness to the new reality. He had managed to survive the initial outbreak, but the majority of humanity had turned into zombies. As their species evolved over time, they became a fusion between zombie and human. This zombie-human outbreak plunged civilization into destruction, leaving behind only ruins. Though he managed to live on as a human, the world around him was forever changed. After that fateful day, he stood among the graves of the fallen. He had become immortal. A profound sorrow washes over him, his thoughts drifting to a past he can no longer change. He whispers to himself, a silent apology echoing in the quiet air, "I'm sorry, Mom." Sitting alone by a small fire, Myrion struggles to articulate the weight of his existence, a single word escaping his lips. The confession hangs heavy in the night. I didn't manage to die today. His curse, his burden, his very being now defined by a single, inescapable truth. He is undying. Surveying the utter devastation before him, the leader could only sigh in frustration, muttering about the cost of this battle. Meanwhile, a younger man, Kyuho, stares in wide-eyed shock at the scene. As the leader and Dango discover his fallen form amidst the rubble, Dango immediately kneeling to check on him, demanding to know what transpired and why he hadn't responded to their calls. The leader explains to another operative that Craven's unexpected explosion was the cause of the chaos, leading to his own capture, while Myrion stands silently in the background, observing the grim exchange. He then turns his attention back to the fallen Kyuho, the full extent of the casualties becoming horrifyingly clear across the ravaged landscape. Surveying the devastation, the leader and his operatives acknowledge the sheer scale of the incident, a silent question hanging in the air about what could have caused such destruction. A narration box then reveals that a student had appeared amidst the chaos. The leader, his glowing red eyes narrowed, questions Kyuho, asking if a young student truly managed to wipe out all the monsters by himself. Dango confirms the unbelievable account, admitting it sounds crazy but is undeniably true, explaining that the student simply appeared out of nowhere. The narration emphasizes the student's incredible feat, having single-handedly eliminated every threat. Still processing the information, the leader then asks if anyone knows the student's current whereabouts. Dango, looking uncertain, admits he has no idea. Kyuho adds to the mystery, explaining he was about to ask the student himself before he abruptly departed. Meanwhile, Myrion stands in quiet contemplation, his dark hair falling over his eyes as he processes the unfolding events. Still reeling from the reports, Dango questions if the mysterious student was truly human or perhaps some kind of zombie. Kyuho quickly dismisses the idea, confirming the student was definitely human. He glances around the room, a thoughtful expression on his face. A hand reaches out, gently touching a surface. His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Dango, ever practical, then asks if the student left behind any snacks, to which Kyuho confirms he did. Kyuho hums in contemplation, a deeper thought brewing beneath his calm exterior. Meanwhile, the very student they discuss sits alone, his dark hair falling over his eyes, a quiet intensity about him. Alone in the quiet of the forest, Myrion sits, his gaze distant and contemplative. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Kyuho finds himself perplexed, remarking on the strange nature of this student they've been discussing, noting how he appears to be just a young man, yet he killed. Dango confirms the incredible feat, clarifying that the student eliminated all the zombie humans, prompting Kyuho to wonder aloud what he has been doing since then. A deep concern etches itself onto Kyuho's face as he considers the implications. Dango reacts with a surprised query, while in a different location, Myrion rests his chin on his hand, his expression thoughtful. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoes, causing Kyuho to flinch, his attention drawn to something unseen. Another impact, a heavy thwack, makes him recoil further. As a final, decisive crack rings out, Myrion's eye widens, a sudden realization dawning. He looks up, a silent question forming on his lips, as if seeking an answer to the abrupt shift in his surroundings or thoughts. As Myrion prepares for the unseen threat, Craven lunges forward, unleashing a volley of sharpened bones that tear through the air towards him. Watching the unfolding chaos, Dango's face twists with a mix of regret and disbelief, questioning if he truly intended to kill him. His voice cracking with desperation, he cries out, pleading with his superior. Nearby, Kyuho observes the scene, commenting on Dango's volatile nature. However, before Craven's attack can fully connect, Myrion moves with blinding speed, striking one of their companions with a devastating, unseen blow. He declares his tactical superiority, his form a streak of light as he outmaneuvers his opponents. The impact sends the man reeling, his arm instinctively rising to shield himself from the unseen force. A powerful explosion erupts from the point of contact, shattering the air with its force. Standing over the now subdued Craven and his companion, Myrion challenges them, his voice calm but firm. He remains, a dismembered form, yet his consciousness persists. Then, a swift, brutal strike connects with his face, sending a shockwave through him. He collapses to the ground, subdued, as Kyuho stands over him, rifle in hand. Kyuho offers a wry, almost apologetic, remark. But Myrion, despite his state, defiantly declares that he cannot truly die. Kyuho, seemingly unconcerned, advises him to cease his efforts and depart. A flicker of surprise crosses Kyuho's features, a hint of confusion at Myrion's persistence. Before Kyuho can fully process it, Myrion retaliates with a blindingly fast counterattack. The force of the blow sends Kyuho reeling, his head snapping back from the impact. He launches himself into the air, a powerful kick already winding up. The impact sends Kyuho reeling, a defiant thought escaping him. Makes me want to bother you even more. He flies backward through the air, his body a blur as he closes the distance to the far wall, crashing into it with devastating force. Myrion lands lightly on his feet, his gaze fixed on the impact site. He approaches the embedded figure, a silent challenge in his posture. As he raises a hand, a faint, ethereal glow begins to emanate from his palm, gathering power for another strike. The energy intensifies, swirling around his open palm, ready to unleash its full force. He stares at the man he just slammed into the wall, a question forming in his mind. What is it, he wonders, having never witnessed such a sight before? From within the shattered concrete, Kyuho merely offers a surprised, incredible, before a curious, escapes him. Myrion's expression hardens, his resolve clear as he thinks, I am serious about killing him. But Kyuho only laughs, a mocking, echoing through the space. Then, with a tearing sound, dark, tendril-like energy erupts from Kyuho, freeing him from the wall as he remarks, thanks for the cold liner. His smirk widens, the dark aura intensifying as he adds, I really mean it. Myrion's eyes widen in shock, realizing he got me. A flicker of internal conflict crosses his mind. I don't know. I don't like killing humans. Before he can react, Kyuho lunges, a dark energy strike tearing through the air and connecting with a sharp impact. The force of the blow sends Myrion reeling backward, the dark energy exploding around him. He recoils from the impact, a bone-like projectile having just struck him. Kyuho's voice cuts through the air, asking, does it take you to? Myrion, still reeling, can only manage a quiet, sorry? He touches the side of his neck, a fresh wound stinging as he questions, the wound on your neck. Kyuho finishes his thought, prompting a startled reaction from Myrion, yet. A sudden realization dawns on him as he feels the injury. His eyes widen in disbelief, the wound still raw and unhealed as he exclaims, it still isn't healing. This has never happened before, and his voice rises in a furious demand. W, what have you done? A new figure, clad in a dark suit and trench coat, offers a formal apology for his belated introduction to Myrion. He then reveals his formidable title, the Captain of the Lethal Force. Turning slightly, he prepares to state his name, his voice carrying an air of authority. Meanwhile, Myrion internally acknowledges his own alias, Immortal Boy, as the captain praises his valuable talent. Kyuho, hearing the alias, reacts with a surprised, Immortal what? Prompting Myrion to sheepishly admit his embarrassment. Kyuho then clarifies that Myrion isn't simply joining them, assuring him that he will be compensated for his involvement. The captain, off-panel, reveals he learned about Myrion's unique situation directly from Kyuho, causing the latter to look surprised. Then, with a chilling directness, the captain addresses Myrion's deepest desire, promising to make his wish to die a reality. Myrion can only stare back, his mind reeling, uttering a bewildered, I beg your pardon? Still reeling from the captain's shocking offer, Myrion listens as Kyuho reminds him they have a capable scientist on their side. A specialist who would know exactly how to make such a thing happen. Kyuho then suggests they consult this scientist about the matter, handing Myrion a finely crafted knife, explaining it was created by that very individual. Myrion takes the blade, his thoughts heavy with the implications. A silent acknowledgement that this unprecedented situation is unlike anything he has ever faced. He considers the proposition, finding it undeniably tempting. But a flicker of doubt crosses his face as he questions the certainty of such a drastic measure. Standing amidst a field of silent markers, Kyuho looks at him, confirming the possibility of his wish being granted. A soft rustle of fabric accompanies his thoughts, as Myrion looks down, lost in contemplation. He then lifts his gaze, a silent question forming in his mind. What truly defines his name? As if sensing his turmoil, Kyuho's voice cuts through the air, reassuring him not to worry, even as a knife is presented. Meanwhile, Kyuho and Dango discuss their next steps, planning to mop up the remaining threats and retake the lost land. Suddenly, Myrion is gripped by a terrifying vision, a memory of a desperate scream promising death on the day humanity is reborn. Bringing him back to the present, Kyuho addresses him directly, hoping they can get along until then, as he calls out to Myrion. His dark eyes reflect a distant memory, as a voice from the past echoes, asking for a promise. Without hesitation, he recalls his own firm reply, understanding now that this commitment means he can finally, one day, find release from his endless existence. A quiet, almost relieved breath escapes him. A gloved hand grips a pistol, its owner's voice laced with urgency as he asks if anyone recognizes a particular individual before confirming the identity himself. Suddenly, a collective gasp escapes the group of four, including Myrion, Hyuho, and Dongo, as they stare in disbelief at something rapidly approaching. The voice from earlier, now more determined, declares his immediate arrival. Hyuho, looking down with a grim expression, urgently confirms the situation, demanding a swift response. As Myrion and Hyuho discuss the unfolding events, a vehicle speeds into view, its presence announced by a frantic cry that someone is coming. Dongo's eyes widen in terror, a desperate yell escaping his lips as the threat draws closer. A sleek black car barrels forward, its speed blurring the landscape around it. Dust billows behind a rapidly approaching white vehicle, as Myrion, Hyuho, Dongo, and their companions scramble to escape its path. After their narrow escape, a door swings open with a sharp sound, revealing a new, more secure location. A young woman with bright orange hair rushes in, her eyes wide with concern, apologizing for her tardiness. Hyuho, turning to her, dismisses her worries, assuring her that her hard work is appreciated before suggesting they all move on with Myri. Meanwhile, a serious-faced young man in a sharp suit stands ready, his presence hinting at a new addition to their ranks. Hyuho then introduces the new arrival to the orange-haired woman and Dongo, explaining that he is a recruit who will be working under Miss Garam. The news sparks an excited reaction from Jean Garam, who eagerly asks if she's finally getting a junior. With a welcoming smile, she introduces herself as Jean Garam. She extends her hand towards the recruit, a gesture of camaraderie. The recruit, still reserved, offers a simple, quiet acknowledgement. Jean Garam turns to Myrion, asking if he feels shy, as the title card for Zongan Episode 3 appears. Meanwhile, Hyuho informs someone they will be sent on a special expedition, while Dongo learns there is footage of the mysterious Red Dan. Myrion, hearing the name, questions it aloud, a thoughtful hum escaping him. Jean Garam explains to Hyuho that it's understandable he wouldn't know about the Red Dan, given his long time on the front line. She continues, revealing the Red Dan to be one of their top threats, a shadowy organization with glowing red eyes and menacing forms. Their primary goal is to eliminate the Red Dan, and to achieve that, they must first find their boss. Dongo and Myrion react with surprise, realizing they are going to investigate Craven's territory, as Craven himself was once a member of the Red Dan. Hyuho dismisses the idea that Craven would be interested in them, his expression firm. Jean Garam concludes, stating that there is a branch of the Red Dan in Jinjae, and they must learn about its executive. As the mission details solidify, Myrion confirms his desire to work with Jean Garam on the hunt for the Red Dan's executive. Meanwhile, Hyuho issues a stern warning, reminding them to be careful, especially since Craven was once leading a similar group. A monstrous figure with glowing eyes, accompanied by a feral, wolf-like beast. The target, a city led by a paladin, is a critical location. And Hyuho explains that a full group assault isn't feasible, requiring them to research other places as well. Their immediate focus is Jinhee, specifically the Chanwon district. As Myrion and Jean Garam begin their journey, Hyuho reiterates the importance of their current base of operations, emphasizing that it's better to work from this critical place. With the plan set, Myrion is assured that Jean Garam will provide all the necessary details, trusting her completely. As they continued their journey towards Jinhee, Jean Garam offered a final word of encouragement, wishing him good luck, yet urging caution. Her own voice betraying a tremor, she admitted this was her first time on such a mission, a wave of nervousness washing over her. Leading the way, he simply called for her to follow, his footsteps echoing on the desolate road. Soon, they passed the city limits sign, officially entering Jinhee, a ghost town of abandoned vehicles and eerie silence. The reality of their mission settling in, Jean Garam's anxiety intensified, her thoughts racing about their exact destination within the city. Her growing unease was palpable, causing him to glance back, a silent question in his expression. Consulting her device, she revealed the chilling truth. Jinhee was a city teeming with different species. This was no ordinary urban landscape, but a place where they could expect to face untold dangers. Indeed, Jinhee was far from an ordinary city, its very essence defined by the presence of these diverse and potentially hostile beings. The memory of animal-type zombies, a terrifying reality, flashes through Myrion's mind, a stark reminder of the dangers that lie ahead. As they drive through the city, Jean Garam's voice is laced with concern, reminding him that they cannot afford to let their guard down, especially since they need to remain vigilant. From a distance, an unseen voice questions, wondering if their companions are safe. Crouched with Myrion and another figure, Jean Garam responds, acknowledging that while it might be better to stick together, the mission's nature prevents it. Through her binoculars, she continues, explaining that the task won't be easy because of the city's unique inhabitants, and she needs to observe them closely. Myrion, his gaze fixed on the city below, states his intention, declaring that he wants to check on the situation himself, confident that the other will follow his orders. Jean Garam, still observing through her binoculars, acknowledges his reputation, but admits she doesn't fully understand his current motives. Myrion, looking out at the vast, dangerous city, reiterates his resolve, insisting that he needs to personally verify the situation and observe the city's movements for a while longer. A sudden, jarring sound echoes through the air, causing Myrion to turn his head sharply, his expression one of surprise. Beside him, Jean Garam's eyes widen in alarm, her face contorted in a mixture of shock and disbelief. She questions what just happened, her mind racing to comprehend the sudden appearance of something unexpected. The object, whatever it is, must have appeared instantly. As Jean Garam confirms its sudden manifestation, her voice filled with urgency. Her eyes dart around, searching for answers, a sense of unease washing over her as the speed of its arrival is baffling, prompting her to wonder if it's some kind of powerful beast, like a tiger. Meanwhile, in a desolate, ruined landscape, a man with tiger-like facial markings and another with a tribal mask stand amidst debris, one of them pondering aloud if Craven is truly dead. Back in the vehicle, Myrion remains silent, his gaze fixed forward, processing the unfolding events with a calm intensity. He simply offers a quiet acknowledgement, his thoughts unreadable as the situation continues to escalate. He walks alone down a desolate, debris-strewn road, the silence broken only by the crunch of rubble underfoot. Ahead, a horde of grotesque figures begins to emerge from the urban decay, their shambling forms prompting a distant voice to question the nature of the approaching threat. From a hidden vantage point, a young man in military attire watches the scene unfold, muttering to himself that he had forgotten to warn the boy not to get caught. He continues his internal monologue, acknowledging his role as a commander, while beside him, Jean Garam confronts him, demanding to know his identity and purpose. Unaware of the conversation happening elsewhere, Myrion steadily advances, the monstrous figures growing larger with each step. The military man's thoughts race, wondering if the boy is already caught, then quickly correcting himself that hiding is a natural instinct, before offering a polite apology to Jean Garam. Jean Garam lets out a small gasp of surprise, as Myrion, now closer to the horde, declares his grim intention to eradicate them all. Her eyes widen in shock at his declaration, a sharp sound effect echoing her disbelief. Beneath the ground, thick, gnarled roots begin to rapidly sprout and twist, their emergence signaling the start of the impending battle. A massive, brain-like monster pulses with dark, crackling energy. He descends rapidly, enveloped in a similar dark aura, closing the distance to the creature. The monster lets out a startled gasp, its grotesque head contorting as the purple energy around it intensifies. The brain-like mass pulses violently, radiating an overwhelming purple glow. As a cry of pure terror escapes the creature, "Oh my God!" A colossal surge of purple energy erupts, the chaotic force coalescing into a single, intensely glowing orb. Jean Garam screams, "Kaiwa!" overwhelmed by the sudden, devastating power. A gasp escapes Jean Garam, her eyes wide with disbelief as she witnesses the unfolding power, questioning the very nature of what she's seeing. From a high vantage point, Myrion stands ready, a silent declaration of his overwhelming strength echoing through the air, far beyond mere power. Below him, the monstrous creatures recoil, their surprise quickly turning to alarm as they sense the impending threat. Without hesitation, he plunges downward, a swift, decisive drop from the heights. Green energy trails his rapid descent, a blur of motion as he closes the distance. The creatures below react with a collective gasp of terror, their forms tensing for the inevitable impact. He lands amidst them with explosive force, engaging multiple foes simultaneously in a whirlwind of strikes. From her distant perch, Jean Garam screams, overwhelmed by the sheer brutality and speed of the confrontation. Amidst the chaos, Myrion stands firm, his expression resolute, ready to continue the fight. Myrion continues his brutal assault, delivering a powerful strike to the monstrous orb. He watches intently, his expression grim. The creature erupts in a blinding flash of purple energy. The explosion expands, tearing through the surroundings. From a distance, Kyuho and Dango witness the devastating power. He can barely believe the sheer scale of the destruction, admitting, "I didn't know it would turn out like this." Elsewhere, a dog-like creature and a panda-like creature observe the unfolding chaos, the dog murmuring, "Hmm?" The panda and an elephant-like creature react with surprise and a hint of amusement, the panda exclaiming, "What?" A rumbling sound accompanies a bewildered question about the ongoing events. Is going on? He continues his rampage, leaving a trail of chaos as figures around him cry out in alarm, demanding to know what is happening and urging each other to flee. A blue energy trail follows his every step, the ground cracking under the sheer force of his movement. Even a monstrous red-skinned creature recoils from the impact, its form rippling with a crimson aura as it questions the source of such power. With every stride, black energy erupts, shattering the very earth beneath him. Jean Garam and her companions watch in stunned disbelief, her eyes wide as she murmurs, "Human? Huh?" Despite the overwhelming display of power, she steels her resolve, declaring that if this is happening, she must fight too. From a distance, two animal-like creatures stare in utter shock, one exclaiming, "Did you do all this? How can a human possibly?" Elsewhere, a pair of hands holds a device, its screen filled with dense text, seemingly observing the unfolding chaos. A voice from the unseen observer laments, admitting it is difficult to handle such situations as a green, tentacle-like form glows in the background. Myrion, still consumed by his destructive power, lunges forward, a faint green energy crackling around him. But before he can unleash his next attack, Jean Garum, her eyes burning with resolve, activates her own ability, Thunder Collapse, a vibrant green aura flaring around her. With a powerful surge, she unleashes a devastating strike, the green energy blurring into a focused impact. Her expression remains fiercely determined, the emerald light of her power still radiating from her form. The ground beneath Myrion shatters instantly, cracking and erupting into a shower of debris. The force lifts him clean off his feet, sending him hurtling through the air, a dark silhouette against the pale sky. He plummets rapidly, unable to regain his footing. His body slams into the earth with a violent impact, black energy and dust exploding outwards. Leaving him sprawled amidst the force of the attack sends Myrion hurtling through the air, before he slams into the ground with a deafening crash, leaving him dazed and defeated amidst the rising dust. The impact continues to reverberate, as Jean Garum looks down at the crater, calling out, "Hey, over here." With Dongo and Kyuho standing by her side, she challenges him, "Are you going to defeat the zombies?" "You are going to defeat the zombies." Slowly, Myrion begins to stir and rise from the debris. As Dongo and Kyuho turn their attention to a new threat, a red-clad zombie writhing on the ground, crying out in pain. Jean Garum stands over the defeated creature, while Myrion watches the scene unfold. Still reeling from the recent confrontation, he struggles to comprehend his own words, questioning why he cannot speak properly, while Jean Garum, observing his distress, presses him on his actions after eliminating the threats. He attempts to explain, his thoughts fragmented, that the creature belonged to a lower class, a justification that seems to falter even as he utters it. A wave of confusion washes over him, his mind grasping at a distant, tender memory, a faint whisper of mother escaping his lips. His dark hair frames a face etched with deep contemplation, his eyes reflecting an inner turmoil as he grapples with fragmented thoughts. Suddenly, a sharp command rips from him, a desperate "go away," directed at an unseen presence, his body tensing with a raw, guttural sound. He continues to struggle, his voice strained, while Jean Garum looks on, perplexed by his outburst and questioning why he allowed something to escape. Before they can fully process the exchange, a new wave of red-clad figures surges forward, prompting Jean Garum to shout a warning about the approaching humans and command her allies to catch them. Another one of the grotesque figures appears, causing Jean Garum to exclaim in surprise, while he, overwhelmed, pleads for them to simply stop coming. The distant cityscape echoes with the sounds of ongoing conflict, a series of sharp impacts and heavy crashes reverberating through the air. He stands amidst the ruins of the city, his gaze fixed on something unseen below. A soft sigh escapes him, as a small stone tumbles from his grasp. Nearby, Jean Garum looks at him, her voice laced with concern, wondering if he truly understood the danger they were in. She presses him, asking, which of them is a paladin? He can only respond with a bewildered, "What?" before she clarifies, "What are you talking about?" Jean Garum's thoughts race, believing the paladin must already be dead, yet a deeper question gnaws at her. Why isn't he strong enough to be a paladin himself? Her heart pounds with a frantic rhythm, as the terrifying question echoes in her mind. Is he not dead yet? Finally, she admits her uncertainty. I don't know," before urging him, "Let's hide for now." Myrion, however, remains focused on the fallen enemies, his gaze unwavering as he asks, "Why? What if the zombies come out again?" A quiet resolve settles over him, his thoughts firm. "Then we will kill them again." He concludes with a chilling observation. There is no paladin among them. Still reeling from the recent encounter, Jean Garum insists they are here to investigate. But Myrion calmly corrects her, stating they aren't here to kill every last one, prompting her to clarify that they can, however, kill some while investigating. A heavy silence hangs between them, as Jean Garum, her voice tinged with desperation, reminds him of his power, yet pleads that she cannot fight indefinitely. She accuses him of not caring about dying because of his strength, contrasting it with her own vulnerability, declaring that she can die. His dark eyes narrow, and he delivers a chilling, detached response, stating that her life or death holds no bearing. All that matters, he concludes, is the mission, leaving the young woman utterly stunned by his words. With a chilling resolve, Myrion declares that it doesn't matter who the culprit is, only that they must be eliminated. A statement that leaves Jean Garum visibly shaken and distraught, her mind reeling from the harshness of his words. "What?" she exclaims, unable to comprehend. Meanwhile, Kyuho, speaking on a secure line, confirms the decision with a curt, "Yes," adding that he doesn't care about the target's fate. The weight of these words is clearly reflected in Jean Garum's wide, horrified gaze. As she finally confronts Myrion directly, demanding to know, "What are you talking about?" He meets her gaze, beginning to explain, "The reason we are doing all this." As Myrion turns his back, Jean Garum's voice rises in protest, insisting that no mission, no matter its importance, could ever outweigh the value of a human life. Her face etched with distress, she continues to plead with him, urging him not to act so recklessly. Myrion remains silent, his back still to her, as she reaches out, a desperate gesture in the face of his resolve, but he offers no response. His expression is grim, his gaze fixed forward, a silent testament to his unwavering decision. Suddenly, Jean Garam's eyes widen in shock, her attention abruptly pulled away from their argument by something unseen, a gasp escaping her lips. A deafening roar echoes as a colossal, clawed foot slams down, shaking the very ground, and a terrified scream rips through the air. The sudden, violent intrusion leaves everyone stunned, wondering what monstrous force has just appeared. Towering over them, a massive, muscular creature with a beast-like form is revealed, its presence eliciting gasps of disbelief. Its powerful leg, thick with muscle, hints at its immense strength, a creature known as the lion, made on the back. There is no doubt. As the ground trembles with a heavy thud, Myrion stands firm while Jean Garam crouches, both bracing for the impact of an unseen force. From a distance, observing the unfolding chaos, Dango peers through binoculars, his eyes wide with shock. A wave of dread washes over Jean Garam, wondering why such a powerful entity would appear now, and if they could possibly win against it. Against a blood-red sky, a towering silhouette of a warrior, wielding a massive weapon, stands amidst a horde of smaller figures. The situation is dire, pitting them against not just zombies, but also a formidable paladin. The aerial view reveals a city street ravaged by conflict, as a voice laments the fate of their brother, Craven, and questions the nature of the monster they face. The formidable figure of Craven is revealed, his eyes hidden behind a red blindfold, a jagged weapon clutched in his hand, his presence radiating immense power. Standing amidst the ruins, Myrion faces the aftermath, as Dango recognizes him as the one responsible for Craven's demise. A masked warrior, adorned with tribal markings and a bone mask, stands poised, ready for battle. Meanwhile, the air crackles with tension as a voice echoes, accusing Myrion of a heinous act, claiming he was the one responsible for the massacre, the one who killed Craven's comrades. Craven, his scarred face contorted in disbelief and his amber eyes glowing with an eerie light, utters a single, disbelieving word. A memory or vision flashes, showing Myrion, the immortal student, impaled and vulnerable, as the voice continues, acknowledging the rumors of his strength. Myrion recoils, a wave of purple energy radiating from him, his expression one of profound shock or pain. Craven's voice grows colder, his eyes burning with vengeful fire, as he declares his ignorance of Myrion's motives, but condemns him for harming his family. With a surge of power, Craven's eyes glow even brighter, and he issues a chilling death sentence. Elsewhere, Hyuho and Dango survey a scene of devastation, Hyuho expressing his surprise at the unexpected turn of events, while Dango questions the cause of the destruction, urging them to investigate. Myrion sprints through the terrain, looking back with urgency, as a voice calls out to him, hinting at pursuit or a new development. A voice cuts through the tension, asking if he is excited, as Myrion looks down, his expression unreadable. Jean Garam, standing beside him, warns that the approaching figure is a Red Dan's executive, and emphatically tells him not to think about anything happening to her. Her eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination, she insists that no matter how powerful he might be, she won't be a casualty. Myrion's gaze hardens, a flicker of resolve crossing his features. He responds simply, "I hope so." A chilling memory of Craven's rage flashes through his mind, the monstrous figure vowing to cut him into pieces and burn him to ashes. Myrion stands firm, his resolve unwavering despite the haunting threat. Behind him, Jean Garam cries out, a desperate plea for him to stop. But it is too late, as Myrion's fist glows with raw power, delivering a devastating blow. He launches himself forward with explosive force, a blur of motion as he initiates a flying kick, sending scattered bones flying from his path. His eyes glowing with fierce determination, the impact of his foot sends a shockwave through the executive. The force of the blow sends the green-skinned figure reeling backward, its body twisting midair. As he lands, another minion collapses to the ground, leaving him surrounded by the remaining enemies. Without hesitation, he continues his assault, kicking another opponent with brutal efficiency. A purple aura flares around him as he executes a sweeping spin, sending another enemy flying through the air. The Red Dan's executive, its face contorted in a monstrous snarl, lets out a guttural scream of pure fury. Through gritted teeth, it cries out, "Big, big brother," before its rage boils over, screaming, "Why you bastard?" Its eyes glowing with malevolent green light, the executive roars, "How dare you?" Still reeling from the loss of his subordinate, the executive screams in a fit of pure, unadulterated rage. His voice echoing across the desolate landscape as he vows, "You killed him. In front of me. I will kill you." Myrion stands his ground, a silent challenge in his posture. As the executive's fury intensifies, his eyes glowing with malevolent energy. "What will you do now? I'll just pass by you. My blades will kill you all." Unfazed, Myrion responds with a chilling calm, "You don't even know where I am. I am going to kill you and leave." The executive snarls back, challenging him directly. "Now put yourself in this situation." Myrion's gaze hardens, his resolve unwavering as he thinks, "No matter how powerful you are, you could die." With a guttural roar, the executive unleashes his full power, a violent purple aura erupting around him. But before he can even move, Myrion closes the distance in a flash of brilliant blue energy, launching his own devastating attack. As the battle intensifies, a nearby bystander recoils in sheer terror. While Myrion, unwavering, extends his hand with a fierce declaration, launching his attack. The blow connects with a sharp impact. A crimson energy blast erupting against the executive's form, sending him reeling. Stunned by the unexpected power, the executive cries out in disbelief, questioning the nature of the assault. Meanwhile, Myrion's thoughts remain sharp and focused, knowing that even the slightest error could prove fatal. The executive's eye widens in dawning realization, acknowledging the attack's precision before a new surprise registers. Suddenly, his form darkens, enveloped in a menacing aura, his eyes burning with an intense, crimson glow. Now a shadowy silhouette, the executive stands transformed, a weapon clutched in his hand, radiating raw power. A grotesque, multi-eyed face with ancient, wrinkled skin and pointed ears stares out, its gaze unsettling. A sudden, sharp sound echoes. As a voice questions in disbelief, "What?" The monstrous entity's clawed foot grips a precarious ledge, its presence solidifying. Another voice, equally stunned, can only utter, "Just." Meanwhile, on the street below, Myrion walks with a heavy stride, a sudden, inexplicable dread washing over him. He pauses, looking down at his feet, questioning the sudden surge of terror. Why did I feel fear? Nearby, a young woman looks up, her face etched with confusion and concern. What is going on? Shaking off the unsettling sensation, Myrion lunges forward, engaging the transformed Red Dan executive in a blur of motion. Myrion launches himself forward with incredible speed, a white energy trail marking his trajectory. He moves like a blur, striking multiple opponents simultaneously, the force of his blows echoing through the space. One of the Red Dan members, his face contorted in disbelief and rage, struggles to comprehend the sheer velocity of his attacks, unable to match his pace. Myrion continues his assault, sending another enemy flying with a powerful, unseen strike. Even Jean Garum, caught in the whirlwind of his assault, cries out in pain as she is thrown backward. A fierce resolve burns within him, a silent vow that those who dare touch his family will pay dearly. He stands firm amidst the chaos, his aura flaring, declaring with unwavering conviction that he will not let them go. His gaze sharpens, the word family echoing in his mind, fueling his every move. The white energy around him intensifies, his power surging as he prepares for the next phase of the battle. Myrion continues his devastating, high-speed assault, a blur of motion as he throws one executive and sends others scattering. The sheer force of his attack leaves the remaining Red Dan members stunned, one of them muttering in disbelief about his opponent. The executive, his eyes glowing with a sickly green light, can only stare in shock, realizing this foe is built differently from any they've faced before. Another member, witnessing the overwhelming display of power, knows he must immediately contact their boss. The situation is dire, and a third voice urges, they need to call other executives as well. Unaware of their growing panic, Myrion continues his assault, delivering a powerful, blurring kick. The executive's head snaps back violently from the impact, his body reeling from the force. His face contorts in agony, the sustained assault twisting his form. A guttural scream escapes him, as the blows continue to land with brutal efficiency. Still in motion, he launches a barrage of bone fragments, sending them hurtling through the air with devastating speed towards the remaining executives. As the chaos erupts, a single word echoes in his mind: family. The memory flashes, even as he seizes one of the executives, lifting him effortlessly by the throat, his grip unyielding. The world around him blurs, transporting him to a quiet moment from his past, a simple meal shared with a kind woman who asks, "Is the food delicious?" A younger version of himself, with bright eyes and a small smile, replies, "Yes, it's delicious." His youthful face beams with contentment, uttering a soft, "Okay." The woman smiles gently back at him, her expression full of warmth. But the memory shatters, returning to the present as the executive in his grasp lets out a guttural cry of agony, his eyes glowing with pain as he struggles against the crushing force. A chilling memory surfaces, the word echoing in his mind: killed. The image of a blurry figure flashes, the same word repeating, killed. A sense of profound guilt washes over him, the memory whispering, "I myself." He sees her fallen form, a pained gasp escaping the memory's grasp. "Ow!" Her voice, filled with terror, screams from the past, "Don't come near me, monster." His own desperate thought echoes back, "My one and only family." Her pained cry pierces the silence of his mind. "Ah, my son, ah." Myrion's eyes snap open, a choked sound escaping him as the memory's agony grips his present self. His voice, barely a whisper, questions the haunting image. "Mother?" Dark, viscous liquid begins to drip, spreading like a stain across a pale, indistinct background. The unsettling substance continuing its slow descent with a soft, rhythmic sound. Suddenly, he is falling through a vast, empty space. Myrion plunges downward, arms outstretched, his gaze fixed on something unseen above him. A monstrous, green-skinned face with glowing red eyes screams in his mind, its fanged mouth wide in a furious roar, accusing him as a fucking bastard. Another skeletal, yellow-eyed entity challenges him, demanding to know if he truly believes other executives will remain idle. His own face contorts in anguish as a voice echoes, telling him to blame me for all of this. A determined young woman appears, her expression resolute, as a powerful impact reverberates through the vision. He stands alone in a desolate, ruined city street, a sword clutched in his hand, dark, inky energy splattering around him like shattered fragments of his past. A young girl with fearful eyes looks up from the rubble, her voice trembling as she declares, "I am dying too. For my family too." From an elevated position, a man in a military cap calls out to his subordinate, asking if Jean Garam is all right. As several figures walk away, a voice responds with a simple, "Yes." The commander, Jean Garam, and another soldier traverse a desolate, cracked road, the air thick with an unsettling silence. The man in the cap glances back, his expression unreadable, before his thoughts shift to a different, more troubling memory. Myrion stands alone on a cliff overlooking a ruined city, a voice from his past echoing in his mind, commanding him to stop. The memory continues, the commander's face appearing before him as the voice declares, "The mission is over. I told you to investigate only, but you started killing humans." The accusatory tone persists, the voice dismissing the ruined landscape as having nothing worth investigating in a place like that, and ordering him to hurry up and return to the unit. Back on the desolate road, the commander leads Jean Garam and the soldier forward, urging them, "Everyone, follow me." Yet, Myrion remains trapped in the memory, the commander's voice confessing, "I felt a strange sense of monstrosity. It wasn't. He had other intentions." The commander's voice echoes in Myrion's mind, a chilling accusation that he doesn't have to be human. He should at least show humanity for the sake of the future, as he stands overlooking a desolate, ruined city. But the voice continues, lamenting that it can't see any humanity in him at all. The commander, his face grim, recalls how even the entire human race looked pitiful to them, uttering a quiet, despairing, "Oh my God." Myrion closes his eyes, the weight of the words pressing down on him. Before the commander's voice returns, a chilling thought. Maybe I recruited a monster. Myrion reflects on his actions, wondering if he might have done more than just a little. His thoughts drift to the possibility that he might have created a monster. As he walks through the desolate landscape, he considers that maybe some zombies have gotten in the way, but he tells himself not to let his guard down. A chilling wind whips through the ruined city, carrying with it the faint, unsettling sounds of the undead. The landscape is littered with the grotesque forms of countless zombie-like figures, and the air itself feels heavy with the pervasive scent of blood. Despite the grim reality surrounding him, Myrion continues his journey, acknowledging the pervasive presence of human blood. From a vantage point above the desolate city, a new executive watches the retreating figures of Myrion and Jean Garam, a low growl escaping him as he finds their continued existence utterly annoying. He observes them moving through the debris-strewn streets, muttering that even humans have become strong enough to evade capture. His gaze narrows, unable to believe they could have traveled so far without being apprehended. Considering his options, he wonders if he should summon the other executives to assist in the pursuit, before a sudden realization hits him. His hand clenches into a fist, his resolve hardening as he vows to personally hunt them down and eliminate them. A predatory grin stretches across his face, revealing sharp teeth as his glowing eyes fixate on their distant forms. He lets out a surprised sound, then, with a renewed sense of purpose, declares his intention to move out. Meanwhile, Myrion and Jean Garam continue their hurried journey, knowing they must move quickly after their pursuers have seen them. As they disappear into the distance, a faint, crackling sound echoes, leaving behind a shimmering, fiery residue. A dark-clad figure is violently thrown across a barren, cracked landscape, the impact scattering bones with a sharp crack. Elsewhere, a small group of survivors huddles around a meager fire. One of them, Jinbei, admits to his companions, "Even then, I am too tired. I don't want to force my body to move." He then declares their immediate plan. "We'll take a break here, and then we'll continue moving," before the group is seen navigating a dark, cavernous tunnel. Myrion, eating from a small bowl, quietly reflects on their predicament. The situation. Jinbei, also eating, voices his strategic concerns. "We should go ahead with the mission. We're almost halfway to the mission of Jinbei. I don't know what the zombies will do next." Jean Garam, looking on with a worried expression, adds, "And above all." Jinbei's face tightens with concern as he continues. "He is our strongest power. We are in big trouble." His eyes, wide with apprehension, reflect the gravity of their situation. Looking at Myrion, Jinbei begins to explain, "I tried to." Myrion's gaze is sharp, his voice cutting as he questions Jinbei, needing to know if he can truly be trusted, having watched him from the very beginning. He reminds him of a past directive, having told him to investigate Jinhee, but the outcome was far from what he expected. The consequences were dire, with half the city destroyed, and Miss Garam forced into an unwanted fight. He demands to know what Jinbei seeks from the injured, acknowledging their victory, but pondering the devastating cost if they had lost. The weight of that possibility hangs heavy, as he considers everyone present. Gathered around a small fire in the cavern, the group listens as he concludes that they all might have died. His expression hardens once more, as he declares his inability to trust Jinbei. Myrion looks away, his decision firm. To which Jinbei responds, reminding him that he was simply following orders, doing what he was told when he was instructed to wipe out the Red Dan. Myrion, seated across from Jinbei, confirms his earlier statement, his gaze unwavering. Jinbei, his hand resting on a knife, reveals his true intention, admitting he also wanted to investigate the city Myrion had destroyed. Myrion, however, grabs Jinbei by the collar, his voice laced with a desperate hope, declaring his desire to rebuild a human society. His expression hardening, Myrion warns that if he were to fight like Jinbei, all of humanity would surely perish. Jinbei, looking up at him, attempts to reason, proposing they assume a new city is built. Myrion quickly counters, asserting that on the foundation of such a new society, individuals like Jinbei, acting as gods, would inevitably become the law. Now on the ground, Jinbei looks up at Myrion, his voice tinged with desperation, confessing he had discovered him and believed he needed him, hoping Myrion would show his disciples the necessity of his help. Myrion, however, remains unconvinced, his gaze fixed on Jinbei as he condemns his reckless actions. He concludes, his voice firm, that such behavior will only put everyone in danger. He sits, his gaze fixed downward, a heavy silence hanging in the air as he finally speaks, his voice firm. You want to die, right? Then do as I say. Meanwhile, Jinbei, Jin Garam, and another man stand nearby, listening intently to his words. As Myrion lifts his head, his expression resolute. His eyes, previously closed in thought, snap open with a sharp, focused intensity. And he continues, a slight hum of consideration in his voice. All right. This should be okay. However, a new concern quickly surfaces as he adds. Problem is that I've destroyed the city and a monstrous, multi-eyed entity, a visual echo of the devastation he wrought, flashes across his mind. Before he continues, his voice growing graver. He also killed an executive. It's like declaring war. His gaze hardens, anticipating the inevitable retaliation. I'm sure other executives will be on the way. Bones fly through the air, launched with brutal force, as a figure in dark clothing recoils from the impact. Meanwhile, a voice shouts, over there. The Red Dan executive, his fur collar prominent, stands at the mouth of a dark cave, observing the entrance alongside a hooded subordinate, who questions if their targets are inside. The executive confirms, sensing other humans within the cavern, declaring they must be in the cave. His face contorts into a snarl, as he curses his naughty bastard's targets. Footsteps pound rapidly, echoing through the confined space. As the pursuit intensifies, suddenly, a cry of distress escapes from within the cave, signaling the executive's forces have made contact. His glowing green eyes narrowed, the Red Dan executive seethed, calling out the targets as bastards. He demanded to know how they would pay for what they had done, his voice echoing through the dark, cavernous space where a small fire flickered beside a fallen log. Standing at the cave's entrance, the executive and his hooded subordinate surveyed the interior. The air thick with the scent of smoke and the faint sound of dripping water. He then turned to his subordinate, remarking on their cleverness, though he knew they couldn't have gone far. The executive declared that it wouldn't be easy for them to escape, his gaze sweeping back into the cave's depths. He admitted there was nothing he could do personally, having tried to handle the situation his own way. Now, he concluded, they would need to contact the other executives, his expression grim with resolve. Meanwhile, far from the cave, a lone car sped down a desolate road, its destination unknown. Looking out the car window, Myrion observes the desolate cityscape, a single thought echoing his disdain. The vehicle speeds through Busan, a once vibrant metropolis now shrouded in a perpetual, oppressive haze. As they navigate the sprawling highways, the hum of the engine is a constant companion. Still, Myrion's gaze remains fixed on the world outside, his expression unreadable as the car continues its journey. The streets below reveal a harsh reality, with weary figures trudging along, burdened by their heavy loads. From the back seat, Jinbei breaks the silence, asking if Myrion remembers Busan as it once was, a great city now irrevocably changed. He continues, his voice grim, explaining that humans here are left with only two choices, slavery or death. The sight of the struggling populace reinforces his words, a stark testament to the difficulty of survival in this new world. He pauses, a thoughtful expression on his face. Soon, he and Jinbei are on foot, their steps echoing as they approach a desolate building. Jinbei gestures, leading the way into a dark, foreboding tunnel, with Myrion and a new figure following closely behind. As they proceed, Jinbei explains that this is Red Dan's headquarters, urging Myrion to bear with the heavy atmosphere. The group navigates through an abandoned underground station, its platforms silent and empty. Finally, they arrive, Jinbei announcing their presence at the headquarters of the lethal force. Myrion looks around, clearly taken aback by the unexpected location, while the woman beside him watches his reaction. This woman is Commander Chionuri. Jinbei instructs her to investigate, prompting her to question his actions. Still questioning his authority, Chionuri asks Jinbei why he wants to delay their conversation. after he dismissively suggests they discuss her concerns later. Jinbei, however, simply states that he has other matters to attend to, his gaze fixed elsewhere. This response leaves Chionuri pondering his intentions, a thoughtful hum escaping her lips. Turning his attention to the young protagonist, Jinbei then calls out to Myrion, asking him to approach for a moment. As Myrion joins Jinbei and Jean Garam, a soft rustle of movement accompanies his arrival. Standing side by side, the two men appear to be discussing their next steps. Myrion looks up at Jinbei, a realization dawning on him as he listens, muttering to himself about the man's true nature. Jinbei then declares their inevitable confrontation with all the executives, his tone resolute. Hearing this, Myrion's expression shifts to one of concern, as he quietly questions the sheer power of their future adversaries. He knew only one paladin, and that executive had been the weakest of them all. As Myrion stood beside Chionuri, listening intently, he heard the words that would change everything. With a serious expression, he was told, "This time, don't rely on me." Myrion looked down, processing the weight of the statement, and asked, "And I am serious about it. Is this an order?" Jinbei's eye narrowed slightly as he affirmed, "It's an order." Myrion's eyes widened in disbelief, calling out, "Captain, if there's anything that you want to complain." Jinbei turned away, his thoughts drifting to a past confrontation. Right? If you think about it, they both fought against me. He recalled the moment clearly. At that time, the captain didn't use her abilities. Myrion's expression shifted to one of shock as he realized the implication. The captain, want a test? He considers the implications of Jinbei's words, realizing that Chionuri might be holding back her true power. She wants to test her limits, to see if she can truly win. A man in a military cap reflects on someone's power, acknowledging that they are incredibly strong, and states that from this point forward, Myri will be involved in every future operation. What he truly needs, he muses, is the surety. As Myrion stands enveloped in a vibrant, glowing purple aura, the man's thoughts drift to the moral compass of his executives. He confirms his decision, repeating, "For sure," before issuing a determined command, urging someone to come. As a small image of Myrion flashes, the man, now identified as the captain, concludes his assessment, affirming that Myri is indeed the strongest among them. A rare ability exists, known as Transcendent, and those who possess it wield power equal to, or even greater than, an executive. But even with individuals like Garam and Myrion, it is the captain who stands as the strongest of all, because he knows various martial art techniques and possesses superhuman abilities. The captain's prowess is unmatched. He moves with a speed that defies the eye, a blur of motion across the ground, his eyes glowing with an inner light, as he prepares to unleash his full power. With a surge of energy, he activates his ability, Absolute Sight. His gaze sharpens, the world laid bare before him, every detail illuminated by his enhanced perception. He moves with such blinding speed that his form becomes a mere blur, a testament to his superhuman capabilities. Even with his own enhanced senses, Myrion can barely track the rapid movements. The captain's thoughts echo, explaining that he can estimate his enemy's movements with his absolute sight. This unique ability, he muses, gives him an absolute option in any confrontation. Before Myrion can even react, the captain's glowing green eyes fixate, and he effortlessly intercepts the young man's wrist, leaving him stunned. A swift, precise strike then connects with his face. With his eyes still glowing, the captain prepares his next move, his focus absolute. He moves again, a whirlwind of motion creating a shimmering circular energy field around him. Before Myrion can recover, a powerful kick lands, sending him reeling from the impact. The captain's hand reaches out, a blur of motion. And with a sharp impact, Myrion is sent sprawling to the ground, the force of the blow echoing around him. Standing over him, the captain's voice rings with an unyielding command. "You must become the most powerful among all human beings." Myrion looks down, a quiet rustle of movement accompanying his thoughts, absorbing the weight of those words. Then, with a soft tuck sound, the captain drops a small, white bone from his hand. He looks down at the young man, declaring his intent to take this training with utmost seriousness. Suddenly, the captain moves, a streak of motion surrounded by scattered bone projectiles, his speed almost impossible to track. A powerful, glowing energy erupts with a thunderous roar, signaling another devastating attack. Myrion recoils, a bone projectile narrowly missing him, realizing the captain is now employing a completely different, unpredictable array of attacks. Myrion is sent flying backward, green energy trails streaking behind him, the force of the impact echoing through the training grounds. The sheer speed of the captain's attacks is staggering, with his bone projectiles alone reaching an average of 70 kilometers per hour, a blur of lethal force. Yet, the captain remains unimpressed, declaring this level of intensity to be merely a warm-up. He then unleashes a flurry of afterimages, surrounding Myrion in a dizzying, overwhelming assault. From the sidelines, Jean Garam and Chionuri watch, wide-eyed, one exclaiming in awe while the other worries about the structural integrity of the facility. The captain's speed is so immense that his mere presence leaves an impact crater on the wall as he moves. Myrion, still reeling, struggles to defend against the relentless barrage, green energy flaring around him as he tries to keep pace. Another powerful strike connects, sending his leg flying upward from the sheer force. His feet slamming back down onto the ground, the impact reverberating as he barely maintains his footing. Still reeling from the relentless assault, he lands on a step, absorbing the impact and regaining his footing. A fierce determination ignites in his eyes, which glow a vivid red. With a sudden burst of speed, he becomes a blur, launching his own attack. He lands with a sharp impact, the force of his movement echoing through the training ground. The captain watches, a look of genuine surprise and admiration crossing his face, acknowledging that this move is unlike anything he has seen from Myrion before. He mentally processes the attack, recognizing its theoretical perfection for evasion, but then questions the true nature of the offensive, wondering what exactly Myrion is attacking. Myrion continues his dynamic motion, executing a powerful, sweeping strike. Myrion's arm blurs, deflecting an unseen force with a sharp yang sound, his offensive continuing with relentless speed. The captain observes, realizing these attacks are far more dangerous than they appear, as the young fighter follows through with a rapid, sweeping kick, the air whistling with a huwuk as his leg cuts through the space. His fist then clenches, gathering power for an upward strike, a kwang of focused energy. With a powerful leap, he launches himself into the air, delivering a mid-air attack, the motion lines blurring around him with an OK of impact. The captain watches, a thoughtful expression on his face, acknowledging that the boy is indeed better than he had expected. Myrion's eyes burn with fierce determination, his fist still coiled, ready to strike again, another kwang of raw power emanating from him. Suddenly, the captain calls out, bringing the intense training to a halt, and with a raised hand, he concedes, admitting his surrender. The captain's surrender leaves Chionuri and Myrion in a moment of quiet reflection, with her questioning the outcome, while he simply acknowledges the end of their intense session. Nearby, the captain, still processing the defeat, simply agrees to the conclusion, as Jean Garam observes, noting the captain's inability to counter Myrion's final attack. The sheer spectacle of their battle was truly astonishing, leaving the captain to admit that Myrion's strength is undeniable. This display of power sparks a glimmer of hope, as the captain considers the possibility of defeating the executives with such formidable allies. Chionuri, her expression thoughtful, muses on the potential for a new world emerging from this newfound strength. A new era of power may rise, and with it, new challenges. Chionuri considers this, her expression thoughtful, a quiet sense of faith settling upon her. She turns to Myrion and Jean Garam, a determined glint in her eye, declaring it's time to get ready. Myrion, stretching casually, responds with a lighthearted, get ready? He thinks to himself that he hadn't even touched her during their last encounter, while Nuri watches him intently. Nuri then calls out to him, asking if she can speak with him for a moment, her unspoken question hanging in the air. So, what are you going to do now? Myrion chuckles, feigning ignorance. I haven't said anything yet. Do I have to tell you? As Myrion walks away, Nuri gazes at a screen displaying a red Dan executive, contemplating its immense size. This is the second one she's seen, and she wonders if its appearance is directly because of him, the implications of his power weighing heavily on her. She listens as the captain reminds her to always be nice to him, questioning if she had already destroyed something important. He then adds that she is quite smart. Nuri, however, pushes back, asking why he would say such a thing, insisting it was a lie, and suggesting they not be so serious, acknowledging that things had gotten a bit tough. Shifting the topic, the captain points to a holographic map, declaring, first of all, he explains they need to find Oryukdo, which Nuri identifies as a human. The captain then reveals the location, Slavery City, anticipating a major conflict and the urgent need for many weapons. He clarifies that Hyo Yang is a scientist who went on an expedition there, and he intends to find her. With a firm resolve, he states they need to pick her up, prompting Nuri to question, right now? He confirms, emphasizing they need her immediately to produce weapons in large quantities. The captain asks if the Red Dan executive mentioned that Jun made the boy, to which Chionuri confirms, adding that she brought Myri here with a promise to kill him. She explains that she brought Myri here with a promise that she would surely kill him, a statement that leaves the captain wondering if it was for the executives. Chionuri then asks if the captain knows why Jun wants him, but he admits he doesn't know the reason. She then deduces that this means the boy is immortal, a fact that surprises her. The captain confirms her surprise, and she expresses a touch of jealousy that Myri won't age. She then considers the implications, muttering well. The captain explains that Myri can't kill himself, and that he needs to control his own healing to fully utilize his powers. Chionuri then asks if he has Oryukdo, to which the captain responds with a simple good. A flashback or hypothetical shows Myri on leaping into action, with a voice commanding him to step aside. As the captain prepared to address the group, Chionuri reviewed a map, murmuring to herself, let's see. If you want to go to Oryukdo. His voice then cut through the room. All right, everyone, focus. The captain stood before a whiteboard, beginning the formal briefing for Operation Oryukdo, with Chionuri, Myrion, and others seated before him. Chio Nuri then elaborated on the mission's objectives, stating they needed to bring back Jun, and the second is to recruit strong people. The captain then interjected, reminding them, as you know, our lethal force is limited. Are only you. Nuri quickly reassured him, well, of course, we've already patched. She continued, explaining the strategy to recruit some people to make our force bigger. The captain, however, remained skeptical, and you really think that far? Before Nuri could respond, Jean Garam raised her hand, interjecting, Commander, I have a question. The captain continues the briefing, explaining that to reach Oriukdo, they would need to steal a large ship. Chio Nuri then interjects, asking about the zombies, to which he responds with a rhetorical question, implying she should already know how to handle them. With a confident thumbs up, she confirms her readiness, suggesting she has a plan for the undead. Meanwhile, at a vast shipping port, the sound of movement echoes among towering stacks of containers under a bright sky. Myrion navigates the labyrinthine structures, his gaze fixed upwards, assessing his path. His foot lands with a soft, almost imperceptible glow, a testament to his practiced stealth. A voice cuts through the air, asking if Myri can hear her. He confirms his reception, as the voice warns him of the many zombies ahead and instructs him to remain as quiet as possible. His mission is clear, as the vast, dilapidated structures of Busan port stretch out before him, a silent testament to the scale of his infiltration. As the mission to secure a vessel begins, Jean Garam instructs the team to disperse and find a usable boat, urging everyone to be careful and avoid getting hurt. Meanwhile, in the bustling metropolis of Busan El City, the urban landscape stretches towards the horizon. It is here that the special meeting of the Red Dan's 7 executives has just concluded, with the executive seated among his peers. Meanwhile, in the bustling coastal metropolis of Busan, El City, a different kind of gathering was underway. The Red Dan organization convened a special meeting of its 7 executives. Around a large table, figures with glowing eyes and menacing auras sat in grim silence, their forms casting long shadows in the dimly lit chamber. One executive, cloaked in a dark robe and wearing a crimson mask, listened intently to the proceedings. The 6th paladin, Rishram, his green skin and glowing eyes stark against his dark attire, reported the complete destruction of Jinni City. He continued, mentioning the 5th paladin, who had also been present during the death of the previous paladin, and confirmed that they had followed orders, yet were now unable to locate him. A smaller, hooded figure, with small horns protruding from their head, questioned the situation, wondering if the missing paladin had truly been killed by mere humans. The 5th paladin, Yuryeru, her golden eyes glowing faintly, considers the implications of the report, concluding that only humans could have been responsible. The 2nd paladin, Rishu, his masked face unreadable save for the intense glow of his eyes, recalls a familiar scent, and if humans were indeed involved, it meant something far more significant. Another executive, her own golden eyes alight, questions the possibility of such a transcendent act, finding it utterly impossible for mere humans to achieve. The 1st paladin, Terriate, his ornate mask concealing his gaze, turns to Rishram, demanding more details about the incident. Rishram continues his report, explaining how they had immediately blocked all city exits and significantly increased security across every area under their control. He assures the gathered executives that they have no intention of letting the culprits escape, their collective resolve hardening. The report concludes with Rishram's name, emphasizing his direct involvement. An unnamed executive, his masked profile stern, issues a chilling directive. If Rishram locates those humans, there will be no second chances. He warns that he can only tolerate incompetence once or twice. Still reflecting on the recent events, Terriate acknowledges his past failures, resolving that this time, he will not falter. He questions the humans' rapid advancement, wondering how they could have progressed so quickly. With a determined gaze, he decides to investigate the situation himself, starting with the area around his base. Meanwhile, at a bustling industrial dock, a massive cargo ship sits anchored, its sheer scale a testament to human industry. This is Busan Port, a critical hub where humans are still actively working, unaware of the looming threat. Observing the scene, the Red Dan executive issues a chilling directive, warning his subordinates not to harm the humans by mistake. As workers continue their tasks, oblivious to the conversation, the executive's glowing green eyes betray his true intent. His voice drops to a low, menacing tone, ordering them to deal with the situation quietly. 2 workers, oblivious to the danger, share a laugh, their conversation lighthearted. Suddenly, a shadowy blur erupts from one of them, striking with brutal force. The attack lands with a sickening crunch. Nearby, Myrion, witnessing the sudden, brutal assault, recoils in shock. Without a moment's hesitation, he turns and sprints away from the chaos. As he flees through the shipping yard, a chilling voice confirms the operation's success, quietly done. Later, Myrion rushes towards Jean Garam and another young man, calling out to her. They've been searching, but the young man shakes his head, confirming, "No, I didn't find any. Nothing." With no success here, Jean Garam suggests they move on. "In here either. Let's go somewhere else." He points into the distance, questioning their next move, as his companion echoes the sentiment, wondering where their target might be. A soft whoosh of air escapes him as he studies a digital map, muttering about the supposed superiority of this location. He lets out a soft sigh, the narrow alley between towering containers feeling eerily empty, his gaze sweeping across the desolate industrial landscape. His other companion, Shion Nuri, breaks the silence, asking if it's time to move forward. With a flurry of footsteps echoing between the metal walls, they break into a run, urgency propelling them deeper into the port. Myrion cautiously peeks around a corner, his companions waiting just behind him. Meanwhile, a man in a business suit, clearly not a Red Dan agent and unarmed, frantically searches for others, his voice laced with desperation. He suddenly gasps, a sound or sight catching his attention, his mind racing to comprehend what just happened. His eyes fall upon a lifeless form, the chilling discovery confirming his fears, as he laments the woman's fate and his own unfortunate timing. Two Red Dan executives stand over a pile of bones, one asking if the next victim will taste good. Meanwhile, a young boy, Zhongchan, bound and gagged, listens in terror as an unseen voice remarks on their victim's appearance, claiming they are all delicious. The executives continue their grim conversation, one musing that their victims will never know their fate. Another executive agrees, adding that he was frustrated by the reduction in their supply. He explains that they receive fresh human meat every month, but it's never enough for them. The executive then clarifies that they don't even eat their own human workers, but rather the supply they have to manage. Suddenly, Zhongchan struggles violently against his restraints, screaming for the Red Dan members not to touch his mother, desperately calling out her name. A Red Dan executive grabs the boy's mother, mockingly asking what he thinks he's doing. As the executive holds her firmly, the mother struggles, while the executive asks where she came from, telling her to let him go. The executive, still gripping Zhongchan's mother, dismisses her concerns about the children, coldly stating she must remain to survive. With a powerful throw, he hurls the boy away, scattering bones across the floor, as the mother cries out his name in anguish. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, demanding the executive leave her brother alone. The young man who just arrived stares wide-eyed at the brutal scene. His face contorts in shock and disbelief at the unfolding violence. Another voice, sharp and urgent, commands the executive to stop, though a hesitant but follows. The child, Zhongchan, scrambles to his feet, pleading for his mother's rescue, while the young man wonders aloud who this executive even is. He grapples with the sudden, overwhelming situation, realizing he came here on a whim. Admitting he's not good at fighting, he's met with a stern internal question about his intentions, and a stark reminder that a single mistake could be fatal. Overwhelmed by the chaos, he admits to himself that he doesn't know what to do. Meanwhile, the executive continues his brutal assault, flinging the young boy through the air, who lands with a pained cry. Seeing the child suffering, a desperate plea escapes him. The executive, caught off guard, registers a flicker of surprise, as the boy groans in agony on the floor. But before the executive can react, a sudden, powerful blow connects, sending him reeling. He flies backward, crashing through the air, his face contorted in disbelief and pain. The sheer force of his strike sends the executive flying, a blur of motion across the floor. The Red Dan executive crashes violently into a distant wall, his body contorting from the impact as he cries out in disbelief. A terrified scream rips through the air. Zhongchan's mother immediately turns to her son, checking if he's all right, while the boy, still shaken, asks about her well-being. She pulls him into a tight embrace, overwhelmed with relief that he is safe, as the executive slowly pushes himself up from the wreckage. Myrion watches the scene unfold, his expression unreadable. From the side, a military captain observes him, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. The captain approaches, profusely thanking Myrion for saving their lives and offering to repay him in any way possible, but the young man simply dismisses his gratitude. Still overwhelmed with relief and appreciation, the captain continues to express his thanks, while Myrion reiterates that it was nothing. He turns his head sharply, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Walking away, his back to the viewer, he moves through a narrow passage between towering shipping containers. His eyes widen, reflecting a dawning realization. He pauses, looking down a dark, narrow path, pondering the strange circumstances. Reaching down, he discovers a small, folded note, realizing with a jolt that the aura he had been tracking has vanished. He continues his journey, navigating the bustling port filled with ships and more containers. Spotting a boat, he remarks on the captain's possession of such a vessel, acknowledging their distraction while wandering. The captain, now in military attire, stands beside him, inquiring about the civilian clothes the other man is wearing. The civilian, holding a red box, proudly displays his attire, explaining that a man like him has to leave such things behind. He stares down at the small, dark figure, a realization dawning on him. This isn't just a fake body, he's found the real one, the source of the aura he'd been tracking. With the discovery made, he and the captain waste no time, departing from the bustling port as the captain urges them onward. Their small vessel cuts through the waves, approaching a towering, rocky island that rises sharply from the sea. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a young woman with light brown hair and glasses pores over a book, her eyes wide with surprise as she reads aloud about pressing something. Back on the boat, Myrion sits quietly, his gaze fixed on the water as they continue their journey. The captain breaks the silence, calling out to him, to which Myrion responds with a simple affirmation. Suddenly, a man in a suit appears, gesturing confidently, revealing his own psychokinetic abilities and stating his power is manipulate. He continues, explaining that he possesses the power to manipulate and alter people's memories. He watches as the psychokinetic, Narcissus, demonstrates his ability, a soft purple glow emanating from his hands as he attempts to manipulate his memory, asking if he feels better. Yet, a puzzled expression crosses his face, as the expected effect fails to materialize. Even the captain looks on in bewilderment, while Narcissus cries out in frustration, wondering why his power isn't working. A look of disbelief spreads across his features, as Narcissus, equally stunned, realizes his psychokinetic impression was somehow undermined. The psychokinetic clutches his head in dismay, his distress evident to the young man observing him. After a moment, the psychokinetic attempts to regain his composure, casually dismissing the incident. He then offers some philosophical advice, reminding him that time is life if one is going to die, and that there's always time to think about it, revealing himself to be a doctor. The young man simply acknowledges the unexpected counsel, accepting the strange turn of events. A faint blush spreads across Narcissus's cheeks as he offers a gentle, almost shy smile. He assures the young man that he can talk to him anytime, the scattered bones on the ground a silent testament to the recent chaos. Then, leaning in slightly, he addresses Myrion by a different name. Hey, Hyuho, I want to tell you something. As Myrion sits alone, the man's thoughts drift to him, wondering if he isn't afraid of himself. Observing him from a distance, he notes the young man's apparent lack of emotion, a feeling that something isn't quite right, and questions why he seems to want to die. A quiet realization dawns on him, a soft ah escaping his lips. From his perspective, Myrion's expressions make him wonder if the young man is terribly unhappy. It's just that he seems to want to die because he has no reason to live any longer. Meanwhile, in a different location, Jean Garam urgently informs the captain and Shionuri that it's not the captain, but rather, there is something else. A voice from an unseen source questions the situation, as a massive cargo ship looms over a smaller vessel in the open sea, with another voice confirming that something large is rapidly approaching them. A communication log beeps, relaying critical information. Dead bodies have been discovered at an abandoned port, and Overseer W. Sung is en route to investigate nearby areas. While on a ship's bridge, an officer in a uniform and cap identifies the approaching vessel as a feeder ship, adding that he has spotted a suspicious fishing boat ahead and will search it immediately. His expression shifts to concern as he mutters, wondering what could be happening. In a separate, dimly lit chamber, a figure with long dark hair and pointed ears reacts to the news, repeating the phrase "a suspicious fishing boat" with a hint of unease. On the bridge of a military vessel, the captain, his eyes glowing with an eerie green light, receives an urgent report. A subordinate officer confirms the presence of a suspicious boat ahead, though it doesn't match any known reports, prompting the captain to consider their next move. Meanwhile, far from the naval tension, Myrion dismisses a request with a casual wave, declaring his intention to remain lazy. Back on the open water, the military vessel closes in on the massive, unidentified ship, a stark warning flashing across the captain's view screen. The boat ahead. Stop. The warning is followed by a clear ultimatum: cooperate, or face an attack. A nervous officer questions the captain's strategy, who ponders the situation, suggesting they attempt a quiet resolution if possible. His glowing eyes narrowed, the captain voices his concern about Jinny City catching wind of their actions again. As the officer points out something unusual on the target vessel, the captain dismisses it as unimportant, focusing solely on the larger implications. A sudden alert blares, prompting a concerned voice to question, "What?" as Zongho urgently instructs the captain to put on his clothes. The word zombie flashes across a screen, eliciting a thoughtful hum from the captain, a grim realization settling in. On the deck, a military officer questions the purpose of their current mission, asking if they are transferring supplies to Grimwood Base. Zongho, looking utterly shocked, stammers out a confirmation, his voice laced with disbelief. The captain then turns to Jean Garam, inquiring if she is alone, to which she calmly replies, "Ah, yes," despite his frantic declaration that no one else was scheduled. Zongho, still reeling, blurts out the shocking truth: they are the unexpected additional staff. The captain, processing the revelation, lets out a sigh of relief, muttering a quiet phew as the tension begins to dissipate. A grateful smile spreads across his face as he exclaims, "Thank goodness. Thank God it happens from time to time." Meanwhile, a figure with dark skin and piercing yellow eyes ominously questions, "Why are you the ones doing it?" On the deck of a military vessel, the usual protocol for such supply transfers dictates that Zomgans handle this kind of work. Zongho, perplexed by the deviation, questions why humans are performing the task, while his captain, standing beside him, attempts to reassure him. The captain dismisses his subordinate's concerns, asserting that he wouldn't have allowed this arrangement without good reason. Elsewhere, a man named Lee Dongho is sternly told to get a grip. Dongho listens intently as the voice continues, explaining that one must become an actor before the zombie human does. The voice emphasizes the importance of being a capable actor, one whose abilities are universally acknowledged. Now composed, Dong-hoo reveals that he and his team were dispatched by Kim Kyol-soo. The mention of Kim Kyol-soo's name visibly shocks him, who questions who this individual is. His eyes widen, the words zombie humans in the port echoing in his mind. He thinks there should be a Zomgan present, questioning if Kim Kyol-soo is involved, remembering that zombie humans used to be called something else. Meanwhile, on a military vessel, Zong-ho turns to the captain, his voice filled with disbelief, asking why there's a Kim Kyol-soo among the humans. He then adds, with a hint of sarcasm, if that isn't a rather cool name. Elsewhere, a man in a crisp suit confronts Lee Dong-ho, directly asking if Kim Kyol-soo sent him, to which he simply replies, yes. The man in the suit's eyes widen in shock, his mind reeling as he questions if Kim Kyol-soo is still alive, and if he's still working there. Lee Dong-ho can only respond with a bewildered, what? The man in the suit looks down, lost in thought, recalling rumors that Kim Kyol-soo's work hadn't gone well, wondering if it's too much trouble to write a report. His face contorts with distress as he wonders who Kim Kyol-soo is working for these days, before composing himself and offering a strained, good, thank you for bringing news from Kim Kyol-soo. Meanwhile, a young man with dark, stylish hair, Myrion, stands with an impatient expression, asking if they can't just kill them and leave. An unseen figure's voice cuts through the air, demanding to know why things are taking so long. Meanwhile, in a different location, a group of soldiers stands at attention, one of them letting out a small, nervous sound. Their attention is fixed on a tall, dark-skinned individual with long black hair, pointed ears, and striking facial markings, who approaches with deliberate steps. Back with the impatient speaker, his dark jacket and red belt hint at his authority as he ponders if something is amiss. While a man in a white cap, his expression unreadable, listens intently. He reports that there is nothing to worry about, but then reveals that the individuals in question were sent by Kim Kyol-soo, a name that elicits a surprised echo from his superior. Elsewhere, the man in the suit questions Captain about this zombie human, wondering how such a being could exist. Noting Captain's apparent disturbance, the man in the suit declares his intention to take over the head of staff position. As the imposing figure from earlier is formally introduced, the name Chief Rishuru is revealed. The captain observes the imposing figure before him, who is introduced as the talent in charge of the Forgotten Island. A thoughtful hum escapes him as Chief Rishuru stands tall, his presence commanding. Rishuru's gaze, sharp and piercing with a hint of yellow light, falls upon the captain. He returns the hum, with a questioning tone, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, Myrion stands nearby, his own thoughts hidden behind a calm demeanor. The captain, taken aback, wonders if he has met before this formidable individual, a question that leaves him utterly bewildered. He muses if he's imagining things as, from a ship below, a voice calls out to wrap this up, and another suggests giving these fellows a ride, since they're all headed to the Forgotten Island anyway. Rishuru's voice cuts through, declaring that no matter if you like it or not, you're coming with us, a statement Myrion acknowledges by simply uttering his own name. With a decisive yes, Rishuru then points out that fellow, his attention now fully on Myrion. A powerful force sends a figure hurtling through the air, bones scattering across the ground with a violent impact, as a voice echoes, demanding that he be remembered. Back in the present, the captain, his brow furrowed with concern, acknowledges the inevitable journey ahead, knowing they would have to go, sooner or later. Their destination, the infamous Forgotten Island, looms into view, revealing itself as a human slave research base. Chief Rishuru leads the captain and Myrion towards the facility's entrance, where two guards greet him with a respectful, "Welcome back, Mr. Rishuru." Their footsteps echo across the courtyard, as they proceed deeper into the complex. Inside, Rishuru addresses a subordinate, noting the new arrivals, before declaring them our guests and instructing the man to assign them rooms. With their fate sealed, the captain and Myrion are dismissed, while Rishuru sends his regards to Cheon Nuri through his subordinate. The subordinate, Lee Dong-ho, then receives a peculiar instruction from Rishuru to make sure to make booties when he gets back. Later, the captain, confused by the request, asks Myrion if he wants him to find someone, before clarifying that the booties are for his wife, who is apparently quite skilled at making them. Under a vast, open sky, distant figures move near boats, their voices echoing with a sense of urgency, one declaring they'll look for more, the other offering a hesitant agreement. Back in the sterile confines of the research base, Lee Dong-ho leads the captain and Myrion down a stark corridor, informing them that the red-haired individual will be assigned to cell number 7, while the two of them will also share cell number 7. As Lee Dong-ho continues to walk away, the captain and Myrion remain standing, their new reality settling in around them. Clutching the simple clothes provided, the captain's thoughts turn grim, realizing that the facility truly lives up to its name, a place that feeds on human slaves. He envisions the dark purpose of the island, where some are kept solely for their flesh, their bodies reduced to mere carcasses. Others, he imagines, are bred for human milk, their existence reduced to a biological function. While some are destined for even more perverse ends, raised for entertainment and pleasure, these select humans are then sold in different cities, each categorized for their specific purpose. The stark reality of their cell, filled with simple boxes, serves as a chilling reminder of the island's true, horrifying nature. He considers the monstrous reality of this place, where humans are reduced to mere commodities, classified as white meat for consumption. Those who become slaves are dispatched to the slaughterhouses, he muses, and if one wishes to avoid becoming meat, they must prove themselves more useful than the others. A soft TSK escapes Myrion, his expression a mixture of disgust and defiance. A heavy thud echoes as Lee Dong-hoo approaches their cell, his presence a stark reminder of their captivity. This is a barracks, a place for survival, he thinks, as he walks through the stark, utilitarian space. Lee Dong-ho confirms his understanding, his voice flat and authoritative. Unless he receives a different order, Lee Dong-ho is to keep a close eye on Kyo. Myri-on's gaze hardens, a silent affirmation of his compliance. Lee Dong-ho warns him to be more cautious of humans, even more so than the zombie-like creatures. A guard gestures towards a stark cell, ordering 2 new prisoners inside, declaring it room number 7. When they hesitate, he presses them, demanding they enter immediately. Surveying the vast, oppressive prison complex, Myrion reflects that he might not last long here, but he has to try. Inside the designated cell, a bald prisoner looks up, questioning the guard's presence, his expression a mix of confusion and defiance. The guard demands to know who he is, but the prisoner, standing firm, simply tells him to leave his room. Later, in a different cell, a blonde-haired prisoner beams at Myrion, exclaiming that they are here to save everyone, while Myrion promises a slow explanation. The blonde prisoner's face twists in surprise, a sudden realization dawning on him. Meanwhile, the bald prisoner from earlier looks on, his eyes wide with shock at the unfolding scene. The blonde prisoner, now agitated, grabs Myrion by the hair, demanding to know if he truly is there to save them. Stepping into the cell, Myrion's attention immediately snaps to a cowering figure, prompting him to demand answers about the situation. Nearby, an elderly prisoner sits on a cot, turning his head away, seemingly unwilling or unable to engage. Another prisoner, a young woman, sobs on the floor, muttering incoherently as she covers her face. Observing the scene, Myrion's eyes widen in confusion, trying to piece together what has transpired. He notes the woman's distressed state, realizing she seems disoriented. Suddenly, another prisoner, his face contorted in anger, confronts him, accusing him of being all the same and declaring that Myrion might not yet understand the harsh realities of this place. As the man reaches out to grab him, Myrion questions his intent, but before he can react, a brutal punch connects squarely with his face. The force of the blow sends him reeling, a gasp escaping his lips as blood streams from his nose. A bald, dark-skinned prisoner grips Myrion, his voice booming with authority, demanding silence and obedience. He declares that from this moment onward, Myrion belongs to him, warning against any attempts to resist. Despite the fresh bruise on his cheek, Myrion stares back, his eyes wide with disbelief and a hint of anger, questioning the man's outrageous claims. His expression hardening, he defiantly states his true purpose, to save everyone. The bald prisoner recoils slightly, a look of surprise crossing his face, muttering about Myrion's bluff. But before the man can react further, Myrion's hand shoots out, snapping onto his wrist with unexpected speed and force. The bald prisoner's face contorts in shock and confusion, uttering a series of disbelieving exclamations as he realizes the tables have turned. In a swift, fluid motion, Myrion twists the man's arm behind his back, effectively subduing the larger prisoner. His bruised face now set with fierce determination, Myrion's eyes gleam with unwavering resolve. He moves with blinding speed, a flurry of bone-like projectiles erupting from his hands and tearing through the air. Myrion stands with a chilling resolve, a dangerous thought echoing in his mind. Should he end this now? His contemplation is met with a furious outburst from a muscular man, who demands to know how he dares to speak such madness. As the captain struggles to restrain the enraged man, he desperately warns Myri that he cannot kill him. Still struggling against the captain's grip, the muscular man shouts that both of them must have gone mad. He continues his tirade, refusing to listen to a mere young kid. Myri remains impassive, his gaze unwavering, as the commotion continues around him. An older man, observing the scene, expresses his utter disbelief and the strange numbness he feels in his hand. Myri, calm amidst the uproar, reflects on a new, unfamiliar sensation within himself. A sudden, powerful force erupts, sending something or someone hurtling across the floor, leaving the older man to stare in disbelief at the unexpected display. The captain struggles to hold back the muscular man, shouting a warning to Myrion, reminding him that he was only supposed to deliver a light tap. Meanwhile, the older man rubs his head, still reeling from the impact or shockwave of the initial attack. Myrion stands over the muscular man, who lies crumpled on the ground, groaning in pain from the unexpected assault. A raw, guttural curse escapes the muscular man's lips, his fury now mixed with disbelief and agony. He continues to writhe on the floor, his body protesting the sudden, overwhelming force. Nearby, a female student stares wide-eyed, her expression a mixture of shock and fear. Another student, with lighter hair, mirrors her reaction, her mouth agape in stunned silence. The older man, still rubbing his head, finally vocalizes his utter bewilderment, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. He stands amidst the chaos, his classmates reeling from the unexpected display of power, one of them questioning if what they just witnessed was truly a forehead flick, while another recalls the terrifying zombies they had encountered earlier. Meanwhile, the captain, witnessing the aftermath, cries out in disbelief, unable to comprehend the form of attack he just saw. A female student, distraught, laments that they haven't even begun their search for Ms. Jun, the situation spiraling further out of control. The older man, equally distressed, questions if this is the time for a fight, pleading that they cannot afford another confrontation. Turning his attention directly to Myrion, the captain demands to know if he is responsible for this chaos once again. Myrion, seemingly confused by the accusation, simply asks for clarification. The captain grabs his arm, his voice rising in frustration, accusing him of coming to the rescue and denying his involvement. Suddenly, a new, imposing figure with glowing eyes and tribal markings appears, a dark aura radiating from him, declaring that this situation will not stand and that he must teach someone a special lesson. Meanwhile, in a stark, confined room, a figure lies on the floor, desperately protesting, insisting that they were not responsible. A faint memory of bones scattering across the ground flashes through Myrion's mind, a chilling reminder that such a chaotic display of power had happened before. His eyes widen in shock, the words special lesson echoing in his ears, a phrase that promised pain and retribution. He looks down, a voice in his head questioning, he's not going to run away, is he? Before offering a strange comfort. Don't be too sad, Myri. That person is at fault. The captain, standing before him, repeats the accusation, at fault, but Myrion can only stammer. It's nothing. He turns away, a desperate thought forming. All right, how do I explain the situation? Everyone, that kid. Behind him, the captain's frustration boils over, a silent plea escaping him. Please get me out of here. A small, confused what? Hangs in the air. Meanwhile, in a stark, confined space, the unnamed older man cries out in terror. If this goes on, I will be sent to the slaughterhouse. Please save me. He kneels before a standing figure, who mockingly asks, You? Master, would you mind kneeling? There's a kid who's being embarrassed in the classroom. A wave of realization washes over Myrion, his eyes widening as he finally comprehends the full scope of his situation. The captain's stern voice cuts through his thoughts, demanding to know if he truly has no control, or if he simply doesn't understand how to use his power, while dismissing the creatures they face as mere monsters that should be put down. Myrion's distress deepens as he admits this lack of control has plagued him all along, and that the creatures are growing weaker and slower than his own flesh. A calm, reassuring voice breaks through his turmoil, a young woman with dark hair telling him not to worry, assuring him that he won't die here. With renewed determination, Myrion shouts his earlier declaration, reaffirming that they are here to save everyone. Standing side by side, the young woman echoes his sentiment, stating they will help them, and urging everyone to escape from this place. Meanwhile, a new, menacing figure with a sharp grin appears, addressing someone off-panel, asking if they are the extra states before ominously offering to explain the rules. Myrion finds himself burdened with additional tasks, accepting the work with a sigh, though he offers to take even more if needed. His expression shifts to one of surprise and annoyance, as he realizes the full extent of the unexpected workload. Internally, he grumbles about the situation, dismissing the gesture as false generosity while adding it to his mental tally of good deeds. He remains suspicious, convinced that his superior is merely trying to offload work and is surely up to no good. As the clock ticks onward, a stern voice echoes, signaling the start of the day's labor with a dismissive, Time for work, you pests. Outdoors, Myrion continues to voice his complaints about the boss's greed and stinginess, even as others around him prepare to get moving, speculating that the boss must have some ulterior plan. A vast, fenced-off area stretches out, the metallic clang of the barrier echoing faintly. The unnamed muscular man, now overseeing the workers, expresses his clear displeasure with his current assignment, wondering why he's been relegated to such a task. With a commanding presence, he barks orders at the laborers scattered across the dusty site. Hurry up and get moving. Myrion found himself pondering his new assignment, wondering if he would even have enough time to search for Mr. Jamin and what kind of work he had been given. A scoff escaped the unnamed muscular man, as he questioned if the task was proving too difficult for the boy, hoping it wasn't something that would bother him too much. Myrion then watched a screen intently, learning the precise method for the task, understanding that this was the correct way to proceed. The muscular man urged him to try it himself, insisting he hurry before the director made an appearance. Later, Myrion sat alone on a bench, given strict instructions to simply watch and refrain from touching anything. A young woman approached him, her voice soft with concern, asking if his hands were all right. Holding a cup, she offered to get him some tea, her expression gentle. His bandaged hand was visible, a testament to the recent work. He dismissed her concern, looking away, assuring her that his wounds would simply heal on their own. A young woman, her cheeks flushed with a slight blush, approaches him cautiously, asking his name. He responds with a quiet, almost dismissive tone. It's Myri. Sitting beside him on a bench, she repeats his name softly. So your name is Myri. Her gaze drops, a deeper blush coloring her face as she continues. Thank you so much for retaining peace in our room. She explains how another male often disrupts their work, making them fear he would turn their space into a slaughterhouse. As she begins to walk away, Myrion calls out to her, Miss. An older man steps forward, introducing the young woman. Myri, this is Miss Jahyun. She's a kind person. Jahyun, now smiling, adds that the older man is the only one who takes care of her, making her wonder why he is so grateful. She bows deeply to Myrion, her gratitude evident, uttering a heartfelt, grateful. And Jahyun holds a notebook, its pages declaring her deep gratitude. Myrion simply stares, a question mark hanging in the air as he processes her intensity. Moments later, in their shared room, he still wonders why she is acting this way. He tries to interject, but she clarifies, explaining that she's referring to the overall atmosphere of their room. Unlike other rooms that struggled to get along in their sensitive environment, theirs had found a measure of peace. Even with a dictator in their midst, their room was still preferable to the constant strife elsewhere. Jahyun smiles warmly, reiterating her gratitude, confessing that thanks to him, things had improved even further. Leaning in slightly, she then asks, confirming if Myri was indeed his name. His eyes widen slightly in surprise at her directness, a flicker of emotion crossing his usually stoic face. A slight wince crosses his face, caught off guard by the directness of the question. Meanwhile, a voice cuts through the air, asking, by the way, what did Haeyeon write on her notepad just now? Sitting beside Jahyun, a young woman with long dark hair listens intently. Myri-on's eyes widen slightly, a confused, did I say something wrong? Escaping him. A memory flashes, revealing Haeyeon furiously scribbling a threat. I will make you pay for this. He quickly dismisses the thought, muttering, not here. Later, a young woman in a cap informs him, Miss Jahyun is not here. His search takes him through the open field, then into the workshop. Finally, he approaches the training room, still looking for her. He had been searching for her all day, but Jahyun was nowhere to be found. A troubling thought crossed his mind, wondering if he had missed any other potential locations. The possibility that she might have left the facility entirely was a worst-case scenario, one he desperately hoped wasn't true. Time was a luxury he couldn't afford to lose, yet the day was ending, and he was told to knock off for the day. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air, causing him to pause and recognize its familiar tone. It was so distinct, a voice he knew all too well. A wave of disbelief washed over him as he realized who it belonged to, Miss Jahyun. Lee Dong-ho, looking stern, reminded him that survival depended on listening to his superiors. A familiar voice echoes, causing Myrion to pause, recognizing the sound. He then hears a woman's voice, calling out, Miss Jun. Later, Myrion instructs someone to report to their superiors before leaving, adding that he also worked hard and expects that to be acknowledged. Now seated with Jahyun, he asks if she knows where broadcasts are being made, while she looks on with a slight frown. Jahyun considers his question, suggesting the warden's office as the likely source. Myrion, surprised, questions if there are no televisions in the warden's office, muttering his confusion about the situation. Jahyun then shifts the topic, demanding to know when he plans to return her money. He defends himself, explaining that he can only do so much if she misses his calls. As he offers a quick apology, a hand reaches out, grabbing him with a sharp impact. Holding his arm firmly, the voice declares a proper apology will be expected next time. Without waiting for a response, Jahyun begins to drag him away, demanding to know when next time will actually be. The sound of his shoes dragging across the floor echoes through the hallway as he is pulled along. Still being pulled, he glances back as Jahyun announces her entry into a room. Inside, the captain and Lee Dong-ho are present, discussing how some entities aren't even part of humanity, as Jahyun holds the young man by his collar. His eyes widen slightly, taking in the unexpected conversation. Still holding him, Jahyun mutters about hoping she is here, before exclaiming that she has found Miss Jahyun. Looking at a screen, she expresses surprise at discovering the person they sought was the warden. She stares at the screen, a soft hum escaping her lips as the implications of what she's just seen begin to settle in. Her eyes widen in disbelief, a single name echoing from her lips in a stunned gasp. Captain. Collapsing to the floor, she desperately questions if this is merely a dream, while the captain, standing over her, demands to know what chaos unfolded in his absence. Tears welling in her eyes, she recounts her arduous journey, explaining how she had to work tirelessly and survive through countless hardships during her time exploring. And then, the unbelievable truth dawns on her. She somehow became the warden, a role she questions her own suitability for, wondering how she could possibly be good enough. The captain, his expression stern, simply orders her to leave, his words a sharp command to get out of the room. But a look of utter despair crosses her face, as she whispers that she simply cannot. Looking around the confined space, she realizes the grim truth. There is no way to escape this place. Outside the barred window, a stormy sky looms, as a voice announces, "Now, attention please." She stares at the phone in her hand, a message on the screen prompting her not to just sit there and space out, but to write. The words trigger a memory, a time when a group of students, including Myrion and Jahyun, sat together, discussing their wishes. Someone asks what they wish for each other, a question met with a thoughtful wishes, before another voice declares it sounds fun. With the guild gone, they felt a newfound freedom, and the idea of getting to know each other better seemed like a natural next step. Myrion, in particular, wanted to embrace this new happiness, though a part of him wondered if it was truly okay to feel so content now. He recalled how much he used to talk with Jihyun, deciding he should seize the opportunity. He expressed a desire to hear more stories, and Jihyun, with a gentle smile, confirmed she was fine with it, suggesting they also share what was on their minds. An older man encouraged Jihyun to join them, telling her not to sit around feeling depressed. The group, including Myrion, Jihyun, the captain, Lee Dongho, the muscular man, and the older man, settled into a circle, each person quietly scribbling their thoughts onto paper. Myrion leaned over to Jihyun, asking what she was writing and if she had something to share. He mused to himself, recalling the simple instruction, "Why don't you write what's on your mind? Write down your wishes." He offers a simple explanation, but Jihyun questions if this, too, is an order. Myrion reflects on his past, recalling how he had to obey the order, yet still wonders what that order truly was. Observing someone else writing, he wonders what they could possibly be putting down. A voice cuts through the quiet, asking if everyone has finished writing, and Myrion looks down at his own paper. With the task complete, the group decides to start with Gramps. The older man hesitates, his thoughts drifting to his grandchildren, whom he longs to see. He confesses that he never saw them again after the world changed, and wishes only to see them once more before he dies. Tears stream down his face as he hopes they are still alive, lamenting that his immortal status prevents him from visiting them, and that he only causes trouble for the others. Jihyun, listening intently, offers a comforting reassurance, telling him that they understand. Still reflecting on the past, she declares, "Now then, I'll go next." A soft hum escapes her lips as she reveals her simple desire, "I want to cook." Her expression turns serious, a deep-seated distrust surfacing as she considers the world around her. Zombie or human, I don't think anyone is trustworthy in the past few years. She continues, emphasizing the need for caution, and you have to be careful when dealing with them. A moment of contemplation, then a realization dawns on her. It's someone's turn. I have a person I want to get along with. Her eyes widen slightly, a flicker of hope or determination reflecting in their depths. Myrion, observing her, questions her sudden shift. That's it. What? Ignoring his confusion, she calls out with renewed purpose. Then, Gyunho SSI. I'll go after school. Myrion, now addressed directly, acknowledges her decision. Okay, now Myri. He stands, his back to the viewer, lost in thought, before turning to examine some notes. The words on the page are a jumble, but their meaning slowly becomes clear, a heavy realization dawning on him as he declares his desire to die. Elsewhere, she gasps, her eyes widening in shock. His expression hardens, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes as he states his actions are for his mother. He looks down, his face shadowed, as Jihyun cries out his name in distress. An unnamed muscular man roughly grabs her, forcing her to look at something as she desperately calls for her mother. A flashback begins, showing a young Myrion, smiling innocently, on a cold winter's day. The scene shifts to the child walking away from a building, a crushing burden on his young shoulders as he internally confesses to having killed his mother. Still lost in thought, he recalls a past interaction, muttering about how he always hated Jeong, and acknowledging that he also greeted Jong-woon before leaving. As he walks alongside an older man, the man praises him, calling him a good kid and suggesting he could become president in the future. He looks up, a hint of surprise on his face, questioning if he could truly become president, only for the man to quickly clarify that dreams alone aren't enough. Continuing their walk, Myrion asks, a touch of suspicion in his voice, if the man is making fun of him. The older man simply smiles, while Myrion reassures him that he's fine and already used to being laughed at. The man playfully retorts, telling Myrion he shouldn't have made fun of him either. Now walking alone, Myrion reflects on the fun of it all, confirming he's on his way. He dismisses any concern, attributing his state to a mere cold, and promises to be back soon. With a determined gaze, his inner voice urges him to be strong first. He watches the woman walk away, a familiar routine as she heads off for some work, wishing her a safe trip. Yet, a peculiar sensation washes over him, a chilling premonition that makes him question what is truly happening. He remembers that day, a day when something felt profoundly wrong, as he sent his mother on her way, just as he always did. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a deep sense of foreboding. He almost called out, a sudden urge to go with her, but the words caught in his throat. He simply watched her go, a silent, unvoiced plea hanging in the air. As she disappeared from view, he whispered a quiet, "Thank you." The memory brings him back to the present, his eyes glowing faintly with a surge of distress, the lingering question of that day still haunting him. He looks down, avoiding her gaze, as Jihyun asks if his mother did something wrong, wondering why everyone seems to be glaring at him. He can only respond that he doesn't know either, leaving her to lament the unfairness of it all, wondering who possibly could know the truth. The conversation continues, her voice echoing in the quiet night, asking if he isn't bored just sitting there. He offers a non-committal yadash, as she presses on, asking if he himself did something wrong. She then wonders why so few people are present today, confessing that Myrion's presence makes her feel shy and nervous. His thoughts drift, a quiet admission forming in his mind. He was, in fact, extremely tired. As they sit in the cafe, the occasional customers and ambient noises begin to lull him into a state of calm. He closes his eyes, remembering that despite his exhaustion, this was a happy time, a quiet moment spent with his mother. He cherishes the image of her face, a serene presence in his memory. A gentle hand offers a bill, and he accepts it with a quiet affirmation. Closing his eyes, he savors the soft touch against his cheek, wishing this tender moment could stretch into eternity. She stands by the window, her back to him, a soft, ethereal glow emanating from her, like a cherished, fading dream. A faint ticking sound echoes in his mind, a growing unease as he watches her, a question forming in his thoughts about what could be wrong. He clings to the feeling, the memory of her presence, wanting it to last always, even as the ticking grows louder. The image of her by the window wavers, a sense of instability washing over the scene. His hand reaches out, desperately trying to grasp the fleeting vision, to hold on to the desire to simply be together. Myrion slowly reaches out, his hand trembling slightly as he grasps at something just out of view. The sterile environment of a hospital room surrounding him. His eyes snap open, a surprised gasp escaping him as he calls out, Mom? Are you okay? Sitting up in the bed, he tries to reassure his mother, though his voice betrays his true condition. I'm fine. I guess I'm just a little unwell today. Jaehyun, her face etched with concern, asks if she should call for medical help, but he quickly dismisses the idea, insisting there's no need. Later, in a more comfortable setting, she suggests closing the shop early due to the weather, while he maintains he'll be fine with some rest, despite her lingering doubts about his well-being. His eyes, however, betray his words, as a wave of dizziness washes over him, leaving him feeling unsteady. Under a vast, star-dusted sky, the quiet silhouette of a house stands, its windows glowing softly in the night. Inside, the crisp sound of chewing echoes through the room, as a plate of freshly prepared food sits on a counter. Jaehyun watches him with a gentle gaze, asking if he's truly all right, and he reassures her that he is. A quiet sigh of relief escapes him, thinking to himself that everything is finally well. The sounds of munching continue, now coming from the refrigerator. Jaehyun, still concerned, asks again if he's okay, and he affirms his well-being with a smile. He smiles genuinely, confirming that he feels good. A bright smile spreads across Jaehyun's face as she remembers something, announcing that she has a present for him. Surprised, he asks about the present, as she dramatically reveals her surprise. He stares in disbelief as the woman before him reveals his entire wardrobe has been donated, leaving him with nothing. But then, she holds up a brand new uniform, explaining her desire to get him the best, and a wave of pure excitement washes over him, making him instantly want to try it on. With a warm smile, she encourages him to go change. Moments later, he emerges in the new uniform, finding it a bit too large, and hesitantly asks if he looks good. Receiving an enthusiastic thumbs up, he feels a surge of gratitude, silently thanking her. Noticing his reluctance to take it off, she gently questions if he intends to wear it to bed. Later, under the night sky, he reflects on the gift, still wanting to wear it to sleep, recalling her advice to wash it first. A sudden realization dawns on him, his eyes widening in understanding. In a vivid, unsettling dream, he hurls a volley of bones, scattering them across the ground as two monstrous figures lunge forward. Snapping awake, the blare of an emergency broadcast from the television fills the dark room, warning all citizens to seek immediate shelter. Confused by the sudden noise, Myrion questions why the television is even on, before his eyes fall upon a horrifying sight, blood splattered across his bed and the floor. A sudden, violent cough racks his body, leaving him gasping for air. He calls out for his mother, his voice laced with terror, demanding to know if she's all right amidst the gruesome scene. A chillingly calm voice responds, asking if he's still feeling sick. The source of the voice is revealed to be his mother, her face now a grotesque mask of decay and clouded eyes. His eyes wide with horror, Myrion can only whisper a single word. Before he can fully process the nightmare, a monstrous figure lunges, sending him recoiling backward, his desperate cry echoing through the room. He slams into the wall with a sickening thud. The zombified creature looming over him, a grotesque, clawed hand reaching for his face as he screams in pure terror, still unable to comprehend the horror before him. Tears stream down his face as he cries out, begging for an answer that will never come. The struggle continues, a frantic, desperate fight for survival against the impossible, the relentless ticking of a clock marking the agonizing passage of time. A sickening squelch accompanies the tearing of flesh, his hand now covered in his own blood. Another brutal impact, and his face is bruised and bleeding, yet he still whispers the name of the woman he once knew. Slumped against the wall, battered and bleeding, Myrion can only offer a final, desperate plea, his body broken, his spirit shattered. The force of the impact sends him flying, his body tumbling as bones scatter across the floor with a sharp, cracking sound. A clock face spins into view, the sound of splintering echoing in the sudden darkness. The creaking intensifies, the world around him a blur of sound and shadow. Then, a guttural cry tears from his throat, a raw, desperate scream of pure anguish. The sound echoes, his mouth wide in a silent testament to his suffering. Silence descends once more, leaving him with only the heavy weight of his thoughts. His gaze falls to his own hand, shaking and covered in blood, a sickening reality. Sitting amidst a gruesome tableau of blood and scattered bones, he can only stare, a single question forming in his mind. What happened? Yet, as his eyes adjust, the room is perfectly normal, the clock ticking peacefully on the wall, leaving him to wonder if it was all just a terrible dream. Thank goodness that was just a scary dream, Myrion thinks to himself, reassuring himself that there's no way his mother could ever transform into a monster, and she would be right beside him. But a grotesque, decaying figure with glowing eyes and sharp teeth suddenly looms into view, and the dawning horror on Myrion's face reveals the chilling truth. A guttural scream tears from his throat, as the monstrous form of his mother violently attacks, sending him flying through the air. He screams in despair, realizing this isn't a dream, it's a horrifying reality he must endure. Calling out to his mother, he desperately vows to hold on. Even as he is violently flung away, he screams, his mind reeling from the horrifying reality of the situation. His strength drains away, leaving him helpless, unable to comprehend what is happening. Who is this enemy he faces, and why can't he fight back? A desperate plea for help escapes his lips, as terror consumes him. He is violently flung through the air, a helpless projectile. The impact sends a jolt through him, leaving him stunned and questioning. How can he possibly survive if this nightmare is truly real? Why is this happening? He wonders, his mind racing. A gasp escapes him, his eyes wide with confusion and shock. Then, a fiery explosion erupts, engulfing the area in a blinding flash. He lay sprawled on the ground, his mind reeling from the impact, a dazed whisper escaping his lips. A sudden, rhythmic tapping sound drew his attention, and his eyes snapped open in a silent scream of terror. The thudding grew louder, closer, forcing him to scramble onto his hands and knees, his gaze fixed on something unseen but terrifying. Moments later, he found himself with Jaehyun and another student, all of them staring in disbelief, questioning the grotesque sight before them and what they should do. Panic rising, he admitted his ignorance, while Jaehyun desperately wondered if the approaching horrors were zombies. The other student urged them to hurry and catch up, but Jaehyun could only reiterate her confusion about the sudden appearance of these creatures. Her face contorted in fear, Jaehyun voiced the terrifying question of infection, muttering the word zombie as a chilling thought occurred to her. He had been bitten earlier, yet hadn't transformed. The creatures, gaunt and grotesque, advanced with a hungry roar, their guttural cries echoing through the halls as they closed in. Before he could react, one of the monstrous figures lunged, its clawed hand seizing his arm in a vice-like grip. A creature's teeth sink into Myrion's arm with a sickening crunch, eliciting a pained cry from him. He struggles against its grip, a guttural groan escaping his lips as the monster holds fast. But before it can inflict further damage, Jaehyun lunges forward, tearing the creature away from him with a powerful yank. As the immediate threat is neutralized, another student screams in terror, a second creature having ambushed them from behind. The monster drags its victim away, the student's desperate cries echoing through the space. Jaehyun watches, stunned, as the scene unfolds before her, unable to process the sudden turn of events. The student thrashes violently, their body twisting and turning in a desperate attempt to break free from the creature's iron grip. A choked sob escapes them, a plea for their mother barely audible amidst the struggle. With a final surge of defiance, they scream, demanding to be released from their terrifying captor. As the chaos continued, a creature launched a volley of bone shards, sending them hurtling through the air with deadly force. The projectiles struck the ground with sickening thuds, leaving behind splatters of blood and dust as a pained gasp escaped someone nearby. A desperate groan tore from his throat, his body racked with agony. Myryon, slumped against a blood-splattered wall, cried out, his face contorted in anguish as the pain overwhelmed him. He continued to gasp and groan, each breath a struggle against the torment. Meanwhile, another student was dragged away by a different creature, their desperate cries fading into the distance. Myryon, tears streaming down his face, could only whisper, it hurts so much. Mom. As he cried out for his mother, a grotesque creature loomed closer, its decaying face filling his vision. The creature let out a low, guttural sound, a chilling promise of what was to come. Myryon gasps, a choked sound escaping him as the agony of his wounds overwhelms his senses. He screams, a raw, desperate sound tearing from his throat, his hands instinctively clamping over his ears as if to block out the horror. Through his terror, he sees another student being dragged away by a monstrous figure, and a single, desperate plea for his mother escapes his lips. Tears stream down his face as he screams, begging the approaching horror to stay away, his voice cracking with raw emotion. Suddenly, the monstrous creature that had been closing in on him cries out, a pained groan escaping its distorted maw. Unaware of the creature's sudden distress, Myryon continues to sob, his eyes squeezed shut as he curses the monster. He screams again, the words echoing his desperate plea, as the bone projectiles embedded in his back become starkly visible. Meanwhile, the creature's arm is violently ripped apart, flesh tearing and bones shattering with brutal force. But before he can process the new development, Myrion gasps, a sharp, black projectile piercing his chest with a sickening thud. He lies on the cold ground, his body racked with pain, a desperate plea escaping his lips to make it all stop. His face, streaked with dirt and anguish, reflects the torment he endures. As a name, or perhaps a memory, struggles to form on his lips, a broken sound of mere escaping him. A trembling hand reaches out into the oppressive darkness, seeking something, anything, to grasp. The darkness consumes all, a void of despair. Collapsing to his knees, he bows his head, a choked apology for an unknown transgression. Tears stream down his face as he cries out, a single, heart-wrenching syllable, before the realization dawns, a whispered question for his mother. Myri cradles a bloodied figure, her head lolling against his shoulder, a soft, almost inaudible sound escaping his lips. He tries to speak, but only a choked syllable emerges, a desperate plea caught in his throat. Tears stream down his face as the realization crashes over him, a single, agonizing question tearing through his despair. His eyes wide with horror, he stares down at the scene, the sound of a distant, terrified shriek echoing in his mind. The lifeless body of his mother lies broken on the ground, a chilling silence now replacing the chaos. He reaches out a trembling hand, a soft gasp escaping him, his face contorted in raw anguish. Sitting amidst the debris and blood, Myri clutches his arm, his eyes fixed on the tragic sight before him, utterly devastated. He whispers the word again, a broken echo in the silence, his world crumbling around him. He stumbles back, a choked sound escaping his throat as he stares at the devastation before him. The scene of utter ruin and the still figure on the ground refusing to compute in his mind. His hand clenches, a desperate plea to deny the horrifying truth, but the reality is undeniable. A small, faint voice echoes in his head, confirming the identity of the fallen woman. It is his mother. Tears well in his eyes, a choked sob escaping as the voice continues, whispering a chilling accusation. He was the one who killed her. The full weight of the revelation crushes him, his mother's death now a burden he believes he bears. Overwhelmed by grief and self-reproach, he covers his mouth, unable to contain the raw anguish. Finally, his legs give out beneath him, collapsing onto the rubble-strewn ground in utter despair. He clearly heard someone moving nearby, a sound that sent a fresh wave of dread through him as he pressed himself against the wall, peering out from behind a half-open door. Outside, a hulking figure with a green jacket called out to his companion, announcing their discovery with a predatory grin. The smaller man, his face marked by a scar, responded with a chilling eagerness, confirming they had indeed found something to sate their hunger. Myrion, now fully exposed, stood frozen in terror, his hiding place utterly compromised. Without a word, the two men seized him, dragging him unceremoniously through the alley, remarking how close they had come to missing their prey. The muscular man held Myrion's head firmly, proposing they examine his face before consuming him. Myrion's eyes, wide and bloodshot, reflected pure, unadulterated horror, his gaze utterly frozen in shock. The muscular man chuckled, observing Myrion's profound fear, while the smaller man seemed momentarily confused by his captive's silent plea. A single tear traced a path down his cheek as Myrion, utterly broken, whispered a desperate plea for death. Lying broken on the ground, Myrion can only whisper a desperate plea to his tormentors, a confession of the unspeakable act that haunts him. One of the captors, a man with a cruel grin, scoffs at his words, mocking his despair and challenging his very will to survive. The other captor chimes in, revealing their recent activities and their surprisingly good mood after a fresh kill. The mention of zombies triggers a sudden, jarring flashback for Myrion as fragmented memories begin to surface. He remembers a time when he stood before the same grinning captor, discussing the nature of zombies and the captor's own evolving abilities. The second captor, also younger, had then questioned the comparison, before echoing his companion's sentiment of being in a good mood. Snapping back to the present, the grinning captor leans in close, his voice a chilling promise to fulfill Myrion's death wish. A hand, crackling with dark energy, reaches out towards him, and Myrion's eyes widen in sheer terror as the other captor remarks on the speed of the attack. In a memory, a captor asks Myrion if he looks like a killer from the movies, to which the young man replies with a simple yeah. The captor then muses, hey, before asking, how was it? Did I look cool? Back in the present, his eyes glowing with an eerie light, Myrion screams, I told you to kill me. What are you doing? The captor looks on, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, as he mutters, what the hell? Myrion's glowing eyes widen in terror, his voice cracking as he repeats, what's with him young? Surrounded by figures in police-like uniforms, the captor in green robes barks, hurry up and kill him. Before another voice questions, what? Ignoring the confusion, the captor lunges forward, his arms swinging with lethal intent as he snarls, die, bastard. A sickening impact echoes as the blow connects, Myrion's face distorting from the force, his eyes still glowing intensely. The captor follows through, a dark aura swirling around his arm, cursing, F fuck, as he continues the assault. As one of the attackers is violently thrown aside, another voice cuts through the chaos, declaring the mood ruined and urging the others to leave. Two figures stand, one questioning the other, asking if he hadn't already torn out the boy's heart, only to receive a casual denial. The larger man then dismisses the situation, admitting he's simply more bored than anything else. Suddenly, one of the attackers recoils in sheer terror, his face contorted in a scream as he questions what in the hell is happening. A chilling silence falls, broken only by a single, echoing word, as Myri-on's eyes glow a malevolent red from the darkness, radiating an overwhelming, terrifying presence. The sheer force of his presence sends one of the men scrambling, his legs a blur as he turns to flee. The panic spreads like wildfire, and the entire group of attackers breaks formation, scattering in every direction. One of them screams in terror, pleading to know what is wrong with the boy and begging for mercy. His voice cracks with desperation, promising to do whatever is asked of him. The sheer force of his presence sends one attacker flying, his body arcing through the air with a sickening throw sound. Another's face contorts in a mask of primal terror, fangs bared in a silent scream as fear grips him. A voice, trembling with desperation, questions the reality of the situation, then screams a plea. H-U-H? Like this. From the encroaching shadows, Myri-on's monstrous form emerges, his glowing red eyes burning as he commands, do it like this. Overwhelmed, another attacker's voice cracks, begging for release. Kill me. Two more figures recoil violently, their bodies twisting away from the unseen horror with a desperate cry. A man in a suit screams, his face a rictus of pure, unadulterated terror. Another voice, utterly broken, echoes the command, a chilling repetition of like this. The desperate plea continues, as another joins the chorus, like this. The monstrous form of Myri-on continued to exert its terrifying influence, a chilling force rippling outward. His power left two figures on the ground, covered in a dark, viscous substance, their bodies racked with uncontrollable shivers as they recoiled in sheer horror. Elsewhere, others screamed in agony, desperately trying to flee the unseen horror that pursued them. One man lay gasping on the ground, utterly broken, while the shadowy figure of Myri-on continued to loom, a faint hiccup escaping him. A tremor ran through his monstrous hand as he thought, it hurts. I'm the only one feeling it, but it hurts so much. His shadowy arm pulsed with a dull thump, and a single word escaped his lips, Mom. He reflected on the pain, was probably in more pain, as his monstrous form stood silently in the alley. Soon after, the monstrous aura receded, revealing Myri-on in his normal state, standing over an unconscious woman. He observed her, noting, all of your clothes were probably worn out. Reaching out a hand, he mused, did I really make you get into your first ever school uniform? He stands alone, his back to the viewer, gazing up at a dark, oppressive sky, a sense of something being cast away lingering in the air. With each heavy step, he continues to move forward, his path uncertain. A quiet plea escapes his lips, a desperate apology to his mother echoing in the desolate emptiness around him. The word Mom repeats, a mournful whisper amidst the scattered remnants of his struggle, his pain a stark contrast to the blood-stained ground. He wandered around aimlessly, lost in his own torment. This aimless journey stretched on, for days, then weeks, eventually turning into years. Even now, after all that time, he wishes for nothing more than to simply cease to exist. Meanwhile, a young man looks on with wide, shocked eyes, his expression a mixture of fear and disbelief. An elderly man and a young woman share a similar look of deep concern, their faces etched with worry. A heavy silence hangs in the air, broken only by the soft rustle of movement as 5 figures kneel in a somber circle. He stares at the floor, his eyes wide and reflecting the quiet tension, a voice within him acknowledging the profound silence, not born of fear, but of raw, overwhelming emotion. They simply don't know what to say, or how to articulate the complex feelings swirling around them. All they can do is kneel there, wishing they knew how to comfort Myri. Myri's face remains etched with a deep, internal struggle. A young woman, her expression tight with frustration, finally breaks the quiet, telling him he looks pathetic right now. His head snaps up, a sound of surprise escaping him. He turns to her, demanding to know what she just said, while she retorts, questioning why he has to be this way. Her anger flares, her voice rising as she begins to lash out. You seriously? Kneeling on the floor, Myri-on struggles to comprehend the situation, his thoughts racing as he wonders what the other person truly desires from him. A male voice interjects, asking if the intensity is too much, then gently informs Myri-on that Josian is crying, prompting him to question the true nature of the situation. His mind replays the painful truth. His mother died because of him, making it only natural for him to wish for death, having been the cause of hers. A profound question forms in his mind, wondering if his entire perspective on the tragedy has been fundamentally flawed. Josian, her face etched with frustration, confirms his fear, declaring him wrong and adding that if she were his mother, she wouldn't even be able to look at him. Her harsh words strike Myri-on with visible shock, his eyes widening in disbelief and pain. The unnamed male figure quickly intervenes, grabbing Josian's arm and calling out Myri-on's name in a desperate attempt to halt the escalating confrontation. Josian, still looking at Myri-on, ignores the interruption and continues, telling him not to speak, as if he's an expert on such matters. Myri-on attempts to interject, a quiet plea escaping his lips. But Josian presses on, her voice laced with challenge, telling him to speak like the expert he pretends to be. Her gaze sharpens, pushing him further, asking if he's truly unaware. Then, with a directness that cuts through his composure, she questions the reason behind his mother's apology to him. Josian continues to prod, her words dripping with insinuation, wondering if the apology was for a cheap uniform, or perhaps because she simply wasn't enough of a threat. Myri-on's mind races, a silent command echoing within him, urging himself to stop the spiraling thoughts. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembles violently, startling the surrounding students, who cry out in confusion, questioning if it's an earthquake. Myri-on curses under his breath, his expression tightening, knowing he must calm himself quickly, or he'll be useless in the unfolding chaos. Josian's voice cuts through the chaos, a sharp command directed at Myri-on. She continues her relentless taunt, her words dripping with disdain, accusing him of being emotionless. His expression darkens, a clear sign that her words have struck a nerve, as he concedes that she was mistaken. Unfazed, Josian continues her psychological assault, casually mentioning his mother. She mocks his anger, questioning if he's merely a child, then adds a chilling query, asking why he's so eager to die. Her taunts escalate, twisting his mother's potential reaction against him, wondering if she would approve of his demise. As she continues to babble on, Myri-on's patience snaps, his eyes burning with a fierce resolve, warning her to stop. The words echo in his mind, a cruel reminder of the one person he holds most dear, his mother. Josian's voice cuts through the air, accusing him of knowing this would be the outcome, and that his mother's apology was merely a desperate act. A painful memory flashes through Myri-on's mind, a blurred image of his mother, her apology a heavy burden, all because he had to live. His expression darkens, a mix of sorrow and growing fury etched onto his face. As Josian continues to press him, uttering his name with a chilling calm. The scene shifts to an imposing building, a silent witness to the escalating tension, as Josian demands he let go of the memory of his mother, claiming it's merely a burden in his heart. His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of disbelief crossing his features, as he processes her cruel words. Josian's gaze remains unwavering, insisting that the only apology he can offer is to live. The student's face contorts, his jaw clenching in a desperate attempt to control his rising anger, the weight of her words pressing down on him. Myri-on stands before Josian, reflecting that her words, as expected, are much like his mother's, though he dismisses the comparison. Suddenly, a jolt of realization or internal shock hits him, the memory of his mother's words echoing in his mind. He struggles to maintain his composure as the room around him seems to tremble, a physical manifestation of his inner turmoil. Collapsing to the floor, he hears a concerned voice call out his name, as an older woman rushes into the room. Josian stands calmly nearby while the woman questions what is happening, wondering if the student was scared. Myri-on remains sprawled on the floor, overwhelmed. Still reeling from the tormenting words, Myri-on remains curled in a tight ball, his body racked with an unseen force, as if thrown by an invisible hand. His face contorted in anguish, he clutches at his throat, a silent scream trapped within him. A suffocating pressure builds, threatening to overwhelm him completely. Elsewhere, a woman with short, light hair explains the dire situation, stating that escape is impossible without eliminating Chief Rishiru. She continues, her voice firm, revealing that a mysterious barrier has formed around their camp, defying all known laws. The barrier allows entry but prevents exit, and she suspects Rishiru is somehow connected to its existence. With a decisive gesture, she concludes that killing Rishiru is their only option, despite the unpredictable consequences. Her gaze sharpens with resolve, acknowledging the difficulty of devising a strategy against such a formidable, possibly genius, opponent. Myri-on's expression confirms his suspicions, a quiet, "I knew it," escaping him, while Josian looks up, a surprised "sorry," on her lips. She then states with a grim certainty that escape is impossible. Josian questions the meaning of her words, as the reality of their situation settles in. The entire research farm faces the high probability of falling under the jurisdiction of the chiefs. It is only natural, she muses, that the facility would restrict both entry and exit, and considering how Junwon reached out to her, there's a chance she might still be alive. She continues, speculating that instead of helping humans escape, Junwon is probably just complaining about the impossibility of the situation. Josian exclaims in disbelief at the thought, then reflects on Junwon's brilliance, noting her excellence under Commander Hong and considering it a bonus to be able to speak with her. A series of Belaloo sounds emanate from her, indicating her continued thoughts or perhaps a nervous habit. Suddenly, Myri-on questions a strange sound, only for Josian to quickly apologize, revealing it to be her alarm. Josian holds up a small, intricate device, explaining its dual purpose, It can erase memories, and it also functions as an alarm. As the device emits a soft AA sound, she clarifies that the alarm signifies a shift change, prompting Myrion to question the meaning of shifts. He turns to a monitor, pondering the implications, a quiet HMMZ escaping him. Still facing the screen, he wonders aloud what his next move should be. A chilling thought crosses his mind. What if Miss Jun remains unaware? Myrion voices his concern about their escape, asking how they are supposed to get out of their current predicament, but Josian calmly tells him not to worry. She assures him that no matter where they go, there will always be people seeking justice. It will be the same everywhere. Hoyong stares down at the floor, his mind consumed by the grim reality of their existence, wondering what humans like them are truly supposed to do. He muses on the repetitive nature of their tasks, questioning if they've been assigned yet another floor cleaner duty, even as he acknowledges the routine good work today that marks the end of each shift. A colleague approaches him, offering a polite, yes, before returning the sentiment, you too, Hoyong. Later, Hoyong stands over a table, his attention fixed on a detailed blueprint spread out before him. He considers the intricate design, thinking that escaping this place shouldn't be that difficult. Suddenly, a voice cuts through his thoughts, calling out, Nuri, you punk. Hoyong's expression shifts to one of surprise, as he realizes they already have a few of something. He takes a moment to collect his thoughts, then confirms to himself, let's see. This is the blueprint of the breeding farm, right? As Nuri and another female colleague look on, Hoyong stares at the blueprint with a bewildered expression, uttering a soft, what? Hoyong stares intently at the blueprint in his hand, the implications of its markings slowly dawning on him. He turns to Nuri, urging him to leave this place with him, a suggestion that leaves Nuri utterly bewildered. Hoyong points to a specific detail on the map, questioning if the red line truly represents an escape route. Suddenly, a woman named Jun lunges forward, admonishing him not to touch it, while Hoyong questions her abrupt interference and Nuri struggles to explain. Ignoring her, Hoyong's eyes remain fixed on the blueprint, his mind racing as he considers the possibility of following this trail. Jun, however, has had enough, sharply demanding his attention and telling him to stop joking around if he's done cleaning, as she snatches the blueprint away. Hoyong looks up, surprised by her aggression, and insists that he is not joking. Jun's expression hardens, her thoughts racing as she wonders if he truly isn't joking, and what could possibly be wrong with him. She clutches the blueprint tightly, demanding he give it back, while Hoyong warns her of the consequences if she gets caught by the guards. As the tension mounts, a sudden, overwhelming force sends someone hurtling across the floor, the impact scattering bones in their wake, a desperate thought echoing, "We'll die if they see us." A masked figure appears, their presence immediately commanding attention, a low, questioning sound escaping them as they survey the scene. Hoyong, having been violently thrown, crashes hard onto the floor, his body skidding across the polished surface. A pained cry tears from his throat, the force of the impact leaving him gasping. Two nearby guards stare in disbelief, one exclaiming, "What the hell are you doing?" while the other recognizes the masked figure, shouting, "Oh, Captain." The captain's voice, sharp and authoritative, booms across the room, demanding, "What is this? What are you doing, you bastard?" Without waiting for an answer, the captain seizes Hoyong by the collar, lifting him effortlessly off the ground, a dazed "what?" escaping the young man's lips. Then, with a swift, brutal motion, the captain delivers a sharp strike. Hoyong is violently thrown across the floor, landing with a sickening crunch amidst scattered bones. Watching the brutal display, Nuri can only stare in stunned disbelief. He struggles to comprehend how the captain could tackle a Zomgoan with such effortless ease, the question hanging heavy in the air. Meanwhile, Hoyong's face contorts in agony as a device near his eye begins its work, systematically erasing his memories. The captain, now casually seated, boasts that for untrained Zomgoans, he can easily handle 100 of them alone. He continues, revealing to his squad members that there's also a kid even stronger than himself, leaving Nuri to wonder who this mysterious individual could be. The memory erasure process on Hoyong reaches its completion, the device emitting a final jolt. Turning to Jun, the captain seeks confirmation, to which she readily affirms his words. Still reeling from the events, Nuri is left utterly bewildered by everything he has just witnessed. Still reeling from the captain's earlier display of power, Nuri listens as the captain asks if he now believes him. Hesitantly, Nuri stammers a response, unsure how to articulate his shock, while the captain internally muses that his actions were likely still not enough to fully convince him. The captain then questions if he's treating the situation too lightly, prompting Nuri to finally concede, albeit with a confused "huh?" With a slight smirk, the captain admits Nuri is stronger than he'd imagined, and Nuri, having already been planning an escape, decides he might as well let the captain help, thinking to himself that whether they make it or not, they won't die anyway, so it doesn't hurt to try. Nuri simply hums an acknowledgement, as the captain, pleased, reiterates his surprise at Nuri's unexpected resolve. Without further ado, the captain leads the way down a corridor, a strange device crackling in his hand, declaring their immediate destination, the portal, where they will escape and take all humans with them. Nuri, taken aback by the ambitious scope, questions the captain's plan to save all humans, who dismisses the idea as ridiculous, highlighting the sheer number of people imprisoned. Instead, the captain clarifies they should focus on getting themselves out and bringing a select few along. A flicker of doubt crosses Nuri's face, even as he acknowledges the captain's conviction, knowing it's pointless to question his resolve to save all human beings. Facing him, the captain apologizes for his forceful tone, yet reaffirms his unwavering belief in their collective strength. Nuri considers the words, recalling the ease with which the captain had dispatched Azamgin, and concludes that he isn't bluffing. Still, a question lingers in his eyes. Can he truly trust this person? As they stand before a crackling portal, the captain turns to him, asking about their escape route once more. He gestures towards the glowing anomaly, explaining that they simply need to walk out of the front gate. The Zamgins, he elaborates, don't even consider humans to be insects. Their security sloppy rather than tight, making escape itself no problem. The true issue, he clarifies, is the sheer number of people. Humans here are completely terrified of the Zamgins, he observes, wondering if they would even think of escaping, knowing it's obvious they'll. He explains that no one will follow them, even if they are told to, because the terrible fear gripping them is caused by Rishuru. Nuri, listening intently, then asks where Rishuru is located. The captain's voice echoes, asserting that humans can defeat Zamgins, and that is all they need to prove. His expression hardening, he declares that if they truly want to escape, they will have to kill. Then, with a chilling resolve, he states they will kidnap Rim, who is connected to Rishuru. Nuri's eyes widen in disbelief, uttering a shocked, "What?" before lamenting his own impending doom. The captain, undeterred by the reaction, simply dismisses Rim as a complete nut job. The conversation concludes, and the scene shifts to the following morning, with a clear directive to work and keep moving. Meeting Rishuru, the captain explains, is not as difficult as it seems. An official notice had just arrived the previous night, announcing that all the Zamgins would likely gather around working time tomorrow, and even Rishuru himself would be present. All the Zamgins would be there, probably gathered around the working time tomorrow, in a meeting where Rishuru would also be present. Inside a large cage, filled with many humans, Rim grips the bars, muttering her annoyance at the situation. This gathering, he emphasizes, would be a meeting where all Zamgins and Rishuru would be present. Outside the cage, Hoyong and Nuri stand guard, overseeing the imprisoned humans, as the captain's plan unfolds to help bring them back to their senses. A drastic measure he believes is necessary. A sudden realization washes over Myrion, his eyes glowing with an intense green light as a question escapes him, while Josian looks on with deep concern. He continues, reflecting on the shifting moods. With a resolute shift in his demeanor, he declares, "Let's get started." A group of figures, including Hoyong and Nuri, move through a corridor, but their progress is abruptly halted by a sudden, dull thud. From the rear of the now-stalled group, Hoyong's voice cuts through the sudden silence, demanding to know why they've stopped. He continues to press, frustrated that the people at the front aren't moving, while others question what could be blocking their path. Still unable to see the obstruction, Hoyong asks if something is in their way, to which a voice from the front replies that there is indeed something blocking them. Growing increasingly agitated, Hoyong yells for them to hurry up and move along. His frustration boils over into a shout, desperately trying to get the attention of those ahead. The reason for the standstill is revealed, a massive boat, inexplicably positioned directly in front of the main gate. The massive, intricate structure of the main gate looms ahead, its glowing yellow elements hinting at the power it holds, as a voice declares, "It's the place where we came from. A place that now holds the key to their escape. That's where we will make our escape." Hoyong and Nuri exchange a look of surprise, a sudden, unfamiliar voice cutting through the air. What was that?" Hoyong murmurs, as Nuri recognizes it. "Is that the captain's voice?" Nuri suggests they move the unconscious Rim, and Hoyong quickly agrees, scooping her up. "Carry all the way to Sunbay," he instructs, confirming, "I got it." The captain's voice, unmistakably human, echoes in their minds, leaving them to wonder, what is she doing? As Jun leads the group through the corridor, Hoyong looks back, confused by the sudden change in plans. I thought we were going to escape," he mutters, his brow furrowed. His frustration boils over, and he snaps at Nuri. "Is she insane? What's wrong, you bastard?" Before he can finish, the captain's hand shoots out, grabbing him by the collar, his own anger flaring. "Why did you suddenly yell and cray?" The captain doesn't hesitate, throwing Hoyong backward with a powerful shove, sending him sprawling. Chief Rishuru, with a cynical expression, rests his chin on his hand. As he asks, "Don't you think it's funny?" He continues, explaining that escaping from the main gate is the easiest way out of here. His thoughts reveal a deeper judgment, believing this situation to be the result of arrogance. Meanwhile, Myrion stands resolute, declaring, "Starting today." His voice firm as a decisive blow echoes, "Your era has come to an end." A hand trembles in the aftermath as a stunned voice questions, What is happening?" The captain stares at Myrion, his voice laced with disbelief. "Did she just kill a Zamgin?" His gaze intensifies, the question hanging heavy in the air. "Are you still human?" With a heavy thud, a powerful figure crashes down, sending shockwaves across the ground, as Myrion shouts a warning for everyone to get out of the way. standing tall amidst the dust. His footsteps tap against the floor, looking directly at Myrion. He then questions. Myrion, unfazed, dismisses his assumption. He clarifies his true purpose. Nearby, two guards exchange confused glances. As Myrion considers the possibility of the impossible, Chief Rishiru's voice booms, cutting through the air with a sharp command. His massive, dark wings spread wide, a formidable display of power. A crimson trail follows his swift movement. As Rishiru dismisses any further discussion, accusing his opponent of merely yapping like dogs. His eyes glowing with an ominous red light, he demands to know why Myrion is so talkative. Myrion simply observes him, a thoughtful hum escaping his lips. Rishiru then concedes, acknowledging that it's true. With a powerful surge, he ascends into the air, revealing his true purpose. He's the one who's freeing gear in this place. Myrion looks up, processing the statement, and questions, freeing the humans? Myrion's voice cuts through the air, challenging the chief's authority. He demands to know, how dare you boast that in front of me? All you did was get rid of a paladin. Aren't you being overconfident? Chief Rishiru, his expression unreadable, simply replies, let me show you the fact that. He continues, asserting that rank does exist among the officials. Myrion, however, remains unconvinced, his gaze unwavering as he considers the chief's words, then asks, well, though I'm curious, you've chosen the wrong person to punish. What? He then delivers a pointed accusation. I wasn't the one. He states, his voice firm, who killed the paladin? As he speaks, a crimson glow ignites within his eyes, radiating an intense energy that swirls around him. Chief Rishiru's composure finally breaks, his face contorting in genuine surprise as he utters, eh. As the confrontation escalates, a dark figure moves with incredible speed, launching an unseen attack. With a resounding crack, a monstrous, white entity shatters into countless fragments upon impact. From an unseen location, a voice calls out, declaring that the situation is now in Myri's hands. Meanwhile, a young man in a cap looks on, his expression a mix of concern and urgency. He shouts to those around him, urging everyone to immediately evacuate the area. Two students, a young man and woman, react with wide-eyed alarm to the sudden command. The young man, Choi Gyuho, reiterates his plea, noting that others have already begun to flee in a panic. Choi Gyuho, known as a decoy for his specialized skills, makes it clear he intends to join the escape. As the chaos unfolds, multiple individuals join the desperate rush to escape the unfolding danger. A man in a military uniform, his face contorted in a mask of urgency, shouts, wondering if they've lost their minds. His voice echoing through the facility, he commands the doors to be sealed, preventing anyone from getting out. With a heavy thud, the massive metal doors begin to slide shut. Standing before the rapidly closing barrier, a young man named Kyuho watches, a silent question forming in his mind. His expression shifts to one of disbelief as he considers the order, wondering if it's truly acceptable to follow such a command. Meanwhile, the captain turns to another man, Hoyong, who asks if they are truly leaving someone behind. The captain confirms, instructing Hoyong to assist the others in their escape plan, asserting his ability to handle the situation alone. Hoyong, though hesitant, acknowledges the order as the captain urges him to move. As the captain walks away, he glances back at Kyuho, a subtle warning in his tone as he questions Kyuho's potential assistance to those humans. His gaze sharpens, the unspoken threat clear, they wouldn't end up dead in a ditch because of him. The captain reflects on his initial uncertainty, a feeling that had lingered within him. Yet, the strange and firm voice he had heard was strangely comforting for some reason. It was as if a new era was about to begin, a profound sensation he had felt. Even if it wasn't for them, he knew they were going to escape someday. He thinks this, even as their plans crumbled in advance, and the scale of their predicament grew a bit bigger, as he and Myrion run together. Suddenly, the captain turns to him, his voice sharp with disbelief, demanding to know if he has lost his mind. Myrion stands alone, facing a horde of identical figures, who question if a mere human intends to face them alone. The figures loom, their collective voice echoing the challenge, as they prepare to overwhelm him. A robotic eye narrows, declaring that while they might be weak in numbers, there are more human lives on the line behind it. With his eyes glowing an intense green, Myrion stands his ground, knowing this is why he must act. He declares his unwavering resolve, vowing that no one will get past him. A surge of energy ripples around him, his dark hair whipping with the force of his power. Meanwhile, a monstrous eye, belonging to one of the generic enemies, watches him with a chilling, almost mocking, expression. A voice, deep and resonant, questions his identity. Suddenly, the scene shifts, revealing Myrion in a different time, wearing pajamas, as a memory or dream begins to unfold, hinting at a past encounter. A younger Myrion stands before a stern figure on horseback, who asks if he is a leader, to which the boy simply replies, denying any such role. The horseman, with red markings on his face, speaks of humans appearing from nowhere, mentioning Lord Alan Bland, then questions if Myrion considers him a fool. But the young Myrion, with a resolute gaze, simply states his complete disinterest in such matters. Still contemplating the situation, Myrion admits he isn't quite sure of the answer. He then turns his attention to Choi Gyuho, who kneels before him, questioning his sluggishness and telling him to leave if he's unsure, only for Choi Gyuho to respond that he cannot. A scoff escapes Myrion's lips as he dismisses the other's attempts to answer his questions. His patience clearly at an end, he turns his back on the conversation, facing a looming, monstrous silhouette, and simply tells it to fuck off. Without hesitation, Myrion launches himself forward, delivering a powerful, mid-air kick. Red energy trails his movements as he continues his dynamic assault. The monstrous creature, with its fanged maw, can only react with confusion to the sudden onslaught. Myrion follows up with another strike, this time wreathed in crackling blue energy. The attack intensifies as vibrant red energy erupts around him. A sharp impact sends a jolt of pain through Myrion, making him clutch his stomach as a guttural cry escapes him. His vision blurs with the sudden agony, his eye widening in a pained grimace. But the pain quickly transforms into a cold fury, and he extends an arm, a crimson aura flaring around him as he prepares to strike back. With a swift, powerful motion, he unleashes a devastating burst of energy. His hand clamps down on an unseen target, eliciting a pained cry from his opponent. The assault continues, the unseen foe letting out a prolonged, desperate shriek. A final, precise strike lands, and the opponent cries out about their eye. As the dust settles, Myrion stands silhouetted against the faint light of the sky, the immediate threat seemingly dealt with. His face, however, is transformed, his eye glowing with an eerie yellow light, dark markings spreading across his skin, a testament to the power he just unleashed. A sudden, overwhelming presence washes over him, causing a deep unease. He feels a crazy, oppressive sensation, as if a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes looms over him, threatening to consume his will. The weight of it is so immense, he feels on the verge of surrender. Yet, a strange familiarity lingers in the back of his mind, a memory of having encountered such oppression before. This oppressive sensation is unmistakable, a chilling echo from his past. Still bearing the dark markings and glowing yellow eye from his recent surge of power, Myrion turns his gaze towards Chief Fushuru. Meanwhile, in a different location, a foot steps carelessly over discarded items, signaling a shift in focus. A young man with a confident smirk calls out, "Hey young, check this out." In a desolate scene, a voice announces, "I found us some food," while another, filled with despair, pleads, "Please kill me." Suddenly, a monstrous form of Myrion, eyes glowing with an ominous red light, reacts with a furious, "What the hell are you saying?" The vision shifts, and a calmer, more familiar version of him appears, observing something unseen. As the monstrous red eyes return, and a thought begins to form. Have we, the normal Myrion, completes the unsettling question, met before? The red-eyed gaze intensifies, as a sound of dawning, painful realization escapes him. A chilling, guttural laugh echoes through the space. As a pale-faced figure with sharp teeth lets out a series of deranged cackles, their eyes wide with an unsettling glee. The laughter intensifies, a manic chorus of ah-ha-ha, h-a-i-l-l-l-l, before the figure finally screams, proclaiming the arrival of their master with fervent devotion. Myrion watches the outburst, a single question mark hanging in his mind as he tries to process the bizarre scene. Sorrow. That single word encapsulates the profound despair that once gripped him. It was the only sentiment that could accurately describe his state on the day of the dungeon outbreak, when he was forced to confront his deepest fears for the very first time. Terror etched across his features. He ran, desperate to escape the encroaching horror. But in that moment of desperation, a stark realization dawned. He had to grow stronger to survive. He poured every ounce of his being into that goal, doing everything he could to stay alive, growing stronger with each passing trial. He pushed himself further, becoming stronger still. Not long after, his relentless efforts bore fruit, and he ascended to the esteemed position of an official. Now, clad in the dignified attire of his new status, he reflects on the journey that forged him. He had become too strong, reaching a point where terror and fear were emotions he could no longer feel. He recalls a time when his life felt utterly mundane, a dull existence punctuated only by the occasional, violent throe of fate. From that point on, he found himself pondering whether it was the pursuit of lavishness or something else entirely that he craved, yet the scent of boredom clung to his every moment, even as he tried to fixate on material desires. But his life remained stubbornly unchanged. However, once again, he found himself walking a solitary path, until something appeared right in front of his eyes. Someone, had appeared, and with his presence, Myrion felt himself becoming stronger. He yearned for that feeling, a silent plea to be taught again, to make his life truly interesting once more. And with a heavy thud, the monstrous reality before him promised to make his life interesting again. A guttural scream tears from him as a devastating blow connects, the force of the impact rattling his very bones. Before he can recover, a monstrous, clawed hand slams into his chest, sending him staggering back as glowing yellow eyes fixate on him. Another swift movement, and a powerful kick sends him airborne, the impact echoing with a sharp cry of pain. He flies backward through the air, a blur of motion against the indistinct background. But there's no escape, as the creature intercepts his fall, delivering another crushing blow with a heavy fist, those glowing eyes still fixed on him. As he continues to plummet, the monstrous attacker's voice rings out, a chilling declaration of triumph. Another impact sends a shockwave through his body, a desperate gasp escaping his lips as the relentless assault continues. He tumbles downward, a helpless figure against the vast expanse of the fall. His dark hair streams behind him, as he plunges headfirst into the unknown below. Myrion is slammed against an unseen barrier, the impact reverberating through his body. Another explosive strike follows, sending shockwaves through the air as he endures the relentless assault. From the shadows, the monstrous entity watches, its voice echoing with a chilling assessment. If he's going to improve, he's on a totally different level. If this continues, he'll die for real. Its glowing eye narrows, a possessive hunger in its gaze as it whispers, "You." The monster's voice then swells with a perverse delight. "I love it." With a final, devastating blow, Myrion is launched high into the sky, a mere speck against the vast expanse. As he plummets back towards the ground, a distant voice from his past echoes in his mind, asking, "Master, did you know?" The question hangs in the air, a prelude to a deeper truth, that individuals with superpowers exist among humans. Myrion's face contorts in anguish as the realization dawns, and similar beings exist among humans as well. He is hurled through the air, a power manifestation of bone projectiles erupting around him, each one a deadly shard. As he plummets downward, the relentless barrage continues, a storm of sharp bone fragments closing in from all sides. Each impact tears at him, creating a red runway of destruction as he falls. Finally, he crashes to the ground, the force of the impact sending tremors through the earth. From above, the monstrous entity with glowing red eyes and long black hair sneers, mocking his pain. "Huh, Akio, you got hit by that." With a flourish of its own large black wings, the creature ascends, its voice dripping with condescension. "I can fly, you know." Its sharp-toothed grin widens, a cruel smile as it continues. "You're quite the jokester." Still plummeting through the air, he processes the impossible situation, his mind racing even as the ground rushes up to meet him. Then, with a sickening thud, he slams into the earth, the impact sending shockwaves through his body. The momentum carries him, skidding across the terrain and tearing a deep gouge into the earth. Another brutal crash sends him tumbling, pulverizing the ground beneath him. A raw cry of pain is torn from his throat as his body absorbs the relentless punishment. He can only manage a choked gasp. From above, the monstrous entity watches, its glowing red eyes widening slightly in what appears to be surprise. Even as he struggles, dark, feathery wings begin to unfurl from his back, fighting against the crushing force. The ground beneath him is utterly pulverized, a testament to the sheer, destructive power of his fall. He continued his plummet, the air rushing past him with a deafening roar. As he hurtled downwards, dark, feathery energy began to stream from his body, leaving a black trail against the sky. His eyes, wide with a mix of pain and dawning realization, stared up at the rapidly receding sky. With a sudden surge, fully formed black wings erupted from his back, tearing through his clothes. The powerful appendages unfurled, catching the air and slowing his descent, even as he continued to fall. Engulfed in a swirling vortex of dark energy, he was a blur of motion against the vast expanse. Then, with a mighty beat of his new wings, he reversed his trajectory, soaring upwards towards the monster who had cast him down, who now questioned, "Master, you have the ability to fly as well?" The monstrous entity, its eyes glowing with an unsettling delight, beamed down at him. "You're beyond my expectations. So exciting." Still suspended in the air, Myrion stared at his own hand, black feathers swirling around it, a single, bewildered thought echoing in his mind. "Huh?" Still reeling from the sudden manifestation of his power, Myrion continues his impossible ascent, a bright trail of light following him as he defies gravity. An unseen observer watches, stunned, questioning if he is truly flying. Meanwhile, Chief Rishiru's eye glows with an intense green light, observing the phenomenon with keen interest. The sheer pressure of his rapid movement causes blood to splatter from his feet, creating the illusion of him soaring through the sky. Myrion hangs suspended in the air, his clothes torn and a hole visible in his chest, a look of bewilderment on his face. As his feet continue to bleed, a voice wonders aloud if he is evolving, even mocking Rishiru in the same breath. On the ground, Rishiru is approached by a subordinate, who asks about his sudden appearance and if the cleanup is complete, to which another voice thanks Hoyong for her assistance. The group discusses the strength of their recent opponents, acknowledging their power but dismissing their skill as terrible. Meanwhile, a command rings out to gather all humans onto the boat, as Myrion is now engaged in a fight against Rishiru. A captain, his expression stern, addresses a subordinate. As a wave of panic ripples through the assembled crowd, their shouts echoing with alarm. The subordinate, wide-eyed with fear, can only stammer out a warning. Meanwhile, the captain, now armed with a tactical weapon, demands to know why they are all frozen in place. Suddenly, a figure with long, flowing hair, clad in a martial arts uniform, unleashes a powerful, green energy-infused kick. The captain is left stunned and speechless. The martial artist continues their dynamic assault, a blur of motion and emerald light. As the word Taekwondo flashes across the scene, a voice questions the captain's current state. Amidst a panicked evacuation, uniformed personnel struggle to maintain order, one soldier desperately holding onto a civilian as another looks back in alarm, the air thick with questions about the overwhelming numbers of attackers. Two more soldiers, their faces etched with confusion and fear, wonder aloud who these mysterious assailants are and how they manage to dispatch humans with such terrifying ease. A commanding voice cuts through the din, issuing an urgent order for everyone to immediately board the boat. As the evacuation continues, a soldier urges his comrade to hurry, his voice laced with growing anxiety for someone named Heian. His face contorting in distress, he realizes she was just behind him, fearing she might now be lost in the pandemonium. Without a moment's hesitation, he declares his intent to go back for her, instructing the others to proceed with the evacuation. With determined steps, Jizian turns and sprints back into the fray, his voice echoing as he calls out for the missing person. Suddenly, the sky itself seems to tear open, revealing a towering, jagged black structure that looms ominously over the landscape. From its depths, with a powerful rush of air, a demonic entity with glowing red eyes and vast, dark wings descends rapidly towards the ground. A dark tendril lashes out, tearing through Myri's side, piercing him clean through the chest, and sending him flying backward with a pained cry. He tumbles through the air, crashing hard onto the ground below. Above him, the monstrous entity hovers, its red eyes glowing as it watches. Myri struggles to rise, clutching at his chest, a bewildered gasp escaping him as he questions the nature of this sudden assault. He finally pushes himself to his feet, still reeling from the impact, his gaze fixed on the towering figure in the distance. Still reeling from the previous attack, Myri confronts the new arrival, questioning their presence in such a dangerous place. His concern evident, he insists they leave, emphasizing the peril that surrounds them. Meanwhile, from the shadows and debris, a gaunt, unsettling eye peers out, observing the scene. A voice cuts through the tension, questioning the unfolding events and addressing a master. A sudden whoosh of air causes Myrion to snap his head around, his eyes widening as something dark and swift passes by. The gaunt creature, now fully visible, speaks with an unnerving calm, questioning the situation. Its gaze fixed, it then comments on a weak expression, its words carrying a cold judgment. Nearby, the female subordinate stands her ground, a dark tendril swirling beside her as a powerful impact resonates through the air. Her face contorts in a mixture of shock and concern, reflecting the gravity of the moment. Standing on the shore, Myrion gazes out at the vast, cloudy sky and the endless ocean, his tattered clothes a testament to recent struggles. Suddenly, his eyes snap wide, a flicker of alarm crossing his face as something unseen catches his attention. A tense moment passes, his body bracing for an unknown impact. Then, a dark, spiky tendril erupts from the shadows, impaling his hand with brutal force, as the female subordinate watches in shock, and the gaunt creature observes the attack with cold detachment. Myri is violently thrown through the air, a spray of blood erupting from his body as he's slammed by an unseen force. He crashes to the ground, surrounded by jagged bone projectiles, while the monstrous entity watches him fall. The creature's red eyes glow with malevolent satisfaction. Myri lies there for a moment, his gaze fixed on the ground, a silent resolve hardening his expression. Meanwhile, the monstrous entity holds a glowing orb, its voice echoing with a taunt. "What's the matter, master?" Elsewhere, the elf-like figure recoils, eyes wide with shock and pain, muttering, "Woman." Hugh. Back in the arena, a sudden, explosive burst of red energy erupts, as Myri launches a devastating counterattack. The monstrous entity screams in agony as the blow connects, its form recoiling from the sheer force. He stares ahead, his eyes wide with a dawning horror. A monstrous hand grabs him, lifting him effortlessly, and the entity's voice booms, demanding to know if its master's right hand has returned. It then thanks its master, declaring it will handle the situation, while the young man struggles, internally questioning the identity of Heian. He looks down, a chilling realization washing over him as he wonders what kind of hell this special cage has put him through, deciding that evacuation is the only option, his resolve hardening with a sudden, intense focus. Suddenly, the monstrous entity cries out in pain, recoiling from an unseen, powerful blow. Far away, the elf-like figure clutches his head, a wave of agony washing over him, wondering if the intense sensation is merely his imagination. Back in the cage, Myrion unleashes a powerful, glowing attack, striking the monster with overwhelming force. Myrion's powerful kick lands with a sharp impact, sending scattered bones flying from the ground as the monstrous entity recoils, its form momentarily stunned. A thought flashes through his mind, wondering if his actions had somehow triggered the creature even further. Without hesitation, he follows up with a devastating punch, a surge of purple energy flaring around his fist as it connects with another resounding quang. A crescent of dark energy slices through the air, a silent, deadly extension of his will. The young man stands resolute, black energy swirling around him, his determination unwavering. Another impact, a sickening quang, sends the monster's foot recoiling violently, black liquid splattering from the force. His power expands further, distorting his very form as the overwhelming force erupts with another quang. The monster's body twists and flails, its limbs stretching unnaturally under the relentless assault. Its face contorts in pure terror, a silent scream tearing from its throat as the power consumes it. He continues his relentless assault, a powerful kick sending bone-like projectiles scattering across the ground. As the monstrous entity lets out a guttural roar of agony, the creature's face contorts in pain, its red eyes glowing with desperation. As Myrion delivers another swift, devastating kick, the impacts ripple across its form, each blow twisting its features further, until the monster screams in sheer torment. Gathering his full power, a dark aura erupts around him, his eyes burning with fierce resolve. Before he unleashes a final, claw-like strike that shatters the creature's defenses, he continues his relentless assault, a powerful kick arcing through the air. The impact sends a shockwave of energy, shattering the monster's defenses. A guttural cry of pain escapes the creature, its form twisting under the relentless blows. It recoils, dark energy erupting from its wounds, groaning with each successive strike. Its face contorts in a mask of suffering, a desperate gasp escaping its lips. Another swift kick connects, splattering black ichor into the air. Myrion's eyes glow with fierce resolve, his focus absolute. The monster lets out a final, agonizing shriek, its form beginning to unravel. As Myrion floats calmly above, the creature dissolves into countless black particles, vanishing completely. The monstrous entity plummeted through the sky, its form a blur against the blue, a faint, disbelieving thought echoing through its fading consciousness. For some reason, it had secretly expected to win. The idea that it could be defeated by a mere human seemed ridiculous. Then, with a deafening roar, the monster collided with the ground, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. Its form disintegrated into nothingness, leaving only a lingering sense of its utter annihilation. As its consciousness faded, the monster accepted its fate, knowing it was truly going to die. Meanwhile, Myrion stood ready, blue energy crackling around his hand, prepared for whatever came next. Elsewhere, a gaunt creature with a wide, menacing grin observed the events, a satisfied "well, that's good," escaping its lips. Its sharp teeth glinted as it declared that it was such an honor to fight you until the end. The monstrous entity, in its final moments, reflects on its existence, acknowledging that it was merely a tool, a pawn in a larger game. It resolves to decorate its last moments with brilliance, a final, desperate act of defiance. The creature's thoughts trail off, accepting its fate, as its boring life comes to an end. Meanwhile, the gaunt creature observes the aftermath, a chilling declaration escaping its lips. "I'm not going to kill you." Its eyes glow with an eerie yellow light, a predatory glint in their depths. Elsewhere, the female subordinate urgently calls out, "Myri, all the humans have been evacuated." She stands with a child, both looking distressed, as she urges someone to finish up and leave. The gaunt creature's voice returns, a cold statement of self-awareness. "That's just how I am." It continues, describing its brutal methods. "I beat them up until they were barely alive." A colossal energy barrier, shimmering with ethereal power, began to fracture, spiderweb cracks spreading rapidly across its surface. Intensifying with each passing moment, the glowing fissures pulsed brighter, threatening to shatter the entire structure. Finally, with a deafening roar, the barrier exploded into countless fragments, rendering those caught in its wake completely unconscious. From a shadowed vantage point, the gaunt creature watched the destruction unfold, a single, reverent word escaping its lips: "Master." Its thoughts, cold and calculating, echoed the brutal reality of their methods. "They die if you beat them up to this extent." Meanwhile, high above, a figure plummeted from the sky, hitting the ground with a soft, sickening thud. Elsewhere, a subordinate, eyes wide with alarm, turned to Myrion, questioning. "He's only trying to make him faint, right?" The subordinate's urgency grew as he reported, "Captain, the barrier disappeared. Our boat is ready to depart." Myrion, already moving, responded with a hint of disbelief. "Really? Hyo, go and control the crowd." As the captain barks orders to leave and finish off the remaining zombians, Myrion and others flee the area, acknowledging the command. Under a sky painted with the hues of sunset, a distant structure stands silhouetted against the fading light. Later, the captain hands something over to Myrion, who gratefully accepts it. As they sit together, observing the unfolding situation, they express disbelief that anyone could have truly escaped the chaos. Suddenly, the captain points out something new, drawing Myrion's attention to a massive, organic mass, which he questions if it could be Rishru. The strange entity continues to shift and undulate, its form unsettling as Myrion stands over it. Impressed, the captain commends Myrion for his excellent work, surprised at how easily he handled the situation. As the captain gives a final order to stand by, Myrion trails slightly behind him, his gaze fixed on the ground. A moment later, he He finds himself walking alongside the female subordinate, a quiet ellipsis hanging in the air between them. Their footsteps echo softly through the facility, until she breaks the silence, offering a sincere, if belated, thank you for earlier. Myrion stops, turning his back to her. As a look of distress crosses her face, a silent plea to let go. He responds with a cryptic statement, his voice low, the mother you're holding in your heart. Then, turning to face her directly, he presses further, you asked me to do it, right? The weight of his question hangs heavy, leaving her to ponder the implications of, if I do. Standing amidst the ruins of a desolate world, he can only wonder, how is anyone supposed to live on in this world, where no one can properly exist anymore? After zombies have dominated the world, everyone is just trying to survive. Some search for family members, dead or alive, while others desperately try to get by. All of them praying for tomorrow's happiness, because there is still hope. She reflects on their shared struggle, acknowledging that they persist in this harsh reality to discover their own hope. A quiet conviction settles over her as she considers that same hope is accessible to anyone who seeks it. She ponders the very essence of that elusive concept, the thing that will ultimately become their guiding light. A thought then surfaces, connecting her reflections to Myri's own journey, wondering if something similar had transpired for him. She considers the profound finality of his situation, the ultimate sacrifice, yet she struggles to comprehend the underlying reason for it. Myri, however, offers his own perspective, suggesting that for him, it feels like something else entirely. He speaks of finding a purpose, a meaning to his existence, especially in a world where all conventional hope has vanished. Hoyong calls out to Myri, who responds with a quiet affirmation. Looking at him directly, Hoyong begins to confess his true feelings, stating, to tell you the truth, I have been treating you like a tool. From his perspective, Myri was merely a means to an end, a temporary ally to achieve his goals. I didn't think of you beyond that. However, his tone shifts as he offers, if you'd like, I will really treat you as one of our squad. Before solidifying the offer, Hoyong adds, but before that, let me ask you a question. Turning slightly, he looks at Myri, his voice dropping as he asks, do you still wish to die? Myri stands in quiet contemplation, his gaze cast downward, absorbing the weight of the recent conversation. Hoyong watches him intently from behind, along with the captain and the female subordinate, all awaiting his response to the profound question posed. Finally, a quiet realization dawns on him, as he murmurs, I see. A moment later, a sense of closure seems to settle, and he offers a simple, great job today. Turning, Myri walks away from the group, leaving them to watch his departure. A sudden, urgent command echoes through the air, attention, prepare. The sky above burns with an ominous, fiery glow as the call goes out, to sail, let's evacuate. The urgency intensifies with a sharp, quickly, for in this world of chaos, hope does not have an easy appearance. Now moving through a bustling city street, Myri walks alongside Hoyong and his team, contemplating that his happiness could be somebody else's misery, and on the contrary, someone else's misery can be his happiness. In a world consumed by chaos, the very concept of everyone began to shift. Hope itself now held a different meaning, as he gazed up at the turbulent sky, a silent question escaping his lips. And within this new reality, the fate of humans hung precariously in the balance. He stood with his team, their faces illuminated by the ominous glow of the burning city, watching the sky with a shared sense of dread. A voice cut through the silence, asking if he was ready, to which he could only respond with a bewildered query. The voice continued, suggesting they should simply have a talk, as Hoyong turned to face him directly. A voice cuts through the silence, asking if he is finally awake. And Myrion stirs, letting out a soft, questioning sound as he begins to rise. The scene shifts dramatically to a vast, dark ocean, where a massive cargo ship cuts through the waves under the cloak of night. Its hold packed with numerous individuals, all appearing to be passengers on an uncertain journey. Among them, a young woman sits quietly, engrossed in a book, while another figure rests beside her, the cramped conditions of their transport evident. Hoyong's voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know everything. He asks if Myrion is willing to tell him everything he knows. Myrion, his face partially obscured by his dark hair, questions the scope of the request. Realizing that his life was spared not out of mercy, but because he holds valuable information. He asks what he should do, but Hoyong quickly dismisses any notion of a deal, stating that providing information won't benefit Myrion in any way, nor will it secure him a negotiation. He firmly declares that Myrion has mistaken the situation. This is not a negotiation. Suddenly, a purple aura flares around Myrion as an anesthetic spell strikes him. A chilling command to smile, echoing in the air. Caught in the spell's lingering effects, the gaunt creature struggles to comprehend the sudden incapacitation of Myrion. Standing calmly over the fallen student with his subordinate, Hoyong explains that even if the creature resists, the target will still be taken, offering a stark choice: risk his life for the student, or die. He adds that they will simply extort information if necessary. The gaunt creature's eyes glow crimson as he strains against the unseen force, acknowledging the situation and demanding his release. He lets out a guttural cry of frustration, his face contorted in pain, realizing he must protect his master's body, while Hoyong observes his struggle impassively. Still fighting the spell's hold, the creature insists he was going to cooperate anyway, reiterating his demand for release. Hoyong simply questions his statement. As the gaunt creature's face is drawn with effort, the spell's hold beginning to loosen, a faint spell release effect shimmering around him. He then asks what Hoyong means. And with his female subordinate beside him, Hoyong reveals the spell was merely an anesthetic, intending to keep the creature alive to use his colleagues, stating there's nothing else he wants from him. He continues, dismissing the unconscious boy as having nothing to offer him, instead revealing his true interest lies with the creature's own side. The creature looks up, a hint of surprise on its face as Hoyong reiterates his focus on its allies. A slight smirk plays on Hoyong's lips as he adds, that prospect is far more intriguing. The creature's eye glows with a fierce yellow light, its mind flashing back to a thrilling, unforgettable battle it once shared with its master. Shaking off the memory, the creature demands he stop circling the topic and get to the point, asking what he truly wants. Hoyong leans in, placing a hand on the creature's shoulder in a gesture of false camaraderie. And the creature's face twists into a wide, unsettling grin as it declares its willingness to join his side. It offers to do anything asked of it, eager to come along. As Hoyong walks away, he questions the creature's sudden compliance, wondering what benefit it sees in this arrangement. Myri-on's voice echoes, declaring his unwavering loyalty. His expression resolute, he adds, that staying by his master's side is all he desires. Elsewhere, the captain's voice rises in a panicked shout, demanding to know what his opponent can do to kill, accusing them of only making things harder. He calls out, his voice laced with desperation, "See, Captain?" The female subordinate responds with a calm, dismissive tone, stating that little can be expected from him, regardless of his will, and that his cooperation brings no benefit. Hoyong watches the scene unfold, a sharp glint in his eyes, muttering a single, cutting word. He then turns his attention to the captain, questioning if all the people from Unkillable Island have been evacuated and what their plans are from now on. A large ship is visible in the distance as he continues, asking if they intend to cross the sea forever with so many civilians aboard. His voice drops to a warning, predicting that sooner or later they will run out of fuel and be caught if they attempt to dock. Myri-on's voice cuts through the silence, challenging his captors, asserting that their survival is impossible and questioning their intent to abandon civilians after such a struggle. A slight nod from Hoyong acknowledges the weight of the words, as he internally concedes that the young man has hit upon a crucial point, proving sharper than he initially believed. Myri-on then offers a tantalizing piece of information, revealing the existence of an island near Unkillable, where humans are well hidden, before pointedly asking if Hoyong was already aware. He clarifies that such vital intelligence cannot be simply extracted through mere questioning, emphasizing that this particular information was acquired through his own will, and then provocatively asks if they are curious about what else he might know. Hoyong's face contorts in frustration, as he internally rails against the situation, believing that even if the young man speaks the truth, it goes against his own principles, and he cannot trust someone who might have killed hundreds. He wonders aloud how they could possibly place their faith in such a bastard. Hoyong finally concedes, agreeing to Myri-on's terms, but the young man's attention is fixed on the captain. Laying out his own strict conditions, Hoyong declares that Myri-on is forbidden from feeding on humans and will remain under constant surveillance. He adds, almost dismissively, that advanced zomgangs can survive without human sustenance anyway. With the terms set, Hoyong suggests they continue their discussion once they reach the island, while Myri-on again calls out to the captain with concern. Looking down, Myri-on apologizes to Hoyong, using his alias, Gyuho. Hoyong, still looking down, acknowledges Myri-on's feelings, but insists that the information is true and this is their only viable option. He tries to reassure the young man, stating that Myri-on will handle the captain if necessary. Hoyong adds that the captain is in no condition to cause trouble anyway. Despite the reassurances, Myri-on's expression remains troubled, as he grapples with the implications of working alongside a zomgang. Myri-on reflects on the captain, acknowledging that he has never made a wrong decision before. But still, he wonders what kind of justice Hoyong is truly seeking. As they continue their journey, Myri-on asks, his voice tinged with impatience, "Where is the island you mentioned?" Hoyong simply replies that he will see it when they arrive, referring to the very island he had mentioned earlier. Hours later, under the cloak of night, a large vessel cuts through the dark waters, approaching a secluded, palm-fringed island. The ship's bow slices cleanly through the ocean's surface, its momentum carrying them swiftly towards their destination. Stepping onto the sandy shore, Myri-on surveys the dense foliage and isolated landscape, a single question escaping his lips. "Is this it?" Hoyong stands beside him, confirming with a nod, "The island I mentioned." Myri-on looks around, his expression filled with doubt, as he questions the feasibility of their plan. "We're hiding the humans here, but all we can hide there is one mouse." An unnamed man with light brown hair, surrounded by others, reflects on a past encounter, questioning the trustworthiness of someone named Rishuru. He concludes that at the end of the day, Rishuru is just a chief Iomegan, and his thoughts continue, acknowledging the captain's decision, but expressing his own lingering distrust. The scene shifts dramatically to a figure shrouded in bandages, their eyes piercing through the cloth as they command someone to look under the tree. The figure's eyes glow with an intense green light, their voice laced with accusation as they demand, "Did you deceive me?" The bandaged figure continues, revealing a past decision to trust and offer despite the reservations of their own people. A sudden, explosive sound erupts as an unseen individual reacts with shock and alarm to the bandaged figure's outburst. The bandaged figure's green eyes burn brighter, drawing a parallel between this current betrayal and a past deception involving their master, wondering if another individual had been concealing their true power. Standing amidst a desolate, snowy landscape dotted with ancient pillars, the bandaged figure points towards a specific time rock, issuing a clear directive. A voice echoes with a clear declaration, promising a revelation of purpose. As if in response, a hand carefully places a small, flat stone onto a surface, the sound of it settling echoing softly. The stone now rests on a bed of ice and snow, prompting a soft, questioning utterance from an unseen observer. The desolate, frozen landscape stretches out, dominated by a colossal, dark fissure that cleaves the earth, a chilling wind sweeping through the vast emptiness. Above a small, isolated rock formation, the bandaged figure hovers, observing the immense chasm with a mix of surprise and contemplation. Suddenly, the scene shifts dramatically to a sprawling cityscape, rain streaking down as a towering white structure pierces the skyline. From high above, a small, dark figure plummets towards the city below, a swift descent through the downpour. Myrion asserts his honesty, questioning if their shared objective truly encompasses the salvation of all humanity. The cap-wearer then asks if he was the one who created this mysterious place, but Myrion simply replies that he merely stumbled upon it. He speculates that it must have been constructed long ago, its mana flow now depleted, admitting he has no idea how it came to be. When asked about the place's true purpose, Myrion casually states he only comes here to relax. Regardless, he concludes that the location is more than adequate for his needs, a soft rustle accompanying his words. The cap-wearer then requests to ask a question, to which Myrion simply prompts him to speak. Observing Myrion's hidden strength, the cap-wearer questions why he bothered to observe him before attempting capture, implying his power far exceeds what he lets on. He continues, suggesting Myrion could effortlessly overpower anyone, not just him. With a knowing gaze, Myrion simply replies that he has his own reasons. The cap-wearer, observing the desolate landscape, acknowledges his own limitations, musing that he isn't as strong as he once claimed. He then questions the nature of the humans he encountered, wondering if they were truly low-level or something far more formidable, and from where they could have possibly originated. His gaze drifts upward, a thought forming in his mind. How did he end up in this situation again, and should he simply press the button as he did before? Meanwhile, in a different location, Hoyong and his female subordinate stand before a large transparent structure, both looking on with wide eyes at something within. Hoyong's expression shifts to one of surprise and concern as he questions, "What is this?" Turning his attention away from the display, Hoyong addresses his subordinate. "Hoyong, can I ask you for a favor? Help the people unpack their belongings." The subordinate responds with a hesitant, "Ah, yes, let me do it," though she inwardly questions why they are moving so abnormally. Her face shows clear apprehension as she gives a final, strained affirmation, "Why yes." Footsteps echo softly as a mysterious, submerged structure comes into view, its metallic form partially obscured by the water. Observing the strange sight, the cap-wearer and a man in glasses, Noon, exchange bewildered glances, wondering if this could be a secret lab meant for them. Before they can ponder further, the female subordinate from the facility appears, asking how they managed to arrive and stating she has a message to deliver. As the message is relayed, the female subordinate reacts with a surprised gasp, while the cap-wearer grumbles about being treated like a mere office worker. With a look of annoyance, Noon interjects, demanding to know the whereabouts of Li Qiang. His expression shifting to surprise, Noon then acknowledges someone's earlier than expected arrival. The cap-wearer, still frustrated, is met with Noon's teasing remark about his role as a messenger, further fueling his irritation. The female subordinate explains that the cap-wearer was apprehended shortly after Zhu Jihan returned to base, prompting Noon to decide he will cooperate for the sake of a smooth process. With a smirk, Noon playfully suggests that the female subordinate is worried about him, finding the thought touching. He watches as the weapon shuttle arrives, a wave of relief washing over Hoyong, who exclaims his idol has reached his peak. As the captain thanks Hoyong for his trouble, the subordinate then inquires about the disposal of salvaged items. With a dismissive shrug, Myrion simply states he threw it away. Hoyong, initially shocked that it wasn't a mere paper boat, quickly accepts the explanation, acknowledging a job well done. He then suggests a gathering or dinner for everyone later, perhaps to celebrate or unwind. However, his suggestion seems to fall flat, leaving him to walk away with a dejected sigh. Myrion, holding a fluffy pink cotton candy, looks on with a smug expression as Hoyong reacts with an exaggerated gasp. Elsewhere, the female subordinate stands with the captain, while Myrion and Hoyong remain together, their conversation continuing. A new voice begins, asking if everyone is ready. The Oriukto mission has been successfully completed, A voice announces to the assembled group, congratulating everyone on a job well done. Thanks to their efforts, Hoyong explains, they were able to secure some unexpected gains, and starting today, a new plan would commence, using this very location as their base of operations. The new base, they decided, would be named Oryukdo, though a quiet thought questions the choice, noting Oryukdo is merely a small island. This very research lab they currently occupy would naturally become their new headquarters. Hoyong acknowledges the team's eagerness to explore the new facility, but suggests they can't do that just yet. The female subordinate then interjects, reminding them of the briefing about their future plans. The captain then declares the briefing begins now, turning to someone and demanding to know if they had reported the management of the current facility's resources as unknown. He confirms that the head has never revealed themselves, speculating that the others likely have no idea who the real leader is. As the captain continues to speak, Myri-on's eyes widen in surprise, a sudden realization hitting him. He explains that the new plan involves destroying the foundation of the Red Team, following up on critical information they've gathered. This new initiative will target individuals, starting with rank 5. Next on the list is rank 4, Nate Fesh, a young man with a calm, calculating gaze. Following him are two formidable figures, both holding the title of rank 3 Arrow, the first appearing as a masked archer with glowing yellow eyes. The second rank 3 Arrow is a warrior with a fox-like mask, his red eyes glowing with fierce intensity. Then comes the imposing presence of rank 2, Speedus, a heavily built figure with long, dark hair and piercing red eyes. Finally, the highest-ranked individual revealed is rank 1, Turret, a sleek, formal man whose green eyes glow with an unsettling calm. The captain concludes, his voice firm, declaring the chief hunt officially underway. As the mission to hunt the Red Team's chiefs is declared, Myrion stands, his gaze directed downward, a single finger pointing forward, signaling that something new begins. The chief hunt officially begins, with Myrion standing ready for the task ahead. Holding a glowing test tube, he confirms their first target is a rank 5 warrior. He knows this won't be an easy operation, especially with the Changwon outpost having a strong defense system and military weapons stored inside. But if they succeed, they will acquire an important outpost, which is what they call training. He listens as a subordinate explains that the targets they face are precisely why they were chosen, confirming their objective to take over Changwon. As he walks away from the group, the female subordinate remarks that he needs to grow into a strong leader, a sentiment the captain quickly counters, stating that leadership doesn't solely rely on him. Lost in thought, Myrion considers a future where even if he were gone someday, human society could still manage to maintain itself. He reflects on his own weariness, longing for the day he can be discarded like a broken toy, free from responsibility, and finally rest, even if it means he'll die as soon as possible. A shadowy figure simply acknowledges his morbid wish. Meanwhile, in another part of the facility, Hoyong calls out to a commander, urgently asking a question. He presses on, wanting to know what their next steps should be in case the current operation succeeds. The commander, Terriate, asks if he'd rather discuss it after the attack, prompting Hoyong to quickly apologize. Elsewhere, a glowing, intricate device is revealed, known only as the supercluster. Changwon is not only protected by high barricades and a strict defense system, making the city far from easy to invade. Myrion, wrapped in a strange green material, acknowledges the challenge, noting that Changwon has been transformed into something more formidable. The paladin, Terriate, confirms this, explaining that it's a full-area defense established by him, rank 1 Terriate. Even Zomgin, a formidable entity, would find it impossible to infiltrate such a barrier, leaving them to wonder how they might breach this impenetrable defense. Two young women listen intently, one with orange hair, the other with dark hair and glasses, as the gravity of the situation settles upon them. The bespectacled woman, after a moment of contemplation, declares her intention to figure out a solution from now on. He ponders the intricate details of their infiltration plan, believing they won't have to worry about the specifics. Meanwhile, the female subordinate holds up a glowing, purple-pink vial, explaining that the operation has caused the inverts to fall silent. He concludes that if they succeed, it will be a brilliant plan. She continues, detailing their vision to gradually reclaim human territory after capturing the Zomgins and conquering Changwon. With Terriate by her side, she envisions a restored society where only humans are permitted to live. The group listens as she emphasizes a world free from Zomgins. Hoyong, however, voices a chilling doubt, wondering if this entire premise is a lie. The cap wearer echoes his concern, questioning the possibility of encountering more Zomgins if they proceed to Changwon. Hoyong questions Terriate, wondering how he could speak so easily about the plan, asking if he isn't afraid of dying. He finds it absurd that Terriate would provide information and side with them, simply out of a desire to be near Myrion. Terriate, in turn, challenges Hoyong, asking why he finds such a notion so absurd, and if he truly believes Terriate incapable of betraying the Zomgins. He dismisses the idea of discussing his love for his master, insisting he merely passed on useful information. Yet, a deeper truth begins to surface, as he admits his desire extends beyond merely staying by his side. His presence here, he confesses, is for a singular purpose. He wants another fight with his master. Myrion, still encased, questions how he plans to fight with his broken body, then realizes the implications of his own words, admitting he hadn't considered that. The captain reassures the group that an investigation will be conducted before proceeding with the operation. Hoyong insists they must verify the information, stating that if it proves false, they will simply devise a new strategy. The captain, his gaze firm, assures them they are only considering the most responsible methods. Hoyong nods slowly, acknowledging the statement. He then reveals the operation will be delayed for 6 months to a year, before asking for a favor from everyone present. He inquires about their preferences. The captain explains that while they've rescued humans from the island, they haven't yet planned how to expand their numbers, which is precisely why the team was brought in. He concludes that this delay is for the best, promising to see them at the regular meeting, and instructs them to report back once they've selected their clothes. As the captain walks away, Hoyong exclaims in surprise, then suggests they all go for a meal. Myrion, now alone, surveys a rack of clothing, his hand reaching out to make a selection. Myrion found himself intrigued by the data displayed on the lab screens, noting that the computers here could be operated from the main floor. Yet, as he delved deeper, he realized there was far more to uncover. The sheer impossibility of an entire town existing underwater defied all logic. A profound question formed in his mind, wondering about the true origin of all the information within this mysterious research lab. The screens revealed advanced inventions, and he recalled a legend about luxes associated with Jeju Island, a name he'd heard before. The technology presented was centuries ahead of its time, dating back to long before the apocalypse. It spoke of a more advanced civilization that had created a utopian world, a concept that resonated deeply with the glowing purple energy emanating from a device on the keyboard. His eyes narrowed in contemplation, a single thought echoing in his mind. He questioned who could have possessed such knowledge and why they would invent such technology, the implications of it all swirling in his thoughts. His intense focus was broken by Hoyong's voice, asking Jean if she was free, while the captain's voice chimed in, offering assistance. The conversation begins with a hesitant admission. It's nothing, but, as a question is posed about a small knife made in the past. A hand presents a knife, its blade glowing with an eerie blue light, and the speaker reveals its chilling purpose, to use this as a weapon. This has an effect that delays Myri's healing powers. The implication hangs heavy in the air, as Myri's eyes widen slightly in realization, the speaker confirming, that can kill Myri. Jean, her expression troubled, questions the request. Are you asking me to make a weapon to kill a human? The man holding the knife acknowledges her concern. I know it sounds crazy, but this is... He gestures with the weapon, explaining, the reason why Myri is asking us out right now, so I hope you can work on this. Myri, his gaze distant, confirms the grim truth. This is Myri's wish, right? Jean, still wrestling with the moral implications, protests, I'm not making a murder weapon. Her eyes narrow, a challenge in her voice, but a weapon to grant Myri's wish, right? After a moment of contemplation, Jean finally agrees to the task, her voice firm as she states her intention to disassemble the knife. Her decision made, she confirms, okay, I'll disassemble the knife. Myri, surprised by her sudden resolve, can only utter a soft, huh. Hoyong then turns to Myri, asking if he can approach, before explaining that the material used to make the dagger was discovered by accident, leaving him with no idea what it truly was. He elaborates, stating, the material used to make this dagger, I found it on accident, so I had no idea what it was. As Hoyong types away at a computer terminal, information about the mysterious material begins to appear on the screen. The screen reveals the material's identity, Ranjay flower. This is the material used to make the dagger. Further details emerge, explaining that the Ranjay flower is a unique substance discovered after the apocalypse. Hoyong continues to explain that if the Ranjay flower is combined with metal, it can amplify mana, and can even be calculated into an alloy that can delay healing powers, a revelation that leaves Myri listening intently. The captain confirms the written information, acknowledging its accuracy. A sudden realization dawns, as he exclaims, that means, yes, that's right. Jean elaborates, explaining that with the Ranjay flower, they can craft a weapon that defies healing, one capable of bypassing conventional defenses. The captain then inquires, do you know where we can find it? Jean confirms, adding that the location is also known. Considering the implications, the captain muses, now the question is, who is going to get it? He pauses, deep in thought, a quiet hum escaping his lips. Suddenly, Myri steps forward, offering, Captain, can I ask for your help? The captain looks at him, a single word forming his response, yes? A strange, swirling distortion of light and shadow ripples across the space. The next morning, a radar confirms their location, latitude 35.40158.333, longitude 129.106.278. As they travel, a young woman with bright orange hair lets out a series of loud, distressed cries, prompting Myrion to snap that she is far too noisy. She quickly retorts, accusing him of making her scared as well. Myrion doubles over, groaning in extreme discomfort, while the orange-haired girl, seemingly oblivious, focuses on a map, trying to pinpoint the location Jun marked. Their journey continues through a vast, forested mountain range, revealing their destination, Cheonseong Mountain. The discomfort persists, forcing Myrion to gag and retch, prompting the orange-haired girl to finally look up with concern and ask, "Are you okay, Sunday?" As the cap-wearer voiced his lingering questions about Captain Zero's departure and their own unexpected assignment, wondering if he and Myrion were meant to be left behind, Sunday, ever eager, urged them forward. With the air shimmering with unseen energies, the trio began their journey through a lush, glowing forest. Their objective, the cap-wearer explained, was to locate the elusive Ranjay flower, though its precise whereabouts remained a mystery. The vast, mountainous landscape stretching before them suggested a long and arduous search, prompting him to resolve to do what they could for the day. Suddenly, Sunday recoiled in disgust, noticing Myrion's renewed bout of nausea, questioning if he was sick again. Overwhelmed by his illness, Myrion hunched over, apologizing profusely to his companions. Holding a small, glowing device, the cap-wearer reassured him, understanding that their quest would indeed be a long one. But just as he spoke, a shadowy, gaunt creature lunged from the forest's depths, its dark form blurring with terrifying speed. The cap-wearer barely had time to register the sudden attack, letting out a shocked cry as the creature, a Zomgan, closed in. The Zomgan's ambush sends something flying with a violent force as the cap-wearer and Noon scramble away, realizing the immediate danger. A sharp gasp escapes Sunday, her eyes wide with shock. Before them lies a gruesome sight, a dismembered body, strangely covered in what appears to be paint. Sunday questions the bizarre scene, wondering aloud about the strange paint and the possibility of superhumans nearby. The cap-wearer decides they must trace whoever did this, hoping they might hold clues about the Ranjay flower. Still reeling from the gruesome discovery, Sunday is taken aback by the mention of superhumans joining their force. Unbeknownst to the group, a young boy, Myrion, stands alone in the forest, a subtle dark aura surrounding him as he looks back. Back with the others, Sunday and Noon exchange horrified glances, grappling with the reality of the dead body and the implications of its state. At that moment, only one thought consumes Sunday's mind. As the gruesome scene unfolded, only one thought crossed Garam's mind, the unsettling presence of unknown paint staining both dismembered bodies. This wasn't just one victim, but a horrifying blend of a Zomgan and a human, their remains intertwined in a macabre display. Looking at the scene, Sunday's eyes widened in alarm, a single word escaping her lips. That person, she continued, her voice laced with growing apprehension, might be dangerous. Myrion and Sunday walk together, their path taking them through a verdant landscape. As they continue, Sunday wonders aloud, if a superhuman could truly be in this place. Myrion considers the possibility that such a person might be dangerous, recalling a rumor he'd heard. Sunday, her eyes wide with curiosity, asks him what rumor he's referring to. He explains that it's about someone who hunts down both monsters and humans. Sunday acknowledges the prevalence of such tales, then wonders if they might be conducting experiments. Myrion dismisses the rumors as unimportant, but admits he's never heard anything quite like this before. Sunday then muses about humans fighting alongside each other, before making a peculiar comment about weird pants. He considers the situation, suggesting they should return to headquarters just in case, while Jean Garam looks on, her expression thoughtful. But the idea of retreat sparks a different thought in her mind, a reminder from the captain echoing in her ears. Get a grip, Jean Garam. You're the commander of this mission. The weight of that responsibility settles on her as she walks beside him, and he offers a reassuring smile, telling her, yes, if it's you, I have faith. His words are a comfort, yet her mind drifts back to the captain's expectations, the thought that he now sees her as a veteran with successors, trusting her with this mission. The captain's voice echoes again, a clear command. I'll be counting on you. The weight of his trust is immense, a burden she feels deeply. Her eyes widen slightly as she realizes the implication. She can't just go back right now. With a renewed sense of purpose, she decides to continue looking around. Standing on the path, Myrion urges his companion to reconsider, reminding her that everyone else has already retreated and that they have no idea what they're truly facing, nor does it align with their original objective. Acknowledging his words, Jean Garam firmly states that as the commander, she cannot simply turn back. Internally, she grapples with the weight of her position, muttering about being prepared as a commander, yet lamenting that despite searching all day, they had found absolutely nothing, not even a single petal. A wave of fear washes over her as she considers the possibility that the very flower they seek might already be extinct. But despair quickly turns to fierce resolve as she curses her own perceived inadequacy, vowing to find it tomorrow, even if it means burning down the entire mountain. As she walks away, Myrion watches her departure, a quiet question hanging in the air about her actions. You know what? Let's think about getting a good night's sleep. Myrion suggests to the bundled-up Sunday, you should rest. I'll be on night watch. A moment passes before Sunday responds, I'm fine. Now that I think about it, I have never seen you sleep fine. She looks up at him, her expression questioning, aren't you tired? Myrion simply replies, well, I don't feel tired. Sunday, still bundled in her sleeping bag, observes him. He's always saying the same thing. He doesn't have to be on night watch. She then says aloud, "Yeah, thanks, Myri." But her thoughts betray a deeper sentiment as she looks away. That's unfair. Myri, sitting alone, reflects on her words. He's already so strong. He doesn't need sleep, Sunday muses, recalling her first encounter with him, a time when she was so overwhelmed by fear. Back then, she had simply sat there, doing nothing, even on Orphaned Island, where she had to handle things herself. She felt she hadn't contributed much. That feeling of inadequacy still lingered, and now, lost in the desolate ruins, she questioned her path, wondering if she was even heading in the right direction. The captain had trusted her, appointing her as commander, yet here she was, doing a sloppy job, burdened by her own self-doubt. But a flicker of resolve ignited in her eyes, a silent promise forming within her. She clenched her fist, vowing to herself that she would be a hero. The burning school building stood as a stark reminder of the world's devastation and the immense challenge that lay before her. A muffled cry escapes the darkness, a desperate struggle against an unseen force. From within a burning building, a small voice pleads, "Someone, please help me." Young Sunday, tears streaming down her face, cries out for salvation. Suddenly, a door creaks open, revealing a blinding inferno beyond, and a voice cuts through the smoke. A figure in protective gear steps into the room, asking, "Are you all right, kids? Are you hurt?" The firefighter scoops up the terrified child, urging her to escape the danger. Sunday looks up, her small face streaked with tears, a silent gasp escaping her lips. The person she saw then, the one who saved her, was none other than. As the firefighter carries her through the raging flames, it was the very appearance of a hero. Ever since that day, a deep resolve had settled within her, a burning desire to become a cool hero, just like him. However, in this moment, she felt far from it, not as strong and decisive as the captain, nor as smart and quick-witted as Commander Jean. She didn't even possess special crafting skills like Jun. A wave of self-pity washed over her. She felt so pathetic, wondering how someone like her could ever become a hero. A sudden, sharp pain jolts her, pulling her from her thoughts. Myrion looks on, as Sunday cries out in surprise. The memory flashes back to a young girl, trapped and helpless in a burning building, able to do nothing but cry for help. A gaunt creature, its face contorted in a scream, is violently thrown through the air, its body twisting as it cries out, believing this to be its lucky day. Still airborne, it lets out another guttural shriek as it continues its uncontrolled flight. With a final, pained gasp, the creature slams into the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around its broken form. As the dust settles, Myrion lands lightly, his gaze fixed on the fallen foe. He muses aloud, knowing a young kid wouldn't roam alone, and questions if the creature is the infamous trap killer. From a higher vantage point, Myrion watches as Sunday, Cap Wearer, and Noon approach the defeated creature, their forms small against the vast, desolate landscape. A soft sound escapes him, a quiet huh of surprise. He turns slightly, his back to the approaching group. Suddenly, Sunday lunges from behind, her weapon arcing towards him as she declares, "Anyway, thanks for saving me the trouble of looking for you." A sudden surge of information floods Sunday's mind, leaving her momentarily stunned and confused. As a faint green glow begins to emanate from her, she clutches a book, unable to comprehend the torrent of data. She has no idea what she's processing. But then, her eyes snap open, glowing with an intense green light as the knowledge transmission completes, and a new resolve hardens her expression. The gaunt creature, sensing her redirected intent, attempts to dissuade her, declaring that it is not the human she is looking for. Ignoring its plea, Sunday unleashes a powerful, green energy-infused kick, executing a precise Muay Thai strike. The impact sends a shockwave rippling through the air, as her foot connects with immense force. Her leg follows through, leaving trails of green energy and red impact lines, a testament to the raw power behind her strike. Sunday's eyes glow with an intense yellow light, and she unleashes a powerful Muay Thai kick, a vibrant green aura flaring around her leg as she strikes. The force of the blow connects squarely with the gaunt creature, sending a shockwave of green energy through its body. The creature, though visibly impacted, manages to block the full brunt of the attack, its voice echoing in disbelief. "What? He blocked that?" A guttural roar escapes the creature as its own eyes glow yellow, resisting the momentum. But it is still driven backward by the sheer power of the kick. Sunday collapses to the ground, exhausted, as the creature recovers, acknowledging her strength. "As expected, you're no ordinary human, like they said." Its voice rings out again. That wasn't enough, take him down." Just then, Myrion, Jean Garam, Hoyong, and the Cap Wearer burst onto the scene, reacting with shock and concern at the sight of their companion on the ground. As Sunday scrambles to her feet, Jean Garam urgently calls out to her, directing her to flee in a specific direction, a command Sunday acknowledges with a quick, fearful affirmation. Without hesitation, Sunday sprints away, her footsteps echoing rapidly across the ground. Behind her, the gaunt creature's voice booms, demanding to know where the punks think they are running. As Sunday glances back in terror, the creature's taunt continues, questioning if she is blatantly ignoring it. Suddenly, a massive, dark vortex of energy erupts, swirling with ominous power. Sunday recoils, a gasp of fear escaping her lips as the swirling darkness looms. Her eyes wide with panic, she cries out, a desperate plea to halt the impending attack. Witnessing the escalating danger, Jean Garam turns to Myrion, her voice filled with urgency, as she implores him to save Sunday. She repeats her plea, demanding to know if he heard her. A sharp cry escapes Sunday as the impact sends her reeling, her body tumbling amidst a shower of debris, the ground cracking beneath her as she falls. She finally collapses onto the shattered earth, a low rumble echoing from the impact. A pained groan escapes her lips as she desperately calls out, her voice strained, pleading for Garam. Nearby, the gaunt creature sneers at Jean Garam, mocking their efforts to save what it calls trash, dismissing the rumors of their strength as empty. It then challenges them, asking if they are a gang, and promises to deal with them all shortly. From the ground, Sunday's voice rises again, a desperate plea for Myrion to help Garam. Myrion, standing with the cap-wearer, responds with a grim expression, stating he was explicitly told not to intervene, a revelation that shocks his companion. As the gaunt creature continues its relentless assault, it hurls Sunday across the ground, demanding to be led to the hidden humans. Its massive, gray hand then clamps down on her face, her expression contorted in terror. With a guttural roar, the gaunt creature's eyes glow crimson, and it unleashes a devastating, fiery explosion. Yet, in a sudden turn of events, Sunday finds herself held by a human hand, her eyes wide with disbelief as she questions the impossible situation. Meanwhile, a young child cries out in distress, their small face streaked with tears. A voice filled with hope then proclaims that their village's hero has arrived, as a figure with glowing eyes appears. The hero moves through the dense foliage, a glowing yellow orb clutched in their hand. Hoyong is sent flying through the air, a shadowy, gaunt creature in the background having just launched him with immense force. Before he crashes hard onto the ground, sending up a cloud of dust and debris, Jean Garam, shielding a terrified child, can only stare in shock at the sudden impact, exclaiming, what the hell? His leg hits the earth with a heavy thud. The child, overwhelmed by the chaos, cries out in distress. As a faint aura glows around her, Jean Garam declares with fierce determination, our village's hero is here to save us. Looking down at the child, she adds, hero, those guys saved me. Hoyong, now sitting up, offers a casual smile to the child. Is that so? Are you hurt anywhere? He then turns his gaze to Jean Garam, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for saving a child from our village. A new figure introduces himself with quiet confidence, declaring himself Kim Min-sung, a hero. Elsewhere, a young man ponders a thought, wondering why people normally avoid speaking ill of others directly. Back with the others, Hoyong suggests to Jean Garam that they should take a moment to rest. Kim Min-sung, however, seems to dismiss the idea of rest, simply stating that it is all right. He then muses about other matters, suggesting he might take care of them himself. Jean Garam looks on, confused by his words, while Hoyong lets out a small sound of understanding. Kim Min-sung simply responds with a soft, drawn-out sound. He then expresses a sentiment of misfortune, advising others to be both kind and strong, before wishing them luck. Myrion internally protests, urging a halt to their current course, while Jean Garam insists they must return. Hoyong, however, dismisses her concern for his injuries, assuring her that the damage to his bones isn't significant. A grotesque, hanging mask, adorned with a single eye, looms in the dark, overgrown environment. Myrion's thoughts echo the unsettling discovery, as Jean Garam questions Hoyong about the mask, wondering if it's connected to the corpse they encountered earlier that morning. Kim Min-sung reacts with a sharp gasp of surprise. Jean Garam, her expression hardening, voices her suspicion about the individual they're discussing. She presses Hoyong, asking if he's hiding something, but he simply suggests they get some rest, avoiding her direct question. Myrion, now serious, ponders the meaning behind a previous statement. Noon, equally perplexed, questions what exactly is being discussed. Jean Garam confronts him, reminding him of his earlier words. You said that you didn't help me, she presses, demanding to know what that was about. Myrion's eyes widen slightly as he processes her accusation, wondering if it was the captain who intervened. Unsatisfied, Jean Garam pushes further, her voice laced with disbelief, asking why he would simply stand by when someone was on the verge of death, why he would just stand there. Myrion's dark hair obscures his face as he vehemently denies her implication, insisting, it's not. His eyes, now fully visible, burn with a fierce resolve as he finishes his thought, me. Jean Garam lets out a frustrated sigh, a soft, escaping her lips. Myrion turns away, his frustration boiling over as he declares, forget it. His voice rings with fierce independence as he asserts, I don't need your help. Jean Garam watches him, her expression a mix of disbelief and concern as she echoes his words, by myself. He calls out to someone unseen, urging them to join him, insisting on his necessity for the procedure to begin. Meanwhile, a young woman looks down, hearing a child's excited voice exclaim, oh, it's Sir Hero. Did you save the child again today? He deserves to be a hero. The child, clutching the woman's hand, lets out a small sniffle, standing beside two other adults who watch on. A man with light gray hair, his back to the viewer, jovially calls out, "Haha, please head inside everyone, it's getting late." As the woman and child begin to walk away from the other two adults, the child turns back, calling out, "Mom, Dad." The woman kneels to comfort the child, who expresses profound gratitude. "Oh my God, Sir Hero, I'm really grateful." The man from before, Hoyong, reassures them. "It's all right. Please take the child and head back inside." He then asks, his voice trailing off, "Will you be coming to the flower ceremony?" "If you are, then I." A confident smirk plays on Myrion's lips as he declares his readiness to participate. Meanwhile, from a distant vantage point, Jean Garam peers through binoculars, observing the city below, a thought forming about the growing legend of Sir Hero. She questions aloud if everyone has truly abandoned the city. Nearby, the cap wearer looks down, a puzzled expression crossing his face as he murmurs a soft huh in response. Jean Garam then turns to him, noting that he had taken the binoculars. He responds with a slight acknowledgement, before adding that he could see roughly anything from their position. Jean Garam, however, seems to recall something important, turning back with a sudden, "Ah, wait a second." The cap wearer, looking directly at her, firmly states, "First, do what you want," prompting her to question what exactly he means by that ambiguous instruction. Footsteps echo softly across the desolate landscape. As Jean Garam continues her approach towards the distant, silent village. Stopping at its edge, she gazes up at the crumbling structures, a question forming in her mind about the lone figure she expects to find there. Her gaze drops to the ground, a flicker of doubt crossing her face, wondering if he truly is protecting this desolate place. Then, a single, cryptic word echoes in her thoughts. "Combine." The unexpected instruction leaves her visibly perplexed, her brow furrowed in confusion. She looks down at the rubble-strewn ground, a small, white creature scurrying nearby. Her eyes suddenly glow with a soft, yellow light, as the thought takes root. Should I just combine then? Still contemplating the profound implications of the instruction, she continues to stare at the ground, lost in thought. As the instruction to combine echoed in her mind, Myrion moved swiftly away, a soft sound accompanying his departure. Meanwhile, Jean Garam's eyes glowed with a fierce yellow light, her mind racing to decipher the meaning behind the word. Combine what? She wondered, the question burning within her. A single possibility began to form, a dangerous, perhaps, that chilled her to the bone. She envisioned the impossible, a human figure, glowing with power, standing alongside a monstrous Zomgin. A human and a Zomgin, she realized with dawning horror. A sudden, sharp sound cut through her thoughts, as if something had landed or moved with incredible speed. Seeing him now in motion, she knew she had to act. I need to quickly follow him, she urged herself, her resolve hardening. Her glowing eyes narrowed with determination as she made her decision. Then I must stop him. Under the vast, star-dusted canvas of the night sky, the quiet rooftops of the city lay still, awaiting the unfolding drama. Myrion sits, looking down at a small, round blue creature with glowing eyes, addressing it softly. Suddenly, a thought crosses his mind, wondering what he should do next. The blue creature, Freddie-o-Bird, seems to respond, its voice echoing in his mind, urging him to simply act, promising it would only benefit him. Confused, he questions the source of the voice, unsure if it's truly the creature speaking or something else entirely. He looks around, a flicker of unease crossing his face, wondering if he's truly alone, barely registering the words he's hearing. A sinister, sharp-toothed mouth appears, its voice a low growl, muttering about the risk of being caught, yet still pushing forward with its agenda. The scene shifts to a woman with long blonde hair and dark attire, her expression determined, as she proposes an experiment to combine them. Myrion's eyes widen in shock, the word combine echoing in his mind once more, filling him with dread. The woman's voice returns, resolute, confirming her conviction. He stands at the threshold, his gaze fixed on something within the room, a soft question escaping his lips. Meanwhile, a furious voice echoes, accusing an unseen figure. You crazy scientist, as Jean Garam lunges forward, declaring, I will. Her arm outstretched, she desperately cries out, Stop you. Her face contorted in a raw scream of exertion and anguish, she lets out a guttural cry. She continues her desperate lunge, her body a blur of motion. But then, she collapses to the ground, a sudden impact sending her sprawling, as a triumphant voice declares, I found it. Looking up from her fallen position, Jean Garam's eyes widen in surprise and confusion, a soft, questioning sound escaping her. Tears stream down her face as she laments, recalling a promise to herself. A strong and kind person. I was going to try to find you. Kim Min-sung, with a casual air, begins to explain, asking for clarification. The scene shifts to a quiet, unassuming house, the backdrop for their conversation. As he continues to speak, he questions if he's truly being mistaken for a hero. Myrion kneels before him, listening intently as Kim Min-sung stands over him, ready to elaborate. He admits that while his ability isn't particularly strong, he does possess a superpower, recounting how he once overheard someone had defeated a Zomgin in this very area. Myrion, in a memory or flashback, stands among others, observing the aftermath of a battle, a time when the burden of such events felt quite heavy. Kim Min-sung continues, admitting he doesn't know how to fight, and that he simply got lucky in defeating that Zamgen. Yet, despite his humble assessment, there's a strange undercurrent to his words. A faint, almost self-deprecating smile plays on his lips, a memory surfacing from the depths of his mind. He recalls a time when, as the praises kept coming, she found herself unknowingly swelling with pride. Yet, deep down, she knew the truth. She was merely a person who spent her entire life drawing in the corner of her room. The weight of that deception, the burden of expectation, sent her plummeting through the air, a silent scream echoing in her heart. After that moment, even if she had wanted to stop pretending to be a hero, she had already lost the chance to tell them the truth. Overwhelmed by despair, she collapses to her knees, tears streaming down her face, crying out that the people had placed their faith in her, only to be met with a furious accusation of being a liar. He questions her, asking why she made him believe in her, to which she retorts, "Who would say it like that?" With a pained expression, he presses further, asking why she walked around the village then, admitting his worry that she might reject him. She challenges him on the trust of the people, while he confesses it would be hard to tell them he's quite a coward, leading her to question if he's now claiming not to be a hero. Kim Min-sung reflects on the past, acknowledging the Zamgen's presence and the constant threat they pose to the village. Meanwhile, a chilling thought echoes, belonging to the very creature he failed to protect. Min-sung continues, explaining that the village was well hidden, making the chance of a human or Zamgen stumbling upon it almost non-existent. Despite its secluded location, there were still times when Zamgens managed to breach their defenses and attack. Knowing his own limitations in combat, he had set up traps around the village to deter them. Yet, the gaunt creature's internal monologue reveals a different truth. The few Zamgens that did find their way to the village were easily dispatched, one by one. Min-sung continues, recalling a major spread of Zamgens that killed many, and the number of Zamgens found around the village was far too high to be explained by mere traps. Even considering evacuating the villagers, he knew Zamgens were far more numerous in other places, making escape seem futile. Kneeling in despair, he concludes that it was all his fault, a consequence of his own misguided ecstasy. Myri On's gaze narrows, a question forming in his mind. Is this person truly as ignorant as they seem? Jean Garam, her voice urgent, continues to press him, declaring, "Other than that, it's a request." He looks at her, a hint of confusion on his face, as she asks, "A request," then recalls, "A while ago, some Zamgens said this." Her expression shifts to one of terror, warning him, "He will soon come with Changwon to capture me." Myri On's eyes widen slightly at the mention of the name, questioning, "Changwon?" Jean Garam's voice drops to a desperate plea, "I don't think I can face him alone. Can you guys perhaps?" Both stand together, a palpable sense of dread washing over them, as the very air seems to wobble with unseen energy. The ground beneath them is barren, strewn with rocks and debris. From the darkness, an ominous voice echoes, "Come out." A stark, blood-red visual flashes across the perception, accompanied by a chilling declaration, "Trap killer." With a powerful surge, Kim Min-sung sends Myri On flying across the training ground, scattering bones in his wake. Meanwhile, a desolate, rocky expanse stretches out under a muted sky. As an unseen voice echoes through a dark void, demanding to know where someone is, and urging them to come out. The words hang heavy over an ominous, red-lit structure, as the voice declares, "Trap killer." Then, three identical figures, adorned with golden crowns and flowing red hair, appear, one of them announcing, "This body has descended." As one of the newly arrived entities strides forward, a terrified voice from the crowd whispers, What the hell is that?" Far away, Hoyong rides swiftly across a verdant landscape on horseback, his destination unknown. Back at the scene, the terrified crowd looks up, their fear culminating in a single, desperate cry, "A Zamgen!" Suddenly, Kim Min-sung launches himself forward, a blur of motion across the ground littered with bones. As a voice cries out, Hey! Kim Min-sung glances back, hearing the urgent question, "Where are you going?" The news spreads like wildfire. A Zamgen has appeared near the lab. Jean Garam, her eyes wide with shock, can barely process the information, muttering, What? He was so scared just a second ago." She calls out desperately, "Wait for me. Let's go together." But her words fall on empty air as she realizes he has vanished. "Where did he go? I can't see him in the dark." Meanwhile, Myrion looks up, his voice filled with concern. "Sunbae, can you hear me?" An unseen voice cuts through the chaos with a sharp command. "Come here right now." As the urgent command echoes, Myrion clutches his phone, a frantic voice on the other end demanding, "Where? Do you hear me? Where? Picked up. Go." The words hit him like a physical blow, his face contorting in a silent scream as the gravity of the situation settles in, a chilling realization of the impending danger. Meanwhile, a powerful force manifests, heralded by the ominous declaration of a meteor sword. Elsewhere, Jean Garam looks up in terror, her voice laced with desperate concern as she calls out, "Chun! Hoi!" A hand, adorned with a distinctive bracelet, grips a weapon, poised for action, ready to face the unseen threat. A desperate cry pierces the air. "ACKKK! Help me!" From above, a regal Zamgin descends, its red skin and glowing yellow eyes scanning the area, a crown adorning its head as it muses, where's the trap killer, at this rate? A guttural cry escapes Myrion as he collapses to the ground, desperately pleading for help. An unseen force then seizes him, dragging his body across the rough terrain with a sickening scrape. The relentless pull continues, as a voice dismissively remarks that his struggles don't matter anyway. Suddenly, the regal Zamgin materializes, a red-skinned figure with glowing eyes and a crown, gesturing for silence as she declares that her targets will emerge if she continues her rampage. Her sharp-toothed grin widens, finding the unfolding chaos utterly exhilarating. A clawed hand flexes as she muses aloud, expressing disbelief that mere Zamgins were dispatched for this task, finding the situation amusingly easy. But her expression quickly shifts to one of surprise, as a determined blonde woman appears on the scene, ready for action. Following closely behind her, a man with a glowing blue device at his hip also arrives, his presence signaling a new turn in the confrontation. As the man with the blue orb and the blonde woman finally arrive, Myrion, lying injured on the ground, manages a weak acknowledgement. Meanwhile, the regal Zamgin, who had been so confident moments before, is now struck with an expression of utter shock and disbelief. Her composure completely shattered, she exclaims, "What in the world?" The two newcomers stand over Myrion's prone form, his body still covered in the dark, viscous liquid from his attack. A grim realization settles over them. But most of them are dead. Turning to the injured young man, the man with the blue orb offers a quiet apology. "I'm sorry for not coming so soon." Myrion remains on the ground, his dark clothes stained with the ominous black residue. Zamgin's shock quickly morphs into a knowing smirk, her eyes glowing red as she recognizes one of the new arrivals, a playful T, escaping her lips before she asks, It's you, right?" Her smirk widens as she continues to taunt. "Why did you have to be so late? I almost died because of them." A guttural cry of pure fury escapes Zamgin, her green eyes burning with intense rage. She screams, "How dare you kill the village people?" As her staff begins to glow with a soft blue light, a system message declares her palate open. The gaunt creature herself begins to radiate power, her form shimmering as she prepares her next move. With a declaration of activating all the colors, and I have planted, Freddybird appears, surrounded by vibrant, swirling rainbow energy. The air crackles with the sheer force of the rainbow ability, a torrent of multi-hued energy erupting from her. Her face contorted in fury, she snarls, "You rascal." Her voice rising to a scream amidst the swirling colors, she promises, "You will." Still gripping her glowing staff, she glares, "What's with the impudence?" Zamgin's voice cuts through the air, sharp and accusatory. "It was you, right?" Meanwhile, the one known as the trap killer stands ready. Nearby, Jean Garam stares bewildered. How did she get here? As multi-hued energy erupts around Zamgin, her thoughts echo the destruction. All the traps I have planted over the past few months are gone, just like that. The vibrant explosion of power consumes everything. Hoyong braces himself against the overwhelming force. Zamgin's grin widens. "Let's have some fun." She moves with predatory grace amidst the swirling, colorful chaos. And Freddybird, now a conduit of the same dazzling energy, soars through the maelstrom. A chilling thought echoes through the chaos, wondering when everything began to unravel. Meanwhile, a young woman, her pale eyes wide with distress, whispers a pained apology, her voice laced with deep regret. As blood splatters nearby, she cries out for the villagers, her concern evident amidst the destruction. The gaunt creature, Zamgin, stands engulfed in swirling black energy, her form momentarily obscured by the raw power she wields. A group of onlookers recoils in shock, uttering gasps of disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Zamgin's face, now cracked and distorted by the dark energy, reflects the immense strain of her abilities. One of the onlookers, a red-haired guard, shouts in disbelief, questioning if this seemingly weak attack is truly all the antagonist has to offer. The young woman, the villager leader, her expression hardening, challenges Zamgin, refusing to believe this is the full extent of her power, only for Zamgin to reveal her attack was intentionally weak. A sinister smile plays on Zamgin's lips, her glowing eyes hinting at a deeper, more malicious intent. Jean Garam, facing the monstrous gaunt creature, finds her efforts met with an almost dismissive indifference. Before she can react, the creature unleashes a devastating counterattack, a surge of raw power erupting from its hand. The force of the blow sends her flying, crashing to the ground with a painful impact. Yet, even as she struggles to rise, a shimmering blue energy shield crackles into existence around her, a desperate defense against further assault. Just then, Hoyong rushes to her side, his voice filled with urgent concern as he kneels beside her, asking if she is all right. She reassures him that she is fine for now, but her gaze drifts past him, taking in the horrific devastation that surrounds them. The fate of the villagers hangs heavy in the air. A young woman, the villager leader, arrives on the scene, her face pale with shock and despair as she realizes the extent of the tragedy, wondering if everyone is lost. Kneeling amidst the fallen, she cries out in anguish, but a glimmer of hope remains. there are still quite a few of them alive. Arriving at the scene of destruction, Hoyong finds Jean Garam already there, who urgently calls out to him, demanding to know what has happened. With a distressed expression, Jean Garam quickly dismisses his questions, insisting that explanations can wait and urging him to help the injured villagers immediately. As they survey the devastation, Hoyong questions why the villagers were gathered here, while Jean Garam wonders if a Zongan has appeared. Jean Garam begins to explain that they were holding a flower ceremony for a unique bloom found only in this place. But before she can finish, she cuts herself off, realizing the explanation can wait no longer. Suddenly, a woman with fiery red hair and glowing crimson eyes appears, and Jean Garam demands to know her identity. The red-haired woman moves with incredible speed, her glowing eyes fixed on Jean Garam as she unleashes a powerful, unseen force. The impact sends Jean Garam reeling, her body thrown violently backward through the air. Her eyes widen in a mixture of shock and terror as she realizes the immense power of her attacker. A vision of two figures, one with flowing light blue hair, the other with darker locks, embrace in a soft, glowing light, their forms ethereal. Below them, three smaller figures stand on a vibrant green expanse, their purpose unclear. Meanwhile, in the present moment, Hoyong draws his bow, his stance firm as he prepares to loose an arrow. A sharp exhale escapes My Rion, his breath catching as he processes the speed of the attack he just evaded. The realization hits him. She had aimed to cut him down with chilling precision. His eyes widen in shock, imagining the grim outcome if he had extended his hand even a fraction of a second longer. A single drop of blood beads on his skin, a stark reminder of how close he came to losing it entirely. The red-haired woman grins, her eyes glowing with malevolent amusement, acknowledging his agility before taunting him, wondering if he is the legendary trap killer. Myrion's face contorts with fear and grim determination, realizing the futility of fighting her head-on and concluding that his only viable option is to flee. As the chaos mounted, the cap-wearer urged his companions to flee, insisting he would cover their retreat and help the injured, a sentiment Kim Min-sung echoed with a question of his own. With a firm nod, Kim Min-sung agreed to the plan. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman, her sharp teeth glinting, observed their desperate exchange with a curious, almost mocking, expression. Before they could act on their resolve, a sudden, unseen force slammed the cap-wearer to the ground, leaving him sprawled amidst a spray of blood. The sudden, brutal attack left Myrion wide-eyed and frozen in terror, his decision to retreat now overshadowed by immediate, overwhelming fear. As he glanced over his shoulder, a tearing sound filled the air, and a massive, scaly appendage erupted from behind him. Before he could react, the tentacle coiled around him, yanking him violently away with a choked cry. Kim Min-sung could only watch in stunned horror, a silent gasp escaping him as Myrion vanished. A figure in a green tactical jacket launches a volley of bone-like projectiles forward, their trajectory marked by streaks of motion. With a sharp, metallic sound, a hand encased in a formidable spiked gauntlet clenches, ready for action. The voice of Chong-woo, captain of Squad 3, rings out, a stern warning to any who would dare move against him. Don't move. Move and you're dead. Behind him, his squad, known as Ji So Chai Jae, stands in formation, three figures clad in matching red and yellow uniforms, their presence a silent testament to his words. Chong-woo continues, his conviction unwavering. Me and my beloved squad. We move like one body. Move like one. As his foot descends, glowing with an inner light, he asserts that their thoughts and actions are the same, a perfect synchronization of will and power. The ground beneath him glows with the impact, as he reveals the secret to their strength. We gain 4 times the. Elsewhere, Jean Garam recoils slightly, her eyes wide with apprehension, as a man with striking red markings on his face leans in close, his expression intense. He challenges her with a chilling smile. Have some fun together? To which she defiantly responds, we'll fight like our lives depend on it. Jean Garam, surrounded by her allies, reacts with disbelief to the challenge. Her voice barely a whisper as she questions the red-marked man's words. He simply stares back, his face etched with red markings, demanding silence. Then clarifies his intent, confirming the deadly nature of his proposal. Elsewhere, Myrion stands alone, his expression troubled. As he voices his concern to a silent companion, wondering about the risks she faces. If that's the case, then Garam's journey. As the challenge hangs heavy in the air, Garam's eyes widen in disbelief, a sudden barrage of bone-like projectiles erupting from the red-marked man's direction, scattering across the ground around her with sharp, cracking sounds. A profound silence hangs heavy in the air. As the red-haired woman considers her next move, wondering if this quiet acquiescence truly means agreement. Meanwhile, Myrion's thoughts race, a desperate plea echoing in his mind. He cannot simply stand by and do nothing. He turns to Jean Garam, his voice laced with concern, asking what will happen if she truly dies. The weight of that possibility settles, implying that Jean Garam's journey could be cut short. With a resolute glint in her eye, the red-haired woman's internal monologue concludes, it all ends here. A sudden realization or impact causes Myrion to react sharply, a sound of surprise escaping him. He considers Garam's journey. Certain it won't just end here. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman watches, impressed, remarking that it's the first time a human has dodged her attack. Still airborne, Myrion twists his body to evade a powerful, red-tinged strike, before she challenges him to dodge another. As he recoils from a subsequent impact, that sends debris scattering across the green floor. He thinks she might be playing with him, wondering why he's the only one taking hits. The red-haired woman unleashes a flurry of bone projectiles, each one a blur of motion, forcing Myrion to weave and duck through the onslaught. A flicker of surprise crosses her face as she wonders if she can truly overcome this persistent opponent. Myrion grunts with effort, the relentless pressure of the attacks wearing him down. A pained sound escapes him as he struggles to maintain his defense. Her assault is not only swift and precise, but also carries an overwhelming weight. It's not a scattered barrage anymore, but a single, focused attack, charged with deadly intent. This singular strike is aimed directly at him, leaving no room for escape. Despair begins to creep in as he questions how he can possibly fight back against such an overwhelming force. Still reeling from the relentless assault, his thoughts race as he cries out, "I don't know." A pained gasp escapes him. As he looks around in confusion, questioning, Panic setting in, he declares, "I'm leaving." But a swift, unseen force whips through the air, and the red-haired woman observes his futile attempt, a thoughtful escaping her lips. The impact sends him sprawling, hitting the ground with a wet thud, leaving Hoyong to watch in stunned silence. With a cold gaze, she remarks, "Humans are really foolish." Still reeling from the impact, Myrion struggles to clear his head, realizing this is no time to lose focus. If he wants to save Hoyong, he needs to fight back. His thoughts turn to the 3 martial arts manuals he possesses. He resolves to utilize these books to their fullest potential. Focusing on the boxing techniques, he steels his resolve to defeat his opponent. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman watches him, a smirk playing on her lips. She challenges him, asking if he's finally ready to show his skills. But instead of fear, a surge of excitement washes over Myrion as green energy crackles around him. He rises, adopting a perfect boxing stance, ready to unleash his newfound power. Before she can react, his fist connects squarely with her face, sending her red hair flying. Myrion, having launched himself forward, unleashes a volley of bone-like projectiles, forcing his opponent to recoil. A satisfied smirk playing on his lips, he notes the success of his tactic, having effectively narrowed the distance between them. The red-haired woman, caught off guard, struggles to wield her sword, realizing this sudden opening is her opponent's chance to strike. Before she can recover, Myrion's fist connects squarely with her face, a powerful blow that sends her reeling. Relentlessly, he continues his advance, pressing forward to break down her defenses. With grim determination, he resolves to end the confrontation. And with a final, decisive motion, he unleashes another attack. His eyes glowing faintly, he reflects on his unique ability to absorb knowledge through his entire being, deepening his understanding as if reading a book. This isn't just about physical prowess, it's about a profound absorption of understanding. Myrion's eyes gleam with newfound understanding, his unique ability allowing him to instantly grasp complex combat techniques. Just by touching his opponent, he fluidly transitions into a Muay Thai stance, launching a series of devastating kicks and punches that connect with the red-haired woman, forcing a pained gasp from her. Without missing a beat, he shifts his style again, now employing rapid boxing combinations, each blow landing with precision. The red-haired woman, reeling from the unexpected onslaught, acknowledges his sudden, serious power, realizing this is a completely different level of opponent. Myrion, observing her faltering defense, sees an opening, knowing she will leave herself vulnerable. With no time to react, he exploits it, unleashing a flurry of attacks that leave her shocked and overwhelmed. Myrion, sensing a critical moment of weakness, unleashes a powerful, mid-air kick, knowing he must seize this kill-second opportunity. He continues his relentless assault, convinced he can defeat her. The red-haired woman reels from a direct hit to her face, realizing this isn't what she had imagined. A pained gasp escapes her lips, blood spraying from her mouth as she struggles to maintain consciousness. Myrion presses his advantage, delivering another rapid strike that sends her reeling. Finally, she collapses to the ground. As he stands over her, a dismissive thought crossing his mind. A red-haired woman looks down at the defeated figure, her voice dripping with condescension, claiming the struggle was merely her playing along. Another of her kind echoes the sentiment, dismissing the effort with a casual, "Well, nice try." Jean Garam lies broken on the ground, her body covered in dust and debris from the brutal assault. Her hand, caked with dirt, trembles slightly. A single tear escapes her eye, reflecting the despair of her situation. The red-haired women continue their cruel mockery, wondering aloud what new game they should play next. Overwhelmed, Jean Garam lets out a desperate cry, begging them to leave her alone. But her pleas are met with more violence, as she is violently thrown, impacting the ground with a sickening thud. Suddenly, one of the red-haired women reacts sharply, a single word escaping her lips, "No." As the dust settles from the last brutal impact, a new presence stands firm amidst the scattered bones, while a desperate thought echoes in the silence. Jean Garam's mind races, urging herself to remember her purpose, to rise and fight for humanity. Her inner voice screams for her to find a way to win, to overcome the impossible. Yet, despite the fierce resolve, a raw, undeniable terror grips her, leaving her paralyzed with fear. As she struggles with her inner turmoil, a pair of feet comes into view, stopping just before her. A calm voice breaks the silence, offering a simple question. Jean Garam looks up, her eyes wide with shock and lingering fear, as a hand extends towards her. Myrion stands over her, his expression serious, explaining that he was sent to assist. Jean Garam turns her head slightly, considering his words, the possibility of aid dawning on her. He's probably not in his right mind at all, Myri thinks to himself, wondering if the humans will truly be avenged. He concludes that's enough for now, reminding himself there's no need for him to be the hero. Yet, a deeper conviction surfaces, he will become a hero. A memory flashes, of a younger self running through a burning landscape. His eyes wide with a starry glow, as he whispers of a future. A day when he will become a hero like him. Something is thrown with force, scattering bones across the ground. As the dust settles, Myrion stands over Jean Garam, who kneels with her head bowed, listening intently to his words. Another figure stands nearby, observing the quiet exchange. Jean Garam reflects on the situation, realizing a profound truth about the human mind. She muses that there isn't much difference between the mind of a young child and that of an adult. Her thoughts drift to a memory of a burning city, where a young Myrion was carried to safety by a firefighter. She concludes that the difference is negligible, feeling the same terror in her current moment as she imagines that child must have felt. Later, standing alone under the night sky, Jean Garam continues her somber contemplation. She considers that the firefighter from that day must have been terrified too, acknowledging the immense risk inherent in such a profession. As the weight of his decision settles, he considers the grim reality that there might be a possibility he can't be rescued. This is the inherent truth of what it means to save someone. Meanwhile, a group of red-haired women watches on, one of them letting out a surprised, questioning sound. He pushes past the fear and the doubt, instead of thinking what to do. With a surge of resolve, Myrion clenches his fists, green lightning crackling around him as he declares he should do it. His hands glow with intense green energy, a sphere of power forming as he affirms his commitment, no matter what. A guttural scream tears from his throat, as Myrion is engulfed in a violent eruption of green and black energy. The power courses through his entire being, his leg glowing with the same fierce energy. The red-haired women recoil, one exclaiming, a new skill, questioning what it is and fearing he might fall. He calls out, his voice laced with concern, Jean Garam. A guttural cry escapes him as green energy erupts from his form, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. This thought had once crossed his mind. As he considers the nature of this power, a force that absorbs knowledge. What if, he wonders, he had acquired knowledge that went beyond all logic, like something from a fantasy novel? What would happen then? As the green energy crackles and surges around him, his arm glows with the same potent, emerald light. A surge of brilliant blue-green energy erupts, signaling a profound knowledge transmission. From within its depths, the red-haired woman screams, her eyes glowing crimson against black scara as raw green power crackles around her. She multiplies, her forms floating as extensions of the surging green energy, each one a conduit for the immense power now flowing through her. The green energy continues its relentless expansion, streaking across the space like volatile lightning. Caught in its destructive path, Hoyong is engulfed, the raw power washing over him. These are no mere energy bursts, but the devastating force of mountain attack waves. A chilling transformation begins as the red-haired woman's face contorts, her eyes glowing with an eerie green light, and a mechanical jaw snapping open. Her entire form then erupts, engulfed in crackling green lightning that surges with raw power. The emerald energy courses through her, lifting her from the ground, as she prepares to unleash her devastating lightning mountain attack. With a sharp, impactful sound, she strikes, sending a wave of force outward. A guttural cry escapes her lips, her face strained with the immense effort of the attack. Another sharp impact echoes, as the red-haired woman continues her relentless assault, still wreathed in crackling green energy. The powerful green energy attack detonates with a deafening roar, leaving behind a swirling vortex of dissipating light. She stands amidst the fading glow, her expression a mix of shock and exertion. The mechanical enhancements on her face stark against her skin as she screams, wondering how such power could have been unleashed and how anyone could have survived its direct impact. Jean Garam, witnessing the aftermath, can only tremble, questioning the source of such immense power from the student. Meanwhile, Myrion's hand glows with the same green energy, and he knows he must escape before the situation escalates further. A pained groan escaping his lips as the power threatens to overwhelm him. He feels as though his very being is about to explode, knowing this ability can only be sustained for a mere 30 minutes at most. With urgency, he leads the others, including Jean Garam and Hoyong, in a swift retreat across the open field, determined to end this quickly. With a triumphant laugh, the red-haired woman declared her enjoyment of the recent chaos. Before announcing her intention to return home, graciously sparing the humans for the day. She turned and began to walk away, offering a playful farewell to an unseen pretty lady. But as she departed, a surge of vibrant green energy erupted from the ground, tearing through the earth with explosive force. The ground shattered under the impact, sending debris flying as the green aura pulsed outwards. A voice cut through the air, challenging her departure, asking if she truly believed she could simply leave. The yellow-armored woman, her eyes glowing with fierce determination, insisted they should finish their game. A sharp impact sends the red-haired woman reeling, her face contorting in a cry of indignation. She quickly recovers, however, her voice dripping with venom as she challenges her opponent, demanding to know why they are acting so cocky, scoffing at the idea that she might be scared. Before she can finish, another powerful force slams into her, sending a shockwave of red energy rippling around her as she recoils once more. The yellow-armored woman looks down at her, a dismissive tone in her voice, declaring that her previous actions were merely a show of generosity. A star-shaped impact flares brightly, the sound of a heavy crash echoing through the space. The red-haired woman, now visibly confused, questions the strange sound and effect of the attack. Suddenly, a vibrant green energy erupts, enveloping her arm, the force of On's attack sending her spinning. She loses her balance completely, tumbling backward through the air. The yellow-armored woman watches her fall, her expression resolute, and coldly asks whoever requested her generosity, her voice filled with disdain. The yellow-armored woman delivers a powerful kick, sending her opponent flying backward, declaring, "You're making me mad." The force of the blow reverberates, distorting the red-haired woman's face as crystalline fragments explode around her, a pained, drawn-out cry escaping her lips. "Yourself." Advancing with purpose, the yellow-armored woman declares her serious intent. "I'm doing it for real." As the air around them crackles with residual energy, and a swift movement cuts through the space. As Myrion, his eyes glowing with emerald light, begins to channel a potent green energy. The power surges around him, ready to strike. In the novel, Admiral Yi Sunshin was known for summoning the waves within him, and these were tactics the real Yi Sunshin enjoyed using in real life. 3 of those legendary techniques were adapted into the novel, and among them was the first tactic, as Myrion now charges a vibrant green energy in his hands, preparing to unleash the Jangsijin. The powerful green aura crackles around him, building to a crescendo. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman cries out in sharp pain, recoiling from a sudden impact. The yellow-armored woman, having landed a devastating punch to her face, urges her allies to press the attack, while the red-haired woman defiantly demands they stop dodging and fight. The impact leaves the red-haired woman dazed and injured, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. A golden aura flares around Myrion, his eyes glowing with the same light as he feels his body tearing apart from the inside, knowing he must end this quickly. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman's eyes widen in alarm, a sudden realization dawning on her. Oh my, she mutters, her expression shifting to one of genuine shock. Myrion unleashes the full force of his technique, a massive green energy vortex swirling into existence, ready to engulf his opponent. From a distance, the yellow-armored woman watches the unfolding chaos, a smirk playing on her lips as she remarks, "Kaya, I saw that. So you're exposing yourself right now." Myrion's attack, the Henjialgen, reaches its peak, a colossal green sphere of destructive energy fully formed and ready to strike. The Henjialgen slams into its target, erupting in a blinding flash of green light and raw power. As the dust settles, the yellow-armored woman stands victorious over the now-defeated red-haired woman, who collapses to the ground, having been caught by such an obvious attack. The red-haired woman scoffs, dismissing the attack as ineffective, wondering who could possibly be hit by such a move. As a surge of green energy flares around her opponent, a swift, decisive movement cuts through the air, but the red-haired woman only laughs, finding the maneuver a waste of such great power. Unaware of the yellow-armored woman's words, "You're exposing. You're back blatantly." Her laughter catches in her throat, a sudden realization dawning. As the yellow-armored woman declares her intent, "I'm showing it to you on purpose." The impact strikes, her face contorting in shock. A monstrous figure, with dark, flowing hair and glowing yellow eyes, lunges forward, scattering sharp bones across the ground. This aggressive move, however, might be part of a larger scheme, as the ancient strategy known as Henjialgen is a tactic disguised as a retreat. It was a brilliant deception, famously employed by none other than Admiral Yi Sunshin. He used the Henjialgen to feign a retreat, drawing his enemies deeper into a trap, luring them in, only to then swiftly turn around immediately. That was the cunning tactic he used. Now, a new phase begins, a new strategy is called upon, the third tactic. With a sudden surge of power, a brilliant green energy erupts, blasting outwards. Myrion, enveloped in the vibrant green aura, launches himself into the air, a swift, decisive counterattack underway. As the battle intensifies, the red-haired woman begins a painful transformation, her body writhing as multiple mechanical arms erupt from her back, each pulsing with a vibrant green energy, while elsewhere, a figure with light brown hair stands, a mysterious symbol glowing on the back of their neck, revealing the name Hakik-chan. One of the newly formed mechanical limbs glows with an eerie light. And the red-haired woman screams, her face contorted in a mixture of agony and raw power, the green energy flaring around her. Meanwhile, a profound question echoes through the mind of Myrion. What truly defines a hero? He ponders, what is? As his own form is enveloped in a column of brilliant green energy, ascending or descending with immense force. The question lingering in the air, the meaning behind that word? He looks down, a faint green aura surrounding him, contemplating the nature of overwhelming power. He considers the concept of endless honor, believing it must be one of the defining characteristics of a true hero. Yet, he muses, that alone doesn't fully define a hero. Sometimes, he reflects, one must act purely out of conviction, even if it appears foolish to others. And that conviction, he concludes, ultimately means knowing precisely when to put oneself at risk. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman lets out a pained cry, her transformation continuing with agonizing force. Her body contorts under the strain, enveloped in a crimson aura. Above the distant mountains, the night sky stretches, indifferent to the struggles below. A dark, swirling vortex of energy twists and churns, its depths hinting at an unknown, unsettling power. Within this unsettling vision, a small child stands, looking up with wide, innocent eyes, flanked by two older figures who seem to watch over her. A voice echoes, contemplating the nature of a hero, as the child's gaze remains fixed upwards, for Garam is already someone else's. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman's face contorts in anguish, her eyes glowing a fierce yellow, her transformation seemingly reaching a new, painful stage. The thought lingers, defining the very essence of a hero. A desperate voice cries out, filled with urgency and concern, wondering if Garam is still alive. The red-haired woman turns and walks away, her form silhouetted against the dim light, her movements heavy with unspoken emotion. As she departs, Myrion stands nearby, his voice a soft, questioning whisper, uttering Garam's name with a hint of worry. Her footsteps echo softly across the grassy expanse. As a single, delicate white rose rustles gently on the ground. Garam looks down, a thought forming in her mind. It's funny, isn't it? If it were you, you wouldn't have to go this far. A small, dark creature stumbles nearby, its glowing eyes momentarily catching her attention. Then, a voice, sharp and urgent, cuts through the quiet. Garam. The world shifts, and a younger version of herself looks down, a soft thud accompanying her confused utterance. Ah. She finds herself surrounded by a sea of white blossoms, observing them with a quiet wonder. Flowers. Her adult form lies prone amidst the petals, lost in the surreal landscape. As the child, she stands, gazing up at a dark, star-filled sky, a profound question echoing in her mind. Am I really? He stands in quiet contemplation, his gaze distant. Meanwhile, in a dreamlike field of white roses, a younger Garam remains lost and vulnerable. Her small voice echoes, wondering, am I asking for help just this once? The thought intensifies, a desperate cry for aid. What? Help me. As the sun begins to set, casting long shadows across the land. Myri looks out, his expression unreadable, as if sensing the distant turmoil. His hand extends, a silent promise. Okay. The gesture is firm, resolute, a connection forged across realms. His hand extends, firm and steady, meeting a grimy, scarred one with a soft thud. The young woman's face, streaked with dirt and exhaustion, finds a moment of peace as her eyes remain closed. A single white rose blooms in a desolate landscape, as a silent, heartfelt gratitude echoes. In the quiet aftermath, Hoyong extends a hand, his clean fingers meeting the bloodied, grimy hand of the yellow-armored woman. Her yellow eyes, dulled by exhaustion, gaze upward from a face streaked with dirt and grime, a testament to the brutal struggle she has endured. A quiet gratitude escapes her lips as she looks down, muttering, "Thank you." Hoyong offers a simple, reassuring, "Okay," and then asks, "Are you all right?" The yellow-armored woman responds with a weary thought. What better than to suffer? Nearby, Jean Garam's face is contorted in a scream, blood staining her features, her voice raw as she cries, "Down!" before another voice retorts, "You're the one who should be lying down." Lying injured on the ground, Jean Garam looks up at Hoyong, who stands over her, and confesses, "I can't even imagine what would have been without all of you." He stands overlooking a vast field of luminous white flowers, a small, still figure lying amidst them in the distance. His thoughts drift to the struggles his companion endured, a silent question forming in his mind. What exactly is he doing? Looking up, a sense of inadequacy washes over him, as he begins to articulate his self-doubt. His gaze falls, the thought completing itself. He is utterly useless. Amidst a shimmering, ethereal glow, an unseen voice asks, if this is the flower they were searching for. The light intensifies, radiating outward in brilliant bursts, revealing Myrion, Jean Garam, and Hoyong standing before a cavern filled with the glowing flora, one of them exclaiming that there is far more than expected, while another wonders if it's enough to create all of the elixir they need. The cave pulses with an overwhelming, vibrant energy, the light from the flowers flaring brightly. He observes the luminous flora, wondering if these strange flowers are edible, noting their muddy taste and apparent lack of immediate utility. Suddenly, Hoyong exclaims, having successfully completed some task. Myrion, surprised, corrects him, stating that it was Jean Garam who truly made the breakthrough, crediting her commander for the discovery. Hoyong then turns to Jean Garam, urging her to quickly gather the flowers, to which she responds with a hesitant agreement. Looking at the glowing blossoms, Jean Garam expresses a quiet hope that this effort will ultimately prove beneficial. Time passes under a vast, open sky. As shovels bite into the earth, the sound of digging echoing. A large group, including Myrion, Jean Garam, and Hoyong, works tirelessly, their efforts creating numerous holes in the ground, one of them groaning in discomfort. In a stark, unsettling memory, a powerful, dark-skinned figure with long, wild hair and crimson facial markings violently hurls a smaller individual through the air, bones scattered across the ground, as if from a previous struggle. The scene shifts, revealing the yellow, armored woman, her expression thoughtful as she gazes into the distance. A small figure falls from above, as a voice proclaims, "Hero." A crowd looks on, their collective voice echoing the sentiment. A hero has appeared. The yellow-armored woman listens, a subtle rustle of her clothing accompanying her quiet contemplation, her gaze still distant. Her expression remains unreadable, a mix of weariness and resolve etched upon her features. Turning to address the gathered villagers, she declares, "Now, let's try to clean up the village." As the crowd murmurs in response, she adds, with a soft thump of her foot, "Excuse me." She responds with a simple, "Yes," as Myrion questions the idea of taking shelter, wondering if they can move the villagers somewhere else, acknowledging the difficulty of such a task. The yellow-armored woman confirms there is indeed a safe place not far from their current location. She emphasizes, "That is safe." She then assures him, "We will come rescue everyone as soon as possible." Myrion suggests they take shelter for the time being, and she agrees with his assessment. However, she points out that rescue will take some time, asking if it wouldn't be better to transport him, one person at a time. Myrion quickly dismisses the idea, stating, "That's not exactly a good idea." She explains that they would have to make several round trips, illustrating the route on a map. And if they are discovered by Zomgans, it will cause them a lot of trouble. She reiterates the plan to return to the safe zone, emphasizing the need for him to stay put until they can retrieve him. As he looks out into the distance, a sudden realization seems to dawn on him. He turns back to her, his voice laced with doubt, asking if a safe place truly exists out there, and if they will really come back for him. A soft gasp escapes her lips, her expression shifting to one of concern. She tries to reassure him, her voice gentle, promising they will be in contact soon. Handing him a small device, she addresses him as Minseong, urging him to take it. She explains they will maintain contact, instructing him to take care of the phone for now. But his composure shatters, a desperate cry escaping him as he declares his inability to continue, leaving her stunned. His eyes filled with anguish, he laments the endless deaths, questioning how many more people will perish. The yellow-armored woman clasps her hands, her voice firm as she refutes his self-deprecating words, insisting that he is not a hero, but merely keeping up with the lies of heroism, a person who constantly thinks about running away. She then challenges him, asking who was the person who ran to the scene when everyone else fled. Myrion looks down, his face shadowed by his own thoughts. The woman continues, reminding him that he ran out as soon as he heard her screams, to which he can only stammer a weak reply. She acknowledges that he might have lied because he was terrified, but despite his fear, he did not run away, choosing instead to protect the people. Myrion's gaze lifts slightly, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. He holds the communication device, his grip firming as he promises to return. A gentle smile graces the woman's lips as she reaffirms his worth, telling him that he is still the hero of this village. As the yellow-armored woman affirms his past courage, he acknowledges the truth. He protected everyone. The weight of that truth settles on him, a quiet acknowledgement of his responsibility to everyone. With a newfound resolve, he asks for a moment, turning away to retrieve something important. His sudden movement catches the yellow-armored woman off guard, who questions his destination, reminding him that the battle is far from over. Myrion continues his determined stride, the soft thud of his steps echoing as he retrieves the communication device, acknowledging its return. Ignoring her question, he grips the device, declaring himself Yun Min Song, the hero of the village. With unwavering resolve, he vows to protect the villagers, a declaration that leaves the yellow-armored woman utterly astonished. Turning to the terrified crowd, he commands everyone to find cover, his voice ringing with authority as the villagers cry out in response. The yellow-armored woman watches him disappear, bewildered by his sudden transformation and departure, wondering what has changed him so profoundly. The yellow-armored woman watches him go, a flicker of surprise and admiration in her sharp yellow eyes, thinking to herself that this new, decisive version of him is far better than the glum and depressed man she knew before. Behind her, the villagers, now rallied by his words, raise their fists in a cheer, their fear momentarily forgotten as they look towards the direction he vanished. A soft, almost imperceptible smile touches the yellow armored woman's lips. As if she understands the weight of the transformation he has undergone, a transformation perhaps rooted in memories of a past self, hair tied back, facing an unknown future. He remembers sitting alone, a younger version of himself, surrounded by white flowers under a towering tree. A moment of quiet contemplation before the world shattered around him, and the stern, determined face he wore in a military uniform, ready to confront any threat. Myrion, Jean Garam, and Hoyong once stood together, a nascent team in the early days of their endeavors. Their journey began with simple steps. As Hoyong, ever the optimist, offered a reassuring smile. From the moment they acquired the Ranjay flower, the very foundations of their operations began to shift. Many changes were made to the Death Squad quarters, transforming it into a hub of activity and development. They discovered a considerable number of resources, including disaster relief supplies, food, and clothes for the village, bolstering their capabilities. Among the people rescued from the rift, they also received advanced professionals in the medical and architecture fields, expanding their expertise. This led to advanced development, even utilizing the weapons in their possession, pushing the boundaries of their technology. The humans also attended military training, honing their combat skills for the challenges ahead. To efficiently use their remaining resources, a clear division of labor and economic activity was established within the quarters. A system was also put in place for making crucial decisions, and soon, the new structure began to take shape. Time passed quickly, and the initial period of establishment was soon behind them. Now, Myrion addresses his people, acknowledging their dedication, assuring them, "You've done a great job all this time." He continues, his voice firm, "The efforts you have made in the past few months, I'm sure it won't betray you." Standing together, a diverse group of individuals, including the yellow-armored woman, the red-haired woman, Jean Garam, Myrion, and Hoyong, represent the growing strength of their organization, each ready for the challenges ahead. Hoyong observes a massive structure, a testament to their progress and ambition. Later, Hoyong and Myrion stand side by side, their expressions resolute as they look towards the future. Jean Garam joins Myrion, and a new directive is issued, and for the next 7 days. He stands before them, his voice firm as he declares, "We will invade Changwon." Meanwhile, under a vast, cloud-strewn sky, a lone, red vessel rests precariously on the jagged rocks of Oryukdo Island, a place now marked by an ominous silence. Hoyong surveys the devastation, his thoughts heavy with despair. He had come to this place to be a hero, but now Oryukdo Island itself seems to be vanishing. A sigh escapes him, as he wonders aloud, what on earth happened here? A figure stands in a desolate, wind-swept landscape, recalling a past intention to acquire a slave. Now, in the present, the very ground beneath them crumbles, as Oryukdo Island itself begins to vanish. Hoyong stares, his eyes wide with disbelief, wondering what on earth could have happened. A system message flashes, confirming the devastating news. The base island has been utterly destroyed. Rishuru, his eyes glowing with concern, immediately thinks of another, asking about their fate. Meanwhile, Rank Fernate Fesh observes the unfolding chaos, her expression unreadable. Hoyong, still grappling with the scale of the disaster, questions if anyone could have survived the island's evolution and destruction. In a chamber humming with blue energy, a figure with long, light green hair stands, contemplating a troubling situation. Meanwhile, another cloaked individual, their single visible eye glowing yellow, whispers a warning, deciding it would be best not to inform Turret, despite the inevitable fury and consequences that would follow. Far from these clandestine discussions, Myrion stands alone on a desolate, rocky expanse, the sky above him a swirling canvas of angry red, a stark contrast to his purple hoodie. His thoughts drift to a chilling hypothetical. What if he had killed the humans? The answer echoes in his mind, clear and absolute. Then there would be consequences. His attention shifts to the ground, where several glowing red, rectangular objects lie scattered, one of them emitting a soft cracking sound as he reaches for it. Without hesitation, he brings his foot down, crushing one of the mysterious objects with a decisive crunch. He reflects on the 4 years that have passed since the golden era of paradise, acknowledging how long it has been since his own abilities first awakened. He resolves to polish his rusty martial arts skills. Golden light pulses around him. When a thought crosses his mind about the fireworks directed at him, then he remembers that Ji So-gi is also back. He recalls that she was attacked by humans, and that she leads the Chinese squad. His footsteps echo softly, as he remembers hearing she was last seen at Gyeongsan Mountain, in Yongsan. A question forms in his mind. Yongsan? Which direction was it? Standing before a sky ablaze with a cataclysmic explosion, Myrion considers the unfolding spectacle, hoping it will live up to his expectations. Meanwhile, beneath the murky depths, a submerged city rests in an eerie silence. Suddenly, a young woman's voice cuts through the air, announcing, "It's time for our third combined training session." Holding a megaphone, she continues, "Snatch the flag starts now." The rules are as usual for the Myri team, with defenders winning if they snatch the flag first. A small boy proudly holds the blue flag for the Rishuru team, as the two factions prepare to face off. Myrion stands at the forefront of his team, a group of young men ready for the challenge ahead. A chaotic vision flashes, showing him bound and helpless on a field of scattered bones, while two familiar figures observe with intense gazes. The announcement continues, detailing the prize for the winning team, a box of prawn crackers, supposedly from Jeju Island, unless it's a different box entirely. With the reward established, the focus shifts to the respective leaders of each team. First up is Myri team's leader, Choi Jae-young, who stands with a serious expression. Following him is Rishuru team's leader, Park Hoyoung, a man with a thoughtful demeanor and glasses. He addresses the group, telling them to simply let him know when they are ready. Despite his current role, Hoyoung was once a recognized preschool teacher. He reflects on his past, thinking to himself that he will fulfill his new dream here. Through hours of meticulous analysis, he has already devised the best strategy and tactics for the upcoming challenge. His final task, he muses, is to boost the low confidence of his team, including Myri. He believes they can achieve anything. Hoyoung shouts, his voice echoing with conviction, because each of them shines brightly. Turning to his team, he rallies them with a fierce cry, declaring that the prawn crackers are theirs for the taking, proudly introducing himself as their leader. With a determined yell, he asserts that they will undoubtedly be the winning team. As the two teams face each other, Myri's group stands ready, their leader's words echoing that their team shines far brighter than their opponents. But Hoyoung's confident expression falters, a look of surprise crossing his face. Choi Jae-young, holding Hoyoung by the collar with a smug grin, asks if he'll be all right, mocking that his team won't even snatch a single cracker. Hoyoung, flustered, tries to clarify that he doesn't mean they'll lose, but rather, is everyone ready? Hoyoung calls out, his voice ringing with anticipation. Yes, the Snatch the Flag training starts now. However, a sudden, powerful aura washes over the training grounds, causing Myri to look up with a sense of unease. He turns to a newly arrived figure, seeking guidance. Master, what should we do? The woman, Kim Hae-mi, chief of Myri, fixes him with an intense, crimson gaze. She responds with a calm, almost chilling authority. I understand. Then I'll. Myri looks up once more, the powerful aura intensifying around him. Kim Hae-mi, her expression unwavering, issues a direct command. Take care of this guy. Myri, still reeling from the sudden shift, can only wonder, who is she? He launches himself forward, a blur of motion, delivering a powerful, mid-air kick that strikes with unseen force. His leg snaps out with incredible speed, the impact echoing through the space. As his hair whips around him, his eyes blaze with an intense, crimson glow. He lands silently, his bare feet touching the ground with barely a whisper, the power now contained. A voice echoes in his mind, commanding him to look here, and he reacts with a jolt, his glowing eye widening in surprise. He questions the unseen presence, wondering who dares to speak to him in such a manner. As his hand glows with the same crimson energy, the voice offers a chilling instruction. You can call him master? His glowing eye reflects the chilling truth, as the word master resonates within him. Consumed by a sudden, overwhelming power, he warns, don't you dare come between us. His eyes now glowing crimson, he speaks with chilling contempt, declaring, master is not an object. Watch your mouth, you disgusting human clod. A vibrant purple aura erupts around him, as he shouts, you arrogant human bastard. The energy crackles around his form, his voice echoing with raw power. You're. With a swift, powerful motion, he unleashes a devastating strike, purple energy lashing out. He moves with impossible speed, leaving trails of shimmering purple in his wake. His crimson eyes burn with resolve as he declares, you probably think you're so great, Rishuru, but you can't do anything to me with that body. Suddenly, his expression shifts to one of confusion, a single word escaping his lips. What? A reflection flickers in his eye as he begins to utter, that. Bound tightly in thick yarn, Myri remains motionless, his body a mere vessel, as a voice echoes the master's possessive claim over him. A mischievous smirk plays across his lips, his eyes glowing crimson as his persona asserts itself, declaring that mere commoners could never comprehend the depths of his experience, a feeling reserved only for those of true power. His gaze sharpens, the crimson glow in his eyes intensifying with a cold, unwavering resolve, a silent testament to the power held within. Suddenly, a flicker of confusion breaks through the facade, a questioning thought emerging from the depths of his mind. What is truly happening? Meanwhile, in a different location, a group of individuals discusses recent events, one of them noting that a companion has been too preoccupied to keep up with the latest developments, implying significant changes have occurred. The conversation turns to a glowing blue blade, the recently distributed J sword, its mysterious properties still unknown, leaving them uncertain of its true nature. Yet, despite the uncertainty surrounding the Runji sword, its distribution has already begun to affect the populace, triggering the emergence of special abilities in ordinary people. These latent powers, once dormant, are now rapidly beginning to develop. The individuals continue their discussion, noting that these new abilities manifest similarly to wielding a regular sword, and the most exciting news is that this phenomenon is spreading. As more humans awaken to new abilities, a figure in dark attire expressed concern that they might be short on manpower, a development that could interfere with their plans. His green-haired subordinate, however, reassured him that even so, these new individuals would be no match for his lord, as the powers of the awakened began to truly manifest, with a red-haired woman unleashing a vibrant burst of energy from her glowing eyes and outstretched hands. Truly starting to emerge, the green-haired subordinate continued, believing they would soon see more people like this on the front lines, and proudly stated that everyone had made great progress since he first started teaching them, prompting the dark-clad figure to consider other plans. He reiterated that they could always come up with alternative strategies. Meanwhile, Myrion, now in a casual hoodie and cap, observed his own hands glowing with a faint aura, surprised by how useful this power felt, wondering if it was due to his special conditions. With newfound determination, he vowed to catch up as well, refusing to be a burden any longer as red energy lines pulsed around him. He pushes himself to the limit, sprinting across the training ground, scattering obstacles in his wake. An opponent attempts to intercept him with a stick, but it's too late. Myri snatches the flag in mere seconds, his speed earning him the admiration of onlookers. Another victory for Myri's team, as his teammates cheer him on. Meanwhile, from an observation deck, two senior figures discuss the results, wondering why such a genius is still undergoing regular human training. In a different location, a subordinate reports to his lord, who seems distracted, his gaze fixed elsewhere. The training session concludes with Myri's team once again claiming victory. The observers continue their conversation, with Rishuru's team urged to improve their performance. Hoyong, the masked figure, acknowledges the situation with a simple, drawn-out sound. Choi Jiang explains, his voice tinged with frustration, that he has attempted numerous tests and various methods, but the problem remains stubbornly difficult. Meanwhile, Myrion contemplates a grim thought, muttering about a perfect way to die. Hoyong confirms the lingering uncertainty, stating that the matter is still a complete mystery. Choi Jiang then offers to assist, asking if he can join them today, but Hoyong politely declines, citing a reason he doesn't elaborate on. Myrion, his expression serious, asks if something is amiss, before revealing that he has been assigned a special mission. He laments the lack of assistance, wishing he had someone to help him with the daunting task ahead. As a needle pierces his arm, an injection is administered for a mission with an estimated fatality rate of a mere 0.00052%. Hoyong watches over the young man, offering a quiet wish for a good night's rest. From the depths of his slumber, a faint response echoes, a simple affirmation. He drifts further into the sensation, a single word forming in his mind, dream. Lost in the vast emptiness, he questions the reality of his experience, wondering if this is truly a dream. Meanwhile, the medical monitors hum steadily, tracking his vital signs as he lies in a deep, induced sleep. His body rests motionless on the bed, surrounded by the quiet vigilance of technology and a distant observer. Hoyong's expression tightens with concern, knowing that continued failures could erode Myrion's trust in them. He steels himself, determined to do whatever it takes to earn that belief, even if it means relying on luck. As a soft glow emanates from his hand, the dream begins to shift, signaling an awakening of Myrion's very humanity. The only way to ensure Myri's cooperation, they conclude, is to awaken him. But the question remains, what of his humanity? Hoyong asks if Myri feels any different, to which he simply replies, no. Hoyong acknowledges his answer, a hint of disappointment in his tone. The MF 250 input results confirm it. No abnormal vital signs, no unusual brainwave reactions. The outcome of the 150th experiment is a clear failure. After the failed experiment, his life takes an unexpected turn, marking the beginning of Myri's day. A soft knock echoes from the other side of the door, which creaks open to reveal a woman and a young child. The woman looks surprised, letting out a small sound of confusion. From inside, Myrion questions her presence, asking if something is amiss. Soon, the three are gathered around a table, with several boxes of curry mix laid out before them. Lee Kyung explains that she was asked to spend the entire day there, to which he simply affirms. The child, looking up with wide eyes, excitedly asks if this means they will all be together for the whole day. And Lee Kyung, with a slight smile, admits she hadn't considered it, before realizing the implication. She then suggests they make curry together, to which Myrion responds with a questioning tone. Footsteps echo softly on the pavement. As Lee Kyung's voice reminds him of her earlier wish to cook for him. Her expression firm, she instructs them to gather all the necessary ingredients for curry. Myrion, accompanied by a small child, begins the task, noting that carrots are their first priority. They continue their journey, the child curiously asking about their destination. He turns to the child, inquiring if she has ever seen carrots in the village, prompting a questioning carrots in return. Meanwhile, a young man with orange hair, lying casually, speaks into a device, checking if Minseon can hear him. A clear affirmation comes through, confirming the connection. He then assures them that once the curry plan is complete, he will come to retrieve them. On the other end of the line, the orange-haired woman confirms the Changwon plan, agreeing that sometime next week would be a good time to proceed. Her expression shifts, however, as she glances towards an unexpected sight, causing her to exclaim, hold on a moment, Minseon, who are why? Standing at the entrance with a small child beside him, Myrion offers a polite greeting. Hello. May I ask if you have business in this house? The woman, still reeling from his sudden appearance, can only stammer. See carrots? Why are you looking for carrots here? She questions if there are none left, wondering aloud if Myri was responsible for their absence, having simply walked into her home. Directly addressing him, she demands, Hey Myri, why are you asking for carrots? The focus shifts to a single, vibrant carrot. As Myrion looks back at her, utterly bewildered by her intense questioning, and simply responds, What? Still reeling from the unexpected visit, the red-haired woman snaps, demanding they get out, as she's busy. Unfazed by her outburst, Myrion calmly explains that they were chased out of their previous location, prompting the small child beside him to ask where they can find carrots. As the red-haired woman turns away in exasperation, Myrion reiterates the child's question, asking if she knows where they can get carrots. Her head snapping back in disbelief, she questions if he's truly talking about carrots. The small child, eyes wide with wonder, gazes up at the sky, letting out a soft, drawn-out exclamation. His attention then shifts to a vibrant field of carrots, his excitement palpable as he points them out. A memory flashes through Myrion's mind, recalling a past conversation where he was told that if he wanted to cultivate carrots, he would need to do it himself. Back in the present, Myrion explains to the red-haired woman that it's quite difficult to grow them in their current location, so they only have baby carrots. Considering his words, the red-haired woman responds with a hint of surprise, asking if that's truly the case. Having successfully acquired the much-needed carrots, Myrion and the child stand before a vendor, their mission accomplished. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman, still processing their unusual request, asks the child if they prefer potatoes, only for the child to admit they don't even know what potatoes are. A slight surprise crosses her face as the child then explains they've only heard that potatoes are creatures that swim around in the ocean. The red-haired woman repeats the child's words in disbelief, before the child eagerly invites her to come and see for herself. The child looks up, their imagination clearly captivated by the idea of an underwater world, muttering about the ocean. The image shifts to a vast, futuristic underwater facility, prompting the red-haired woman to wonder if they even possess diving suits for such an endeavor. Turning away, she muses aloud about having enough materials, then directly asks Myrion if they have a place to go. Myrion, now standing beside the child, confirms the child's belief, explaining that potatoes do indeed swim in the ocean, and they need to acquire some. The red-haired woman greets him, still processing the bizarre conversation, and then asks where the other person is. In a brightly lit laboratory, Dr. Choi looks down at the child, who innocently explains their quest to find potatoes in the ocean. Meanwhile, deep beneath the waves, bubbles drift lazily upwards through the clear blue water. Myrion and the child marvel at the vibrant marine life, the child exclaiming that they have never witnessed such a beautiful sea before. With a sense of wonder, the child declares that this is their chance to create lasting memories with Myrion. Suddenly, the child points ahead, their eyes wide with excitement at something new in the distance. Elsewhere, the red-haired woman reacts with a bewildered expression, a single syllable escaping her lips in utter confusion. The child, still underwater, joyfully exclaims about a fish that remarkably resembles a potato, while the red-haired woman's thoughts race, wondering if this is a new species born from the outbreak. The child eagerly pulls Myrion forward, urging them to catch the potato fish, leaving the red-haired woman still processing the bizarre situation with a lingering eh. However, the potato fish reveals itself to be a monstrous predator, its gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth lunging from the murky depths. The potato fish from before now looms, a colossal, terrifying creature with glowing green eyes and rows of razor-sharp teeth, eliciting a horrified gasp from the child and a shout of disbelief from Myrion. A low, guttural growl rumbles from its massive maw, as it swiftly devours the smaller, actual potato fish, leaving the child to cry out in dismay, lamenting the loss of their discovery. Myrion's eyes widen in shock, the reality of the situation dawning on him as he stares at the monstrous fish. Meanwhile, an observation is made. The creature bears a distinct scar, one of its fins clearly cut. From a distance, the red-haired woman deduces that the injury must be a remnant of a fierce battle, concluding that this formidable creature is undoubtedly the ruler of this ocean territory. Suddenly, the monster's massive maw opens even wider, a cavernous abyss ready to engulf them. It lunges forward with terrifying speed, closing the distance to Myrion and the child in an instant. A cry of alarm escapes Myrion's lips as the monstrous predator bears down upon them. The monstrous creature, now fully revealed, lunges forward with terrifying speed, its massive form filling the space before them. A gasp escapes Myrion as he stares, wide-eyed, at the approaching horror. With a guttural shriek, the creature's enormous maw opens, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth as it closes in. This was no mere fish, it was the mega fish, a creature whose existence was recalled from a time when the ocean knew a different kind of peace. Once, on a seemingly tranquil afternoon, this very beast had asserted its dominion. It had declared itself the ruler of the ocean, devouring smaller fish in a swift, decisive strike. Its eyes held a primal hunger, and its gaping maw was a testament to its predatory nature. The creature moved with an effortless grace, a true apex predator of the deep. From a distance, the red-haired woman observed the beast, her gaze fixed on the distinct battle scar marring its powerful body. A profound weariness settles over Myrion, his gaze distant as the echoes of the recent battle fade. Meanwhile, the colossal mega fish, now defeated, floats listlessly in the water, a small, confused sound escaping its massive form. It was the horror of death, a sensation it had never truly known until that day. Because of that overwhelming fear, the mega fish could only let out a guttural cry of terror, its dominance shattered. It couldn't overcome its fear, and ultimately, it fainted, its massive body drifting aimlessly. From the shadows, Myrion emerges, a triumphant declaration on his lips. He had defeated it. Hoyong beams with pride, exclaiming that such a feat was to be expected from Myri. After a while, the group gathers around the now miniature creature, Li Kyung bending down to observe its unconscious form, while Hoyong wonders aloud if it has returned to its original state, a soft, confused gurgle still escaping the small being. With its unusual size, the mega fish had drawn considerable attention, and most of the students had helped carry the creature, now transformed into a small, pleading figure, away. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of people, a small, spiky-haired student exclaimed in surprise. Because of the situation, Jizian found herself tasked with preparing an immense amount of curry, while the small fish creature continued to silently beg for rescue. In the end, the hastily prepared dish was presented to the students. The small fish creature, now part of the meal, could only offer a reluctant, "Thank you for the meal," as the worst dish imaginable was laid out. The students who tasted it immediately recoiled, one exclaiming, "Why yuck, it's nasty." Myrion, too, struggled with the taste, his face contorted in disgust as he questioned, "This is curry?" Back in the kitchen, Jizian lamented her fate, muttering, "Maybe I shouldn't have come," despite having been told she was a good cook, now wondering what she was supposed to do. Hoyong, attempting to be diplomatic, remarked, "Not that bad, I guess," while Li Kyung, beside him, remembered, "All right, Myri doesn't eat food, right?" As the memory of the rejected curry lingered, Myri-on's expression turned pensive, his thoughts drifting to a familiar voice from his past. The voice echoed with a stern, yet caring, reminder, "Remember, Myri, no matter what happens, you must not be skipping meals." A kind-faced woman, holding a bowl, continued her admonition, her words a constant presence in his mind. "I will always be watching you." The image of a simple spoon, perhaps a symbol of the meals he struggled with, flashed through his mind. The memory faded, leaving him alone and dejected, sitting amidst a scattered pile of pumpkins, a soft sob escaping his lips. His gaze fixed on the ground, lost in his own world of sorrow. His gaze falls upon the simple meal before him. A bottle of milk, its label proclaiming it Ju milk. A look of utter disbelief and mild horror crosses his face as he stares at the contents of his bowl, a quiet exclamation escaping him. While the surrounding students murmur amongst themselves, surprised to see him eating it all, and curious about his reaction. He continues to eye the food with deep reluctance, before finally declaring it tastes bad, eliciting a burst of laughter from someone nearby. One female student urges him to eat it properly, only to be sharply told to be quiet. He sits alone at a table, his gaze fixed downward, a plate of food before him. Meanwhile, a man in a cap, a slight smile playing on his lips, seems to be observing him from afar. Back at the table, Myri-on's thoughts drift, hoping this day will hold significant meaning. He silently wishes for events that truly mean a lot to him. A moment passes, filled only with the sound of someone eating. But Myrion recoils from his own plate, uttering a disgusted, "EW, what the heck is this?" Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, calling out, "Minseong, are you there?" The voice continues, its tone serious, "Are you and the villagers doing well?" The conversation shifts to a strategic matter, referencing a digital map, the Changwon plan I mentioned earlier. "We're planning to secretly infiltrate Changwon." A sense of impending doom hangs heavy in the air, as a voice declares that the moment is drawing near, urging patience for just a little longer. Against a backdrop of searing orange and yellow, a colossal, dark entity rises, wreathed in furious flames, its presence radiating immense power. Nearby, a lone figure sits, their face obscured by a bucket hat, a red strap clutched in their hand as they observe the fiery spectacle. A top-secret operation, the Changwon plan, is already in motion, with a covert infiltration of the facility underway. The critical moment approaches rapidly, demanding just a little more patience. Meanwhile, a young man sits, contemplating the unfolding events, a quiet hum escaping his lips. He then muses aloud, wondering if such a straightforward plan wouldn't prove utterly boring. Suddenly, a young man with glasses, holding a communication device, reacts with shock, demanding to know the identity of the unexpected speaker. The voice continues, unfazed, promising to deactivate all defense shields. With a final, challenging tone, the speaker invites the other to meet him in person. An operative, clad in tactical gear, asserts her training in martial arts, warning against any discourteous behavior. A voice, filled with disbelief, questions a name, Yerrier? From the shadows, a figure with glowing, ominous eyes and dark markings around them, smirks, promising, "I'll be waiting for you." Another voice, laced with anger, demands to know what was done to Min Dash. A sharp, commanding cry echoes through the space. As the mysterious figure's foot descends with a heavy, decisive impact. The female operative gasps, her eyes wide with shock at the unfolding events. A pained escapes her lips. But Choi Gyuho, glasses glinting with resolve, clenches his fist, reassuring someone not to worry, and promising to definitely get them back. A sudden, sharp realization pierces Myri-on's mind, forcing a desperate cry from his lips. He looks down at the scattered bones, a chilling thought forming in his mind. It was definitely something more profound than he had initially believed. Standing over a kneeling figure, Myri-on observes the scene. As Garam reflects on the relentless drive for power, stating that she is obsessed with being stronger. However, she clarifies that her obsession is different from others, as they are forced to get stronger just to survive. Meanwhile, in a different location, Hoyong questions Li Kyung, asking if it isn't true that they are the ones who end up making it, before adding that this situation is troubling, and their existence is exposed. With a final glance, Hoyong announces his departure, then turns to ask Garam if she is alright. His footsteps echo softly as he walks away. Still wrapped in bandages, she looks on with a surprised expression, finding the current turn of events quite unexpected. Meanwhile, observing Jean Garam, Hoyong muses that he had expected her to be consumed by grief over the villagers who died because of her, but instead, he notes, Garam is not a weak person. He continues, acknowledging that. Suddenly, a pair of feet land with a soft thud, kicking up dust from the dry earth. A dark-skinned hand grips a pistol, firing a shot that splatters blood, a voice in the background affirming, "This is good." The action is part of the original plan. Myri-on stands before a whiteboard, its surface covered in complex diagrams and equations. Contemplating the daunting task ahead, "I'm not sure if we can get to the center of the wasteland with our limited resources," he muses. "I tried to pull out a plan forward. That's because," he continues, his gaze distant, "we are lacking in information." Later, standing beside Hoyong on a barren, alien landscape, Myri-on reflects, despite the several explorations, the only information we discovered about Changwon is a complex, glowing structure appears in their minds, a symbol of the impenetrable barrier. That's it, Myri-on concludes, as he and Hoyong continue their trek across the desolate terrain. We have no way of knowing how many individual manpower they have. Any plans we make will be just a shot in the dark. Myri-on considers the situation, wondering aloud. But then, the door isn't here? And what if the text says to go to the lock room? He then questions the reliability of a certain individual. Is there any possibility Yarir is lying? A scoff escapes him as he dismisses the thought. I don't think so. That punk is a nut job. His focus sharpens, calculating the odds. In a battle between well-powered, the chances of us losing is. He concludes with absolute certainty, 0%. His reasoning is clear. Since he's going to know the truth soon for us, then there's no reason for him to refuse that offer. Nearby, a young man listens intently, his cheeks flushing with excitement. So intense. Now everything will be told to the master's eyes. Myri-on, now wearing a cap, turns away, a new thought surfacing. Where's Myri? He reflects on the day. Now that I think about it, I didn't think I saw him today. I'll go find him. An unseen voice offers a simple thanks, as the scene shifts to a quiet grove of trees. A moment later, a sharp question cuts through the air, as Myri-on stands in his uniform, observing a woman in a headscarf holding a bucket. She then empties its contents with a splash, reminding him of the curry he ate yesterday, while he questions her about her lack of uniform. The woman explains she made too much for the employees and needs to dispose of the excess, lamenting her overestimation. His uniform is clearly visible, as he remarks that everyone else is wearing it. He continues to question her about the uniform, but she simply states that she doesn't want to wear it. A moment of quiet passes as he processes her simple, yet profound, refusal. Then, kneeling beside him, she softly asks if something happened to Myri, catching him off guard. He can only respond with uncertainty. The pot of curry sits between them, its colorful surface reflecting the quiet tension. She presses him further, asking what he means. His mind drifts to a memory, a time when he felt nothing but emptiness, surrounded by others yet utterly alone. But then, a new thought emerges, a stark contrast to his past feelings. His eyes narrow slightly, as he recalls the significance of yesterday. Looking down, a question hangs in the air, asking why he feels so frightening, so scary to be around people, to which he can only respond, I don't know. The woman continues, her voice soft but firm, observing that he doesn't want to seem helpless, and that's why he feels so guilty. Addressing him directly, she calls him Myri, assuring him he doesn't have to think that way. He turns away, lost in thought, the weight of her words settling over him. As he sits alone, contemplating, her voice echoes, speaking of creating memories that he can tell his mom about. She smiles gently, her expression warm, suggesting that if all he talks about is helping zombies all the time, his mom will surely worry. He should tell his mother about the places he went, the people he met, and the conversations they shared, the sentiments that bound them together. Rather than dwelling on the difficult days, he should focus on sharing his happy memories. Jean Garam offered a gentle smile, assuring him that if she were his mother, she would be happy for him. Myrion listened, his gaze falling to the ground, processing her words. Later, under the quiet night sky, he walked away, leaving Jean Garum behind to watch him go. A simple, comforting meal awaited him, a quiet end to a day filled with heavy thoughts. Myrion, still lost in thought, tastes something with a curious expression, finding it unexpectedly palatable. As he processes the moment, he settles onto the ground, the soft shuffling of his movements echoing in the quiet space. Elsewhere, a vibrant green energy begins to permeate the air, spreading like tendrils of light. Hoyong stands in quiet contemplation, a thoughtful hum escaping him as if sensing the subtle shifts in the world around them. After that, Li Kyung stands poised, a bow in hand, her form enveloped in a vibrant, humming green aura. The distinguished ember has begun to ignite like a fuse. Humanities. With tiny, deliberate steps, Li Kyung holds a card emblazoned with the characters, "For sure kill," her gaze sharp and resolute. A great journey unfolds over the course of a week. Then, with a powerful burst of energy, a figure descends rapidly from above. Their foot strikes the ground with a sharp impact. As the newly arrived master surveys the Zongan training camp below, a voice exclaims for others to look. Another surge of purple energy erupts, eliciting a surprised gasp. A figure with long red hair and glowing yellow eyes declares that the humans have finally arrived. Meanwhile, Myrion is thrown through the air, with Jean Garum clinging tightly to him. From a distance, Hoyong wonders aloud where Myri is, explaining that the master cannot penetrate his power, so he is flying towards them. He calculates that if they had departed simultaneously, Myri would arrive only 1 or 2 seconds later. As Myrion plummets towards the training camp, a group of red-haired figures with glowing eyes eagerly awaits his impact, one of them snarling, demanding to know, "Do you know how long I have waited for this? I have waited a week for this moment." Another of the monstrous figures, eyes burning with hunger, bellows, "Let's eat them up," before adding with a wicked grin, "Yair said we don't have to leave some for him." Meanwhile, the Zongan training camp stands tall, its central building protected by a shimmering green barrier. As a report comes in over a communication device, "Mr. Yair, humans have appeared at the main gate." A long, ornate sword or staff is plunged into the earth, its presence marking a significant spot within the bamboo grove, prompting a thought about the passage of time since the intrusion began. Mr. Yair considers the report, a hand rising to his chin as he murmurs, 1 hour. His gaze falls upon the hilt of the powerful weapon, a decision forming as he dismisses the concern. "Nah, I sent the captains. So it would take at least." A powerful voice echoes across the training grounds, dismissing the approaching intruders as nothing more than inferior zombies. While a hulking, horned figure with glowing red eyes snarls, demanding to know which foolish bastards dared to bring monsters to their table. Another imposing figure, radiating a green aura, warns his subordinates that they will be sent to the stomach if they don't act fast, ordering Squad 1 to begin their operation once they've finished warming up. This was Iron Trampoline, the Changwon Squad 1 captain, his spiky green hair and glowing eyes a testament to his formidable presence. Nearby, a masked figure with white hair and piercing red eyes demands to know which of them was responsible for defeating Ji So-chai-jae. This was Chemical Story, the Changwon Special Squad chemical team captain, who declared his intention to fight that bastard first. Meanwhile, high above the Zongan training camp, Myrion plummeted through the sky, a countdown of 5, then 4, marking his rapid descent. The blue expanse blurred around him, streaks of dark debris indicating the immense speed of his fall. Closer and closer he came, a dark, accelerating projectile hurtling towards the ground. A blinding white light streaks downward, tearing through the air with immense force, converging into a focused beam as it nears the ground. The final moment of impact marked by a stark one before everything erupts. Dust and debris fly outward, scattering bones across the impact zone, as a voice calmly declares, "Good." The lingering cloud of dust slowly begins to settle, revealing Myri on standing amidst the wreckage, his back to the viewer as he acknowledges his arrival. "You arrived just on time." Turning slightly, he offers a brief, almost casual farewell, "Good luck," before confirming his readiness with a simple word, "Okay." The dust continues to dissipate, leaving behind the aftermath of his powerful entrance. A voice questions the passage of time, wondering if it has been 6, or perhaps even 7 hours. Meanwhile, a towering, dark structure stands amidst a dense bamboo forest, as a thought echoes, questioning if any could possibly breach its main gate. Suddenly, a powerful impact reverberates through the air, a resounding boom signaling a dramatic entry. Myrion descends with blinding speed, his form a blur as he executes a precise aerial maneuver, kicking down into the bamboo-laden terrain. This is the territory of the Changwon Defense Squad, a formidable force guarding this critical location. Comprising captains, low-rank Zongans, squad members, and guards, their combined strength totals 336 members. Yet, a vast swarm of these shadowy Zongans, their eyes glowing crimson, are utterly annihilated. Their forms dissolve into chaotic wisps of dark energy, leaving only a swirling vortex of destruction. From the barricade gate, the objective remains clear. Yair's control center lies a mere 3.2 kilometers away. The air still crackles with the aftermath of a devastating explosion, debris raining down as the sheer scale of destruction becomes apparent, with a total of 678 Zomgans having died on the move. Moving with impossible speed, he is a blur of motion above a massive blade, having just annihilated hundreds of enemies. The entire process, he realizes, was completed in an astonishingly short time, leaving him to question. Lingering smoke and glowing particles drift through the air, marking the site of his swift, brutal efficiency. The total time taken for this overwhelming display of power was a mere 3 seconds. Myrion plummets through the air, a blur of motion past a figure standing poised on a massive, upright blade. Below, the figure with a dark stripe across their face watches him descend. Their golden eyes wide with shock as they wonder, who the hell is he? Since when did he appear? Still, Myrion continues his uncontrolled fall, his expression hardening with resolve. A faint, ethereal glow emanates from his body, shimmering with particles as he descends. A frustrated sigh escapes him as he realizes, geez, an ambush. As Myrion lands, his eyes burning with a crimson glow, a voice challenges him, asking if he is the human who has been causing trouble recently. He remains silent, his expression grim, the red light in his eyes intensifying. A figure with purple skin and glowing yellow eyes, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a mask, steps forward, remarking that this is hardly a courteous way to treat a martial artist. The masked individual continues, wondering if Myrion was struck by the whirling gas at the main gate, and chides him for ignoring his hospitality. As Myrion surveys his surroundings, walking through a desolate landscape littered with bones, he realizes that everyone here is dead. The purple-skinned figure reacts with a surprised gasp, his thoughts betraying his astonishment that the fallen were grandmasters just moments ago. Myrion, in turn, regards the mysterious newcomer with a questioning gaze, sizing up the formidable opponent before him. He considers the purple-skinned figure's supposed power, dismissing it as an absurd lie. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, he moves, a dark blur against the desolate landscape. The cloaked figure can only manage a surprised gasp, barely registering the movement. Myrion's attack continues, a streak of pure velocity. Before the figure can even react, a powerful impact sends them reeling. Stunned, the cloaked figure can only utter, "The heck?" Lying on the ground, the figure grapples with disbelief, realizing they were struck by something they couldn't even perceive, a mere shadow. Their glowing orange eye widens in confusion, the thought echoing, "I couldn't see anything." The figure concludes, utterly baffled by the speed of their attacker. He stands in quiet contemplation, a soft, almost resigned, "Yeah," escaping his lips. His gaze falls upon the heavy blade he carries, a weapon that, up until this point, has proven its worth. Dressed in unfamiliar robes and a wide-brimmed hat, he recalls how he really killed all the officials. Then, a quiet command to himself, "Look." He questions his own past actions, wondering why he didn't seal Changwon, a soft sorry, escaping him as if to an unseen presence. His hand now holds several glowing red cylindrical objects, each pulsing with a faint light. Arranging them carefully on the ground, he muses that if he can devote everything to martial arts, perhaps. A golden aura flaring around his face, he could forget all the past memories. A golden aura flares around Myrion, his thoughts consumed by a singular desire to forget the past, a wish he had often pondered. The energy swirls and expands, as a figure in a wide-brimmed hat and glasses appears above him, simply stating, "Me." The golden light intensifies around Myrion's form, a flame of something unreadable, burning brightly. He looks up, startled by the sudden presence and the unexpected declaration, a question forming on his lips. The mysterious individual, his face partially obscured by his hat and glasses, continues, his voice trailing off before asking, "What the heck is going on?" Then, with a directness that cuts through the confusion, he asks, "Do you know where Yair is?" Myrion, still enveloped in his golden aura, can only respond with a bewildered, "What?" Some say this is where he was held, and the thought that he might have barged in personally fills the unnamed figure with a growing dread. A guttural sound escapes him, his face contorting in a grimace of pure frustration. His eyes glow with a fierce yellow light, and red markings flare across his skin as he declares, he has no idea what special superpowers his opponent possesses. Reaching out a hand, he insists that there should be a limit to such power. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the tension, calmly introducing himself as Yair, prompting Myrion to respond with a surprised, "Ah, really?" The newcomer continues, his tone even, asking for pardon for the intrusion. He then clarifies that he holds nothing against the unnamed figure. Despite the calm words, a sudden, unseen force violently hurls the unnamed antagonist backward, his body a blur of motion and red energy. He crashes through a dense thicket of bamboo, leaving a trail of shattered foliage in his wake. The defeated antagonist lets out a pained gasp, his body plummeting through the air, leaving a trail of dark, dissipating energy. Meanwhile, a commanding voice echoes, instructing his subordinates to rescue all the humans. Shadowy figures move with purpose, preparing to move in. The voice continues, directing them to follow the path Myri opened and infiltrate the inside. A hooded figure, the source of the commands, reiterates the mission to rescue the humans. He then adds that they will circulate fast, following from the main gate, confirming this was all planned. A tactical map highlights the research and military quarters, emphasizing the goal to rescue all the humans who were captured as slaves. The hooded figure concludes, entrusting the mission to a specific individual, stating, "I'm letting you take charge, Garam." With a determined expression, Garam acknowledges the command, already moving with speed and resolve, replying, "Yes." With a burst of focused energy, Myrion prepares to move, his resolve firm. Then, in a flash, he's gone, leaving only a shimmering trail in his wake. His target, the guard post in front of the supercluster. He moves with such impossible speed that he passes through the glowing checkpoint archway before the system can even register his presence. Two guards stand idly by, completely oblivious to the breach, one remarking, "Well, I guess we shouldn't worry since we're not getting any orders." Only after he's long gone does the air ripple with the residual force of his passage, causing a sudden, inexplicable tremor that startles the guards. "What just shot past?" one exclaims, bewildered. Far ahead, Myrion acknowledges his flawless execution with a quiet satisfaction. "Nice." He continues his aerial trajectory, a dark streak against the sky. An unseen observer reflects on the supercluster, noting its location at the heart of Changwon, just as Kyuho had mentioned. Considering the potential impact, they muse that at this rate, the entire supercluster in Changwon could be paralyzed for at least a month. Yet, with a dismissive thought, they conclude that it ultimately doesn't matter. Instead, their focus shifts to the task at hand, believing it entirely feasible to let Myri take over. Meanwhile, Myrion moves with incredible speed, a vibrant green aura flaring around him as he continues his trajectory. He understands this power, this swirling green energy, is what people have come to know as his unique ability. His power, which includes augmented eyes, encompasses heightened vision, auditory perception, pain tolerance, smell, and taste. It's a comprehensive enhancement, boosting his strength, gravity manipulation, endurance, agility, and all other human senses and abilities. Myrion continues to focus his formidable powers, specifically on vision that bears the lowest risk. His eyes glow with an intense green light as his senses amplify, processing information at an incredible rate. The amplification reaches an astonishing 580%, granting him unparalleled awareness. From his position, he establishes an absolute territory, a vast domain where he dictates every movement and outcome. He declares that from this moment forward, no attack will ever escape his notice. Suddenly, a monstrous figure with glowing yellow eyes emerges, roaring, demanding to know how anyone dares to wreck its territory. Before it can even finish its threat, an invisible force slams into the creature, sending it recoiling with a pained cry. Myrion, moving with blinding speed, follows through with a powerful, green energy-infused kick, confirming his absolute dominance. Having just reflected an attack, Myrion is thrown back, his mind reeling from the unexpected turn of events. As green energy erupts around him, he activates his full power, a vibrant aura flaring into existence. A system message flashes, indicating that as of today, new members are being monitored. His eyes glow with fierce resolve, a silent vow echoing in his thoughts. No humans will die under his watch. Suddenly, a voice cuts through his concentration, pulling him from his intense state with an annoyed grunt, wondering who dares to call him in the middle of such a critical moment. Meanwhile, a separate experiment is underway, as a system log confirms that 2 errors have been detected. A dark-skinned woman with short hair and green eyes, observing a glowing cube, confirms that energy preserved in the second monitor is being transmitted. A green aura flares around her as she issues a command, having found the errors she was looking for, and orders them to be transmitted. A guttural cry escapes Myrion, his face contorted in a surge of power or pain. As in a distant, sterile chamber, a masked creature reports with glowing purple eyes, "Right now, humans have invaded Changwon quarters. Please give us orders." Meanwhile, a green-skinned figure in another location mutters in frustration, "Damn it. Yair told me not to go. Trouble. But then, do I just report to him? What am I to do with Garam?" A moment of contemplation passes before he concludes, "Perhaps this is an opportunity." And in yet another chamber, a brown-skinned scholar declares, "As a scholar, I can't miss this chance. Defense protocol." His hands begin to glow with vibrant green energy as he confirms, "Is now in operation." A green aura flares around Iron Trampoline as he initiates a critical command, declaring the defense protocol is now active. The system responds instantly, confirming the operation is underway. With the green energy intensifying, he focuses on image regulation, ensuring all visual data is processed correctly. He then issues further orders to mobilize all available forces for defense, acknowledging that full activation will require some time. A sharp beep confirms his instructions, as he receives an affirmative response. Meanwhile, at a nearby console, a female operator with a red bow in her hair prepares to send an emergency alert, pondering who should receive such a critical message. Far from the command center, in a desolate, shadowed space, Yair stands, a formidable weapon clutched in his hand, his presence a silent, ominous declaration. A sharp cry of distress pierces the air as the grotesque, decaying head of a creature looms into view, followed by the chaotic sounds of rapid movement. Amidst the turmoil, Jean Garam stands protectively over a fallen Myrion, observing the overwhelming number of enemies surrounding them. "There are too many of them," she exclaims, her voice laced with urgency as she considers their desperate situation. "We need to hurry to get the humans out. Just when can we get them out?" Suddenly, a creature with glowing eyes lunges from the side, its weapon raised high as it snarls, "Die, you filthy humans." But Jean Garam moves with incredible speed, a blur of green energy, crying out as she reacts to the sudden impact. "Aya!" As someone calls out to him, the baldy mister throws something with immense force, sending bone-like projectiles scattering across the ground. With a wide grin, he casually offers, "Come over and buy my carrots next time, okay?" Meanwhile, Jean Garam cries out in pain, her body recoiling from a sudden, unseen attack. Her mind flashes back to a few days prior, when the humans were gripped by terror at the thought of the mission. A group of them stood, some radiating a faint blue energy, their faces etched with apprehension. The baldy mister and another man discussed the overwhelming odds, concluding that it would be difficult to even consider defeating hundreds of foes. Jean Garam remembered her own honest self-doubt, believing she wouldn't be of any help. But then, the baldy mister's words echoed, a realization that they were wrong. Back in the present, Yarier's eyes widen in understanding, as he finally comprehends the nature of the Zomgan attacks. In a chaotic flashback, a powerful kick sends bone-like projectiles erupting from the ground, impacting the aggressive figures who question the humans' unexpected strength. These formidable individuals are now considered honorary members of the Death Squad. Amidst the struggle, Jean Garam gasps for breath, desperately trying to rally herself, urging herself to wake up. "Get a grip on yourself, everyone." The commands echo through the chaos, as Team 88 is ordered to switch with Team 102. A unit of uniformed individuals stands in formation, ready to execute their next directive. From the security unit, 3rd Labor House, the urgent command rings out. "Stop stalling and speed up." Later, Myrion, with a towel draped around his neck, looks off to the side, his expression thoughtful. Baldy Mister approaches him, announcing, "Summer vacation today," and adding, "The kids are there." A voice calls out to a young boy, "Jengen, your uncle is here." Baldy Mister muses, then calls out, "Kids? Good work today." He then questions them, "Why didn't you guys greet me? Are you doing something interesting?" The boys hesitate, and "No, it's not like that," they reply, explaining, "Since they only call us by codes, we didn't know you were calling us." A somber realization washes over Jong-sik, as if they had forgotten their own names. Baldy Mister, however, addresses them directly. "Jong-sik, Jengen, I told you this before." He reassures them, "Even if you have forgotten, I will always be there to call you by your names." Jong-sik's thoughts drift, wondering if they were destined to be called by codes for the rest of their lives, as if they were mere machines. What meaning is there, he ponders, if they were living like this? A dark thought surfaces, wouldn't it be better to just die? Still grappling with his profound questions, Jong-sik wonders if they are truly identified only by codes, offering a quiet apology for his earlier outburst. Baldy Mister, however, offers a stark perspective, explaining that they will never age or fall ill, destined to live on as they always have. Yet, a contrasting thought emerges, that as time progresses, humanity inherently experiences new things and continues to evolve. Jong-sik listens, as the narrative continues, affirming that we are beings destined for continuous improvement and development. Baldy Mister then interjects, revealing that this very stagnation is precisely what they desire. The implication hangs heavy in the air, that they are actively working to strip away human qualities, treating them like mere domestic animals. Jong-sik clenches his fist, a spark of defiance igniting within him, realizing that they are afraid of humanity's true potential. Baldy Mister places a comforting hand on his shoulder, his voice firm with conviction, urging Jong-sik to live on, no matter the circumstances. Above them, the vast, open sky stretches, a silent witness to the struggle for meaning. The world waits, holding its breath, until our true potential finally blooms. And one day, a voice promises, your time will surely come. But for now, the only reality is a desperate flight, as an adult figure clutches Jong-sik, their faces etched with fear, fleeing from an unseen threat. More people join the frantic exodus, a desperate plea echoing through the air. Everyone, come with me, while others question the sudden urgency. Amidst the chaos, a mysterious female figure catches the eye of some onlookers, who wonder aloud about her identity, having never seen her before. A uniformed man extends a hand to Jong-sik, urging him to run away with us. Jong-sik, huddled with Jangan and the adult, expresses his deep fear and uncertainty, questioning if the offer is a trap, yet knowing that staying means certain death. A foot steps down, a decisive moment in the midst of turmoil. Suddenly, Jong-sik's eyes widen in surprise, calling out to a familiar face, "You uncle." A figure is violently thrown across a wide, open space, landing with a harsh impact. A sharp, echoing sound reverberates through the air. Jong-sik exhales in relief, acknowledging his own fear, but finding solace in the arrival of rescuers, who he believes are finally here to save them. He questions if it's truly happening, then, with renewed determination, urges them to move. A crowd of figures, their eyes glowing faintly, express their newfound hope, believing their days of servitude are over. Someone calls out to Jong-sik, urging him not to worry and to run, to which he responds, confirming his movement. A woman instructs him to look after the children and the others, prompting a surprised reaction from him. He attempts to retrieve his belongings, but his momentum carries him forward, running from the scene. Still running, Jong-sik addresses an unseen figure, expressing his awe at their strength and gratitude for the escape from their human captors without any casualties. Jean Garam, her expression urgent, calls out to those around her, warning them of trouble and urging them to hurry out. Meanwhile, a man with dark hair, focused on a device, instructs someone to follow him, stating he will go ahead. He looks up, a questioning "huh?" escaping his lips as something catches his attention. Suddenly, a glowing green eye appears, signaling the activation of a psychic power, its target explicitly set to humans. Green energy lines erupt from above, accompanied by sharp, crackling sounds, striking the ground with devastating force. Jean Garam looks up, her face etched with shock as she questions the nature of the attack. The man, too, is caught off guard, looking up as debris rains down around him, his eye wide with fear and sweat beading on his brow. As an unknown assailant hurls a volley of bone fragments across the ground, Myrion moves with incredible speed, a blur of motion. Suddenly, a brilliant green energy erupts around him, enveloping his form as he surges forward. The raw power detonates with a deafening roar, sending shockwaves through the air. From the epicenter, searing green beams of energy lance out, tearing through the environment. Another violent explosion of green energy follows, further devastating the area. The relentless barrage of green energy beams continues, a chaotic display of raw power. The sheer force of the attack elicits a shocked reaction, as the beams continue to tear through everything in their path. Myrion cries out in agony or exertion, his body falling amidst the swirling green energy. The overwhelming power culminates in a final, massive explosion, engulfing the entire area in a blinding green light. A subordinate, leaning heavily on the captain, manages to utter a grateful thanks. As Myrion processes the chaos around them, his eyes begin to glow with an eerie green light. He observes strange, flying entities, realizing they are not random debris but targeted threats, specifically attacking humans. The immense power source behind this devastation, he deduces, must be connected to the research he knows of. A name flashes through his mind, Fesh. He realizes the situation demands immediate action, knowing he must be on the move. Turning to his subordinate, he gives a direct order to seek shelter inside the buildings, a command the other man quickly acknowledges. Though his instincts urge him to locate Nate Fesh, Myrion knows his primary duty is to protect the innocent people caught in the disaster. With a grim resolve, he accepts the difficult path ahead. He turns to his subordinate, who calls out his name, then addresses him as captain. With a grim expression, he states his belief that Nate Fesh is already taking action, asking if she can handle the situation. Her eyes widen in shock at the gravity of his words. Seeing her hesitation, he offers reassurance, promising his full support. She acknowledges the dire circumstances, realizing there's no other choice and time is rapidly running out. With renewed resolve, she declares her intention to do her best, offering a quick word of thanks. The critical objective is clear: Nate Fesh's location must be pinpointed. All intelligence points to a single area, the research quarters. With her mission set, Garam sprints away, leaving the captain to watch her departure. A voice, accompanied by the ominous glow of a single red eye, calls out with a sharp edge, demanding to know where its sis is going, reminding her that they have unfinished business. The target, a figure clad in a school-like skirt and covered in a sickly green, viscous substance, continues to move forward, their own eyes burning with the same unsettling red light. A green-skinned figure with fiery red eyes and hair confronts Jean Garam, declaring that they have unfinished business. Jean Garam's eyes widen in a mixture of shock and dawning horror, as the figure's words hang heavy in the air. The green-skinned assailant leans in, their voice laced with menace, asking if she remembers. With a chilling certainty, the figure asserts that of course she does. Their anger boiling over, the figure screams that everything is because of her. The accusations continue to pour out, blaming Jean Garam for their pretty face and friends. With a final, chilling vow, the green-skinned figure launches forward, a blur of motion. Jean Garam is violently pulled or pushed, her body reacting to the sudden, overwhelming force. The menacing voice of the green-skinned figure echoes, promising a dark fate as it declares its intent to make her just like it. Before Jean Garam can even react, the figure, eyes glowing crimson, closes the distance in a blur of green energy, striking her with brutal force. Its powerful, scaled arm wraps around her, pulling her back into its inescapable grasp. A chilling voice taunts her, demanding to know where she thinks she's going. Her face contorted in a mix of fear and desperate resolve, Jean Garam's mind races, knowing she must reach the research quarters immediately. A desperate cry tears from her throat, calling out for her captain, pleading for help. Her voice echoes, filled with terror, as she screams for assistance, realizing something truly unexpected has happened. Green energy surges and expands, filling the space with an ominous glow. Observing the chaotic scene, Myrion contemplates the unexpected turn of events. From the swirling green, the monstrous figure roars, its voice a guttural challenge directed at him. Still caught in the energy's grip, Jean Garam desperately warns the creature not to lose its focus. Overwhelmed by the situation, she admits her confusion and cries out for help. Her thoughts turn to her leader, a desperate plea for her captain escaping her lips. The monster's gaze snaps back to her, demanding to know her identity and ordering her to vanish. Before it can act, Myrion strikes with blinding speed, a blur of motion. His assault continues, a flurry of impacts against the green-skinned foe. With a sudden, powerful motion, Myrion reaches through a shimmering portal, grabbing hold of the green-skinned monster. The force of his throw sends the creature hurtling backward, crashing violently through the environment. A voice from off-panel assures them, "Don't worry, I will send backup through Hamey." The green-skinned monster, recovering quickly, challenges Myrion. "You're not going to fight with me?" Myrion's expression hardens as he declares his priority. "I need to protect the humans. I don't have time to stay here." He then turns to Jean Garam, urging her with a sense of urgency. "So hurry to the research quarters, Garam. Soon." Without another word, he moves with blinding speed, a blur of motion across the floor. Jean Garam watches him go, a puzzled expression on her face as she murmurs, "I thought we'd brought everyone here. UPS?" Meanwhile, the green-skinned monster cries out in pain, reeling from another powerful impact. He recoils, a sharp gasp escaping him as a bone projectile whizzes past, the green monster's assault relentless. A furious voice bellows, demanding to know the identity of the one who dared to interfere. The green monster, its form twisted with rage, prepares another devastating strike. It snarls a promise of violence, threatening to slice both of them apart. Myrion finds himself engulfed in a burst of purple energy, a desperate plea for backup escaping his lips. He lets out another pained sound, struggling against the relentless assault. Another bone projectile, now crackling with malevolent purple energy, is hurled through the air. The monster's eyes glow with cruel delight, its maniacal laughter echoing through the space. Watching the brutal exchange, Jean Garam's face contorts in sheer terror. As the battle raged, a desperate cry echoed through the facility, a single word torn from the depths of a hidden chamber. "My master!" A figure, completely encased in a viscous green slime, thrashed wildly, their face contorted in a silent, agonizing scream, a desperate plea for help erupting from their very core. Meanwhile, Myrion, clad in a pristine white lab coat, sprinted through the facility, his expression grim as he moved with urgent purpose. The goo-covered figure, Ji So-Chai-J, now looked up, a faint blush on their cheeks as they declared their presence. "I am here." Standing before them was the towering green monster, its glowing yellow eyes fixed on Ji So-Chai-J, who seemed to be speaking to the creature with an unexpected familiarity. Ji So-Chai-J's voice was filled with a mix of shock and recognition as they uttered a name, Arishuru. The green monster, Rishuru, responded with a surprised query. "Wait, I asked that you, Ji So-Chai-J?" Then, with a hint of playful exasperation, Rishuru added, "You look horrible. I mean, that should be my line. How did you end up this way, Rishuru?" Myrion calls out to Garam, asking if she's all right. She confirms she's fine, but then questions if they're the promised backup. Meanwhile, Rishuru is seen wearing a peculiar device around his neck, a clear sign of external control. Back with the others, Myrion explains the device is to control that punk, who agreed to come under his supervision, and they are merely there as support. Garam reacts with a skeptical gasp, doubting if such a strong man could even be of any help. Despite her doubts, she declares she will count on him, having no other place to go. Myrion, with unwavering confidence, accepts the responsibility. Elsewhere, Yerier playfully asks Rishuru if his sis is leaving. A sudden, tearing sound echoes through the air, catching Jean Garam off guard as she looks up. A voice, filled with menace, declares its intent to make someone pay for their actions, followed by a swift, whistling motion. A bone-like projectile launches with a sharp impact. Garam's eyes widen in shock and alarm. Rishuru, now covered in a strange, green moss, commands her to go, stating he will handle the situation. Hesitantly, she expresses concern, warning him not to act too mighty given his current state. With a final, panting exertion, Garam turns and flees. Yerier approaches the moss-covered Rishuru, questioning the strange transformation. His eyes glowing with an unsettling red, Rishuru responds, his voice laced with a chilling query about helping humans. Still covered in the strange green moss, his eyes burning red, Rishuru speaks with a chilling resignation, acknowledging the grim turn of events. His voice echoing with a strange, detached quality, he questions the very notion of someone being alive after such a transformation. From the side, Yerier watches him, her expression unreadable as she muses aloud, wondering how he could have become a loyal dog to humans. Rishuru's moss-covered hand glows with a fierce red energy, a powerful beam erupting skyward as if to punctuate his words. He looks down, his glowing eyes fixed on an unseen point, uttering a curt, dismissive sound. A sharp command rings out, telling someone to scram. Suddenly, a new figure emerges, her red hair and moss-covered skin mirroring Rishuru's transformation, her glowing eyes fixed on the scene. Introducing herself as Ji So-chai-jae, she poses a cryptic question about the distinction between high-level and mid-level Zongans. Her expression unyielding, she asserts that high-level Zongans are inherently more powerful. Still under the influence of her mossy transformation, Ji So-chai-jae looms over Rishuru, who is entangled in green tendrils, demanding to know his current status. She then questions her own standing, asserting her high-level status against his mid-level designation. Her glowing red eyes fix on him, a silent accusation that he dared to challenge her. With a sudden, violent motion, she flings Rishuru away, dismissing his words as mere chatter. He crashes to the ground, the impact echoing his opponent's disdain. Lying defeated, Rishuru stares at his hands, a profound sense of weakness washing over him. His moss-covered face contorts in despair, unable to comprehend how he could have fallen so far. Meanwhile, the transformed Ji So-chai-jae shifts her attention, now relentlessly pursuing Jean Garam across the open ground. From a distance, Myri-on watches the unfolding chaos, his face etched with shock as he witnesses Rishuru's defeat. As Ji So-chai-jae relentlessly pursued her, shouting, Jean Garam was thrown through the air, her desperate cries echoing as she tried to escape. Meanwhile, a yellow energy crackled around a remote control, as a voice urgently commanded, "The remote. Switch it off." Myri-on, holding the device, looked sheepish, admitting, sorry, I didn't know that was the function." Back in the chase, Ji So-chai-jae stood triumphantly over a fallen Jean Garam, taunting, see that?" She delivered a brutal kick, her voice sharp with disdain. "I said, fuck off." Lying on the ground, Jean Garam desperately cried out, "Do something, Rishuru." Rishuru, racked with pain and glowing with green energy, struggled against the remote's effects, pleading, "In no way. It's too much for this weak body. Human, release that medicine." Myri-on's eyes widened in shock, realizing the full impact of his mistake, muttering, "That." He looked down at the remote, a wave of regret washing over him as he remembered the warning, said to only use it in a crisis. Still reeling from the accidental activation, Myri-on looks down at the suffering figure before him, a quiet, almost hesitant, "Hey," escaping his lips. Rishuru, his face contorted in agony, can only manage a desperate plea, begging for the torment to stop. Myri-on, observing the chief's distress, tries to reason with him, suggesting he simply give up the remote to end his suffering, a faint, almost mocking, escaping him. But Rishuru's response is a pained, almost incomprehensible, "What?" He continues to writhe, referring to the remote's effect as medicine, and desperately pleads, offering to get rid of her if only he could see his mother again, even if it meant seeing him a few days earlier. Myri-on turns his gaze away, his mind racing with the implications of Rishuru's words, weighing the chief's suffering against the urgent need to protect humanity, wondering what would happen if the humans died while they were still chasing their own goals. A determined expression settles on his face as he reaches a difficult conclusion, realizing the chief is right, and that this power must be used to save the humans. He gently cradles Rishuru, who continues to suffer, and quietly affirms his decision, assuring him that he isn't using him for personal gain, but because he genuinely wants to see Myri safe. A small, fish-like creature is forcefully propelled through the air. It impacts Rishuru's side, causing him to cry out in agony as a wound appears. He recoils, his eyes glowing intensely red as a crimson aura flares around him. The pain overwhelms him, forcing another guttural groan. Rishuru's body fully transforms into a monstrous, feathery form, green tendrils erupting from his back as he screams in torment. Observing the dramatic change, Myri-on notes that Rishuru has regained his true form. With a firm resolve, he issues a direct command. Rishuru's transformed eye glows ominously, indicating a silent acknowledgement. He stands in his fully transformed, sinister form, ready to act. Myri-on stands with his back to the viewer, his thoughts racing as he realizes the urgency of the situation, knowing he needs to act quickly.